Okay na, Ma'am Christine?
Okay, thank you. Okay, mornings are great reminders that God has given us another day, not just to enjoy, but to correct the wrongs of yesterday. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Sir Eddie. Good morning, Ma'am Ann. And I welcome everyone to our Division Management Committee meeting. So to officially start our conference this morning, I would like to request everybody to look at the shared presentation for the singing of the Philippine National Anthem and to be followed by the prayer to be led by Sir Rosalio Vios.
Oh.
Sir Bios? Sir Bios? Sir Bios? Ma'am Ten, nawala si Sir Bios. Yan, payukog. Ingna sa volume yan. Masimabot si Sir Bios yan. Oh, isa kasulod.
May I request everybody to please put ourselves in the most holy presence of God. And may I request Sir Rosalio Vios for the prayer.
Wala pa siya kasulod yun, Ten. Maputol siya. Okay na si Sir Bios, Ten. Go.
Okay.
Yan, mute mo ang mic, Ten.
Okay, let us put ourselves in the most holy presence of God and let us give Sir Vios the floor to lead us the prayer.
Nasa sir.
Sir Bios, ikaw na, Sir.
Sige.
Prayer.
Good morning, everyone. I invite everyone to let us please put ourselves into the most holy presence of our Almighty Father. For the Catholic, let us make sign of the cross. In the name of the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. Amen. Most precious and Heavenly Father, we thank you, Father God, for this nice and wonderful morning that you have given to all of us. We praise and worship your name, Father God, for all the blessings and for all the protections that once again we are gathered here with the school heads, with the top management of the division personnel, headed by our school's division superintendent, Sir Edelberto Pinaria, and our assistant schools division superintendent, Dr. Marian Aliera. Lord, once again we are gathered in this teleconference for us to discuss important matters related to the preparation of the whole division of the upcoming opening of classes, Lord, August 24. That we will be able to have a very good signal this time so that everyone has an access, Father God, to really attend this MANCOM conferences, oh my God. Lord, without you, we are nothing. So, Father God, please pour out upon us your Holy Spirit, your blood, so that you will be able to understand, comprehend everything that our top management will be discussing to us this morning in this management committee meeting through the conference. Lord, without you, we cannot foresee our dreams. Without you, we cannot proceed our plans for this new normal use of our God. But we truly believe in you, Father God, that you are our light, you are our guidance to really make these things possible, Father God, for our learners in the future. All of this we pray in the mighty name of Jesus, and we thanks to you in the unity of the Holy Spirit, one God, forever and ever. Amen. In the name of the Father, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Lower.
Yes, ma'am.
Sa instruction na pa-off sa ilang microphone. Not unless
Palihog sa tanan. Ayaw ninyo i-on ang inyong microphone.
Okay.
Ayaw ninyo i-on ang inyong microphone kung mag-start na ta sa atong activity para magdungog ta. Palihog lang. Content.
Okay, Sir Flor. Okay, may I request everybody to mute their microphone.
Akong i-off imong mic ha.
Sir, ako i-mute tanan.
Ako din control din. Ma'am Sarah, akong i-mute ka. Ayaw na mo ayaw ninyo i-on ang inyong mic kay di ta magdungog, palihog lang.
Okay, let us proceed.
Sige, go.
Okay. So this time we will have the welcome and opening message by our active and handsome Schools Division Superintendent, Sir Edilberto Plenaria.
Thank you very much, Christine. To our Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, and our Chief School Governance and Operations Division, Dr. Maricarty Ablin, our Chief of the Curriculum Implementation Division, Dr. Mary Arlene Carbonera, our ITO, Mr. Florderic Bilarde, all EPSS, all PSDSS, school heads, elementary and secondary, to everyone, good morning.
Morning, sir.
I am here
sir.
trying to enjoy the arrangement as approved by the Civil Service Commission, and that is work from home arrangement. Okay, so I have ako naka-work from home good after 3 months. Okay, so I have to enjoy my work from home arrangement. Chadam learning work from home arrangement kay naram yun day kasi imong balay.
Sir, imong
Then,
camera, sir.
Off?
Oh, i-on.
On man ni floor.
Wala, naka-off, sir.
Ako yung otro ha.
Makita man na mo si Sir Eddie, Sir Flor.
Makita ninyo? Okay.
Nakita na mo sa Eden, i-off na hinon. Ipaon og balik
Sige,
siya.
on o balik.
Kita na mo, gimingaw naman
Ipaon
si
siya.
Sir.
Nakita na to niya.
Sige, salamat kayo. Sige, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Okay na?
Yes,
Am I
sir.
visible?
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Sige.
Okay na, sir.
Okay na, sir. Okay.
Okay na. Okay, hello, Ma'am Ann, to everyone. Missing all of you.
Good morning, sir.
After our MANCOM. Yung una kong attend sa MANCOM na to, ay ako mabalik niya. Okay? So it's nice to see, Ma'am Ann, you are already in the office. Thank you so much, Ma'am Ann. And so glad that you are already there wearing that tangerine man siguro na, no? Color? Tangerine. And also the beautiful and handsome faces of our school heads, both elementary and secondary. Thank you so much for your time.
i-mute sa ha. Okay. I-unmute sir. Sir, i-unmute sa sir.
Okay. Thank you, Flor. Okay. Madunggan ako, Flor.
Yes sir, yes sir.
Okay. I will continue. Once again, welcome everyone to this Division Management Committee meeting. And again, we are here to discuss a number of things as a result of the last Regional Management Committee meeting we had with our Regional Director, Dr. Arthur Yupot.
Dati ka
And
turo
also,
nga ako
sharing
kita siya
some
Palihog ko kinsa nang
Okay.
ga mute o ga kuan sa inyong mic, palihog lagi i-off.
ko sa federasyon tunay ko niya.
Then, Flor,
Adi paghatod ba?
Ako sang i-unmute, ako sang
Ma'am
i-mute.
Arlene, mag-insay, di daw.
Tigid maminaw ni mga. Kaya sir ha, kaya akong ipang change ang ilang account sir kay para ma-control.
Pagulat na mo, tawagan ko rin ha. Away mo kong inform.
Kaya lang ako sa ipang
Sure.
concept. Daghan na mo kayo, lisod na kayo nagko-kontrolon. Palihog ko, ayaw na mo pag-admit. Palihog, ayaw na ninyo i-admit. Kay maglisod na tag-control.
Mute all na ko, sir. Mute all na ko.
Sige. Ipangkuan sa tin ha, kaya ako sa i-change ang mga accounts tin.
Let's give 5 minutes, Flor. Basig na pa'y musulod. Gusto, Flor? Tagatog 5 minutes, Flor.
Sige, sige sir. Ako lang i-change ang mga accounts sir kay mo ni problema mo god. Ang uban gusto pud mo control.
Sige, sige. Sige, sige.
Nag-set up pa ni sila. Hindi, leon sa naman tao ni diri mga butang.
Ha? Adto sa Division of Lanao del Norte na group Facebook group ID.
Sa naimaw sir, o ipakuan lang ni akong message.
Ako manawag kay. Oo, naa dito. Dito Division of Lanao del Norte nga group. Oh, dili group chat. Dito gi kuan ako, palihog. Ma'am, dito mo sulod sa Division of Lanao del Norte sa Facebook group na link dito, kato mo i-click. Kay magdili na ko magtawag. MS Teams to siya ma'am, naay duha ka link dito, ang usa live viewing sa YouTube, ang usa pod sa MS Teams. Dito, di na ko matawag eh. Dito ra, para di ka mawala.
Ano nila?
Wala pa gasugod. Ito oras sa magsugod. Lagi.
Adto sa kuan yan bi dito sa kuan yan sa CID nga. Dito sila ipasulod sa kuan. Dito sa ipaadto
Ma'am, we
sa
are already starting,
Facebook
but
group sa Division of
naka-glitch lang
Lanao del
kadali.
Norte.
So please mute your microphone. Thank you.
para kuan para makasulod sila. Division of Lanao del Norte nga group to ay link din ako gibutang dito. Dito sila mo agi. Kaya di na ko magtawag.
Sige, naka-unmute.
Hello, palihog palihog lang no. Ayaw ninyo og kuan na may nagkontrol pud lain god. Kinsa ni nagsigig pang control? Kay akong gi-transfer ang tanan nga mga participants except sa mo discuss. Gi-transfer nako sa attendees. Ayaw ninyo ibalhin og lain kay maglisod tag to continue kung kamo tanan mo control. Palihog.
Floor. On hold man na gining nga meeting.
Pasagdil lang sana. Ay lang naglabti ninyo.
So wala pa kami naka-participate, Floor.
Wala, mao na ning activity. On hold lang. Mao na ni siya.
Sige. Sige, Floor. Sige.
Ipamute lang palihog.
Hello, sir. Good morning, Sir Floor. I-add ni mo si Ma'am Cariga, Pira ka Elementary
Ma'am,
Preschool.
na ako'y link gihatag sa Division of Lanao del Norte nga Facebook group. Dito na mo connect. Kay para maka-connect mo, makasulod mo.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Ah,
Hello, palihog.
palihog kog mute sa inyo mga mic.
May nag-control po lain god. Kay akong gi-transfer ang tanan ng mga participants here sa mo discuss. Transfer na ko sa ating list. Ayaw ninyo ibalhin mo lahat.
Yeah. You are unmuted. You are unmuted. Unmuted. Huh? Unahan. I-unmute ka po.
Palihog, ayaw ninyo i-on inyong mic.
Ako na ingon na. Pwede magkaroon kayo ng pizza?
Yan, yan. Palihog kuha sa kong kanyan bis. Ako ang sa ito gani. Mouse nasa akong
Gitu lo, automatic up commit kan. Lang sira muna commute na.
Ma'am, kinsa na nagtingo palihog i-off na imong mic.
Good morning, everyone. Hello, good morning. This is ASDS Aliera. I missed you all. Instruction lang, instruction. This is a repeated instruction. Switch on only your microphone when it's your turn to speak. So if you are only going to listen, please mute your microphone, because when one is speaking and your microphone is on, there will be disturbances of the sound, so we could not hear clearly what the speaker is going to say. Thank you.
Kasi maggulang ako. Sometimes, Pero semana nakapin, wala man kayo simptomas. Negative na na siya.
Hello, Sir Edi? Sir? Hello, Sir Edi? Hello, Sir Edi?
Nakamute si Sir Eddie.
Hello, Sir Edi? Nakamute ka, sir? Hello, Sir Edi? Ma'am Ann, Ma'am Ann. Okay na, Ma'am Ann. Nakuha na nako ang kuan para wala na makakontrol lain. Except na lang ning bagong nisulod. Kinsa ni? Pwede na. Sir Eddie?
Morning, floor.
Sir, okay na sir. Na-control na nako sir. Ang kuan na lang
Okay,
nako, kanina lang ipang mute nako ang uban nga mukalit lag on. Pero okay na, ako na yung nag-control sir.
Okay. So, my second attempt for my welcome address to everyone. Once again, to the SDS Miriam Alira, our Chief of the School Governance and Operations Division, Dr. Maricar Abdin, our Chief of the Curriculum Implementation Division, Dr. Mary Arlene Carbonera, PSS, PSDSS, studio personnel, SDO personnel, our administrative officer, Mr. Armando Pasok. Siya na ka,
Sir Arman.
Sir Arman.
Sir Arman.
Nana siya, Flor, no?
Oh, nana to siya. Pidit lang akong tanahon.
Sir Arman.
Sir Arman. Wala man.
Tawagan siya, Flor, no?
Ako nang gi-con, sir. Nakakonect na to ganina.
Our administrative officer, Sir Arman, hope he will be able to reconnect. And our cashier, Ma'am Mariam, Mapandi, Ma'am Mariam.
Kuan ni Arman nga
Available Ma'am Mariam, Flor.
Oo. Nag-kuan pa sir, nag-connect pa siya sir.
Available si Ma'am Mariam, Mapandi.
Nag-connect pa siya sir. Ani kaon day si Sir Arman sir.
Uy, ito, tiwas na nag-count yun. Okay, Ma'am Mariam, our records officer, Ma'am Bibi Makapobre. Available si Ma'am Bibi.
Connecting po gyapon sir.
Connecting.
Oo.
Warni, our personnel officer, Warn.
Mao
Available si
pareha.
Warni.
Mao gyapon sir. Daghan og
Connecting.
206. Naglisod na sila sulod kay 200 kape na.
Na, mauna ni ron. Then Warni, our budget officer, Inday. Ayan.
Inday.
Morning day. Update yun na ito, budget officer kay gahapon na ni o gabi pa nila ko sige tawag day. Inday. Then Chiribet, our supply officer. Chiribet. Chiribet available.
Connecting pa sir.
Connecting.
Oo.
Chiribet. Then our accountant, of course, Store.
Store, mao gyapon sir.
Connecting.
Oo.
Baka connect sila, no? Store, Chiribet, Inday. Of course, attorney, Flor. Attorney.
Pagkat akong tanaan.
Kandari mo.
Myra.
Wala na. Sige. Ako na naigi pa nga yung report, Aneda. Ako na na. Sige. Salamat dahil.
Yung Myra?
Hindi, wala.
Wala pa siya sir.
Kandari dahil.
Pero naka-call na.
Naka-call na siya,
Oo. Myra.
Nag-aaral makatalit. Attorney Myra.
Yan.
Okay, so
Palihog tan-aw di attorney dito be. Ignang ga-call sa iya kay para maka-participate siya hasta si Arman.
No. Sige dai.
Sige.
Dai imong mic tayo.
Okay. So I have already checked.
So good na si
Our
Sir.
chair, Ma'am Mariam is still connecting. Ma'am Bibi Makapobre connecting still. Attorney Myra, Inday Padayhag, then Chiribet, Store is still connecting. And I think I have called on all our section chief of the SDO. And once again to everyone, let's make use of the time that we're already set for the opening of our division MANCOM, the first division MANCOM during this COVID pandemic. Okay? Although this is actually second of the division MANCOM that we have, but the first MANCOM was attended by our executive officers, now officials. Actually, it's not a division MANCOM, but an execom. And this is the first time that we have this division MANCOM. And once again, thank you so much for your time. And we are here to learn new things, and especially we are here also to dish out some information to be given to you by our Assistant Schools Division Superintendent Mirian as a result of the last Regional Management Committee meeting we have with our Regional Director. Okay? As we go on with the Division MANCOM, I am requesting all school heads that even if you are there in your respective houses, in your offices, of which I could see some that they are situated in their school offices. Please have with you always your notebook and your pen so that you can take note of whatever important topics that we will be discussing in this month. Okay. Um, at the outset, I have to inform each and everyone that as of now, I am enjoying the privilege of working from home. And I should say, after 3 months of being holed up there in Lanao, this is the first time I was able to go home, and that's why I said I am enjoying my work from home arrangement, no? And as of now, I'm working here in my. I have been not particularly in my house where I have my books with me, and this is the usual place where I stay whenever I am at home. And again, even that I am at home, we can still reach each other because of this technology that we are enjoying now. No, the technology of the ICT, and I think even if I am far away from you, we can still work together. Okay, and also we'll be sharing out to you some latest information. Of which this morning I was informed that in the TV now there was a news, no, of which the president made announcement, that the school opening will only be have if there is already a vaccine. I checked the information with our assistant superintendent, Dr. Miran Alera, and she did confirm that it was indeed televised, no. And although Ma'am Miriam was able to monitor the news via radio, but again, Secretary Roque, our spokesman, presidential spokesman, informed accordingly that the news is correct, but then it does not mean to say that the preparation we have in the Department of Education is will be terminated also because of the announcement of the president. Ma'am Miriam will clarify that information to you later during her time, because accordingly, Secretary Roque said the preparation for DepEd to start the school year, to open the school year in August 24, 2020 will still continue. Why? Because that was just an announcement of the president, and no one knows that between August 24 up to today, from today up to August 24, no one knows if a COVID-19 vaccine will be available. So chances are the preparation will continue, no? And also the opening of classes will also start on August 24, despite the announcement. Okay? So nonetheless, my dear friends, I have to tell you officially that despite the announcement late last night, Monday, that there will be no classes if there is no vaccine, our preparation for the opening for August 24, 2020 should continue. It should continue because no one knows if the president will also issue a formal directive that on August 24 we have to start the classes. Remember, there is an existing law in the country, and that particular law has a specific subject which states that the opening of classes will start in June up to the last week of August. That is the prevailing law that the Department of Education is following until today. Okay? Should it will come that the classes will open beyond August 24, and that is no longer provided by law, if that is beyond August, the month of August, then it means to say that there should be a new law to be enacted by the Philippine Congress to legalize also the opening of our school year beyond August of every year. Okay? So, as of now, our preparation should continue because there is a greater possibility that the President will make a new announcement. Okay? Again, specific details of that news will be shared to you by ASDS Alera later in her time. Also, let me inform all of you, my dear school heads, elementary and secondary, that be prepared. Kung sa mga floor,
Sir,
sabat na po floor.
sir ako sa mute sir ha. Sige, balik lag on. Okay sir, sige balik ug on sir. Okay na sir, ibalik
you,
na.
Flor.
Okay, thank you sir.
Okay, thank you. Okay na?
Okay na sir.
Okay na, Flor?
Okay na sir.
Okay. There is now the greater possibility that, again, as I have said, the schedule of the opening of classes will continue in August 24, despite announcement. Okay? So our preparation should continue.
Yeah.
In the division office, we are also preparing for the opening of the school year. That is why we conducted training for all our teachers in preparing lessons via the use of applications such as Go2B Utor and other applications, so much so that our teachers can prepare an ebook. Okay? I hope your teachers were able to attend the training conducted by EPS Iba, Idon, EPS Kuni Imburong, with their chief, Dr. Mary Arlene Carbonera, and of course with the assistance of our ITO, Mr. Ploderick Bilarde. I was informed by Flor also that there is another batch, there's another batch, and please, school heads, if your teachers were not yet able to attend the training last May, inform them and coordinate with our ITO, Mr. Ploderick Bilarde, so that they will be able to learn also from the training on how to make use of Go2B Author. Also, I am informing you that the learning continuity plan of DepEd, I have just received a copy of that last, when was that? Late yesterday. And I still have to browse the pages of that because it was sent to me via email, of which how I wish to share the contents of that to you today, but still, as I have said, I still have to read that. But nonetheless, I am sure that the contents of that DepEd Learning Continuity Plan details specifically the procedures that we would like to take as we will open classes if we can pursue opening of classes by August 24. That is the use of distance learning. Distance learning and distance learning together with what we call that blended learning. Blended learning, and also the face-to-face learning, but this time with a limited number of students. Okay? Our division has already prepared for that, and in fact, we have laid down our strategies how to go on with that. That's why we have our Project Imelda. Now, to inform each and everyone that Project Imelda, I hope you have already come to learn that Project Imelda, that stands for Innovative Modalities of Educational Learning Deliveries and Approaches. I'll repeat, Imelda stands for Innovative Modalities for Educational Learning Deliveries and Approaches. There are learning deliveries and approaches that we have laid down in response to this challenge posed by COVID-19. Okay? And that is why we have already prepared our strategies, and we will, should situations will be normalized, or if it will not totally reverse back to what we used to name as the normal before, or we will be entering in the era of what we call the new normal, we will formally launch our Project Imelda. I have already discussed that project with our regional director, Director Art Bayukot, and he was so appreciative of the project, and he even told me that he should be invited in our launching because he will really find time to join us on that day. Okay, so should situations will turn as expected, that will be living in what we call the new normal. So we will have to pursue the project Imelda, and we will launch it formally.
Ito na, ako nag-send. Ako
Okay?
nag-send sa
Then
kang
also,
Arlene.
learning continuity plan as inscribed in our project Imelda, and also the
Okay. Sige.
the disinfection of our classrooms, especially the schools, used as quarantine or isolation area by some of the municipalities. I am informing the school heads, please take note, and please take note on this right now so that you will not forget. Be sure to disinfect your classrooms, especially those occupied by the PUMs and PUIs in your respective places, before we can allow our teachers to get inside those buildings, our students to get inside those buildings. Regardless if we can start the school year by August 24, or should it be postponed later, or at some time as to be determined by our President, President Rodrigo Rua Duterte, what is important is we should disinfect the classrooms. Okay? Request a local government unit, because actually there's no need for you to request, but just to remind our local government unit, because that is their obligation as part of our terms and conditions, TAC, terms and conditions we signed and we entered as an agreement with my office and the mayor as a condition for the use of our schools, classroom buildings as quarantine or isolation area for those returning OFWs or those returning residents of your respective places. Okay? Then disinfection, learning continuity plan, and also some matters will be dished out to you by ASDS Alira in her time. Okay? So with that, although this is just a welcome remarks, but I have to make use of the time because actually technology we cannot solely rely. Just like this morning when we are about to start the MANCOM, there was a technical glitch and we have to fix it with our ITO, Mr. Flor Velarde. That's why we are so lucky that in our division we have this person, Mr. Velarde. He is so adept in ICT technology that he could fix glitches such of this kind. Had it not for Flor, perhaps we will not be able to have this MANCOM today. So we are so thankful with Flor. Okay, so once again, my dear friends, welcome to this virtual MANCOM, division MANCOM. And to everyone, please be reminded of the reminders I have just uttered at the start of my talk, that you should have with you your notebook and your pen, so that you can take note every now and then important things that the speakers, the facilitators of this MANCOM will dish out to you. Also, as the last part of my welcome talk to you, there are presenters today in this MANCOM that will present to you some important projects that is designed to support our project Imelda. Those projects will be used in the implementation of our project, and also in your capacity as school heads as part of your supervisory function. So you should take note of that so that you will fully understand how we are going to go on with our job as school heads, instructional leaders, instructional supervisors under the new normal. Also, as part of the presentation today, I have also taken down the fact that given that under the new normal, there will be less physical interaction, face-to-face interaction with us, so much so with our teachers and you. Now, the next challenge is how can we assess our teachers every now and then, taking into account that there is already social distancing. How are our teachers be assisted by you or by their co-teachers. Meaning, this time we have to enhance our mentoring program. Okay? How to go on with that mentoring program? We have recalibrated our mentoring program in DepEd Lanao del Norte, and that procedure will be presented to you by Dr. Earl Gonzalo. Also, given that we have to, shall we say, reconfigure our teaching devices, our instructional materials today, because the teaching, if plans will post through that we will be making use of distance learning, meaning all our teaching devices, teaching aids shall be placed in digital format. Okay? That is why we have also to make use of our plan for the 3-year instructional materials development plan, this time using uh, ICT technology, and those materials shall be reconfigured into different format and be placed in our platforms, in a specific platforms to be designed by our ICT officer, Mr. Lord Bilarde. Okay? And there are other presenters also, apart from those two which I have mentioned, which are also very important, and I want all of you to take note of that. Again, I have talked too much, but I just make use of the time that was given to me. And please welcome aboard to this Division Mancom meeting. And as I have said, let's just enjoy the present situation. Although this is an unwanted situation for us, but we have no other choice but just to enjoy, because this is given by God to all of us. Let's just make use of this. Let's enjoy and also pursue our mandate as educators. Welcome, welcome to our Division Mancom. Everybody, sit back, relax, and let's enjoy. Good morning.
Ma'am Ten,
Okay,
Ma'am,
thank you.
Ma'am,
Yes, thank
Ma'am
you,
Ten,
sir.
Ma'am Ten,
Yes, sir,
mag-i-play sa kuno nato ang
Flor.
video sa kuan katong Project Imelda.
Okay.
Ako
Thank you, Sir
i-share tong
Eddie, for the opening remarks, the welcome message, and the declaration of the MANCOM meeting, all in one. Okay, Sir Flor.
Thank you, Kristen.
Wait lang kaya.
The Department of Education, Division of Lanao del Norte.
Kajut lang kay Tina.
COVID-19 pandemic has brought the unintended consequence to the Department of Education in its effort to continue.
Okay.
COVID-19 pandemic has brought the unintended consequence to the Department of Education in its effort to continue educational services to our people under the new normal. Hence, DepEd Lanao del Norte developed our own project to prepare the opening of classes, taking into account the conditions of the new normal, while essential learning competencies are well delivered. This is Project Imelda.
DepEd Lanao del Norte, in partnership with the provincial government, has ventured on a new project dubbed as Project Imelda. Innovative modalities of educational learning delivery and approaches to prepare for the opening of the school year to operate under the new normal.
I was able to use this alternative system in the past 2 months.
Walay sound, ma'am?
Wala, floor. Kay.
Walay sound.
Chelsea. Dara kay, dali. Dali. Ano ba yan?
I-try, akong i-try, mama. Kanina, ma'am.
COVID-19 pandemic has brought the unintended consequence to the Department of Education in its effort to continue educational services to our people under the new normal. Hence, DepEd Lanao del Norte developed our own project.
Hello, Ma'am Ann.
Yes.
Deadline na sa NEDA karon, ma'am. Aghapon ng deadline. Report raman na, ma'am.
Regarding last money, di dapat permahan sa mamaliran ni sir.
Ako mag-sir. Manawag ako, sir.
Asa man to eh?
Floor?
Ma'am.
Floor?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Floor?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Floor?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Para ma-maximize na to ang time, later na lang na.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Ako sang ikuan.
Proceed na ta.
Oh, yes, ma'am. Okay, ma'am.
Hapit na?
Oh, ako sang ikuan, ma'am. Ipa-continue lang sa siguro nato sa ikuan mo. Sinyas lang ko og ready na.
Sige.
Sige, ma'am.
10?
Okay, yes, ma'am.
Continue natin as planned. Later na lang to.
Okay, everybody. So, this time to set our mood for the Division MANCOM, we will have an energizer. Unique atong energizer cause everybody will participate. Maglingkod lang ta. Okay, so, makita ko sa tanan. Just raise your hand. Can you please turn on your camera?
Ma'am Ten, ha?
Everybody please turn on your camera. Okay. Kagwapa ni Ma'am Ann.
Ikaw may akong ikuan, Ten, ha?
I-background ako ang music, sir, ha?
Sige.
Everybody, where's everybody? Hi, Ma'am Girly Salomon. Ma'am Tines, Ma'am Umanda, Sir Baynosa. Okay. So, this is the action. Finger lang. Okay. And then the next move is kamot. and then all arms. Okay, so butangan na tong music. First action is only the hand, plain facial expression. Next action is hand, fingers with facial expression. So, let me see your thumbs up.
I-mute sana ko, Tin, ha? I-mute sana ko, ha?
Okay.
Okay. Nag-present ka, Tin. Sige, go.
Na-mute mo.
Na-mute ka, Tin.
Na-mute
ka, Tin.
Christine.
Floor?
Yes, okay na. Okay na.
Madungo ka music sa floor?
Sijot lang, wa ko'y
Dili.
na-deliver diri.
Ah, okay. Asundo ka na. Uy.
Sijot lang, ha?
Okay, sir, floor.
Sige ko, no, Tin.
Alright, sige. Again. Can they see me?
Oh, makita ra ka.
Makita ra. Madungo ka music?
Wa, give me madungog.
Wa gid may madungog.
Wala may madunggan sa floor.
Sumog, walay madunggan.
Ang imuhang kuan, Tin, ang imuhang settings diya sa Tin.
I-share na ako sa floor.
Wala, sige, i-share ko.
Pagdungan na mo kanta di atanan.
I-share ko, no, Tin.
Sige, hagi. Nag-share na ko, sir, ha? Nag-share ko.
Sige, na to.
Share na ko.
Wala pa, sige. Paabot lang, eh.
Wa may madungog.
I'm playing it.
Leron sinta na lang kantahon without action.
Sige ko, no, Tin.
Katong coronavirus.
Wala, Tin. I-kuan ko, no, i-share ko, no, kaya kung tanahon.
Naka-share ko, sir.
Ha? Wala pang
Nag-share
kita
ko.
diri.
Nawa, ha? I-share na ko balik. Sharing.
Leron.
Nara, sir.
Katong coronavirus.
Sige. Tin,
Kita mo, sir?
kita na ko, Tin. Dayon, request control ko, Tin, be.
Okay.
Kay ako'y mo kuan.
Sir, ako i-click, sir.
I-accept lang, nasa ibabaw. Accept ng Tin.
Wala ko'y nakita, sir.
Nasa taas, ha. I-kuan, imuhang kuan. Na, ikaw gimsayaw ron.
Request na lang, Christine na lang may masayaw.
Audio device.
Nakita ni mo, sir? Nara, sir, oh. Dapit, sir.
Kadyot lang, wala pa ko'y nakuan. You did not get control. Your request control was not accepted.
Sige, next time seamless na ni. Trial pa ni.
First
Next
time
time
ni kuan.
seamless.
Sige, sir.
Wala ko'y nakita kay Tin.
Wala ko nakita sa imong accept, sir, na representing.
Kadyot,
Give control.
ako sang kuan ha.
Give control to IVT on.
Di, ako. Naana ko gi-kuan, ga-request na ko, i-accept, ipalihog ko accept.
Nagkamulo pa, Maria Carmela Ablin. Ma'am Aliera, Ma'am Padayhag. Wala imong name.
Ayaw ikuan nang sa ibaba
Give
pagpaabot.
control.
Pagpaabot sa kong request.
Okay.
Nasa ibabaw, Tin.
Wala gid siya, sir.
Agoy.
Dora, give control kani mo na ni.
Sige.
Asa doon ako i-give?
Sa kuha kana.
Wala man imong name, sir.
Agree. Wala gyud. Murag padayon na lang ta anitin.
Okay, sige. So we will just
Sa sunod na kay man ta ka testing pasukad ana karon pa man.
Sige, sunod.
Okay, so we will just make the energizer later. Let us move on to part 2 of the MANCOM proper. So for the attendance checking, let us give the floor to our Administrative Officer 5, Sir Armando Pasok. Sir Arman, pasok.
Sir Arman. Arman, pasok. Sir Arman,
Hello.
nakamute ka. Okay, go.
Alright.
Okay na, Plong?
Oh, okay na.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Good morning, Tered. Good morning, Maman, once again. Good
Good
morning.
morning, Sir Arman. Wa ka na mo makita imong kamera.
Wala. Kana.
Hello, kamera ni Sir Arman.
Imong kamera.
Kumusta magkadyasyo? Okay na ka?
Medyo stilan. Ay hapay tao jud ko nakakuan diri dio pero mobalik na pud ko diha.
Okay. Nyala ko sa office.
Ay, very good. Babawi diha, mangguna ka diha.
Ada.
Kana pud ko diha.
Alagay. Hello, Ma'am Arlene. Are you there, Ma'am Arlene? Hello, Ma'am Arlene.
Sir, good morning, sir. Good morning.
Good morning to Ma'am Arlene. Kita na ko sa mga now for the checking of the attendance, may I request now the two chiefs to check the attendance of the respective hotel. Hello, are you listening? Are you listening? Ma'am Arlene.
Sir.
Ma'am Arlene.
Sir.
Kindly submit to this office the list of persons under your direct supervision are not able to attend this teleconference. Have you heard me, Ma'am Arlene?
Yes, sir. Dili lang.
Ma'am Arlene.
Ako sa i-mute ha, ako sa i-mute din. Ibalik lang on kay nakasulod nga saba. Sige, kadyat lang ha. On og balik imo ha, Sir Arman. Sir Arman, ibalik og on imong mic.
Okay na, tanawa.
Okay na.
Oh, sa picture, nakita na po ko.
Wala pa picture dire. Ambot magkakita
Wala
na uban? Oh.
Wala, sir.
Wala.
Okay na.
Okay na, sige.
Okay.
Sige na, Sir Arman. Okay na, okay. Klaro na kayo. Nakamute ka. Okay na.
Sige na kung gusto niyo ko din nakadungplong.
Sige, okay na. Madungog na ka.
Anto Ma'am Ablen, again, submit the list of your personnel who are not in attendance. And may I request our district supervisors, district in charge, kay kung magtaksa-taksa kung tawag, dugay mo man. This is the duty of your the principals to attend to this MANCOM because you have been informed that today we have MANCOM. District supervisors in charge, kindly check principals, administrators under your direct supervision to submit to this office for those who failed to attend this teleconference. Hello?
Okay. Madungog ka.
Okay, Plong.
Sige, padayon.
Okay, so just submit the list of personnel, administrators who failed to attend this teleconference to my office through Sir Flor Villardes account. Sa na Plong, sa imo na Plong?
Pwede.
Sa kang Sir Flor lang nga email. Okay, so that's all. I could not give you the proper attendance in the sense that I do not know how many are attended to this teleconference. Just submit the list for those who failed to attend for this MANCOM meeting. Keep long. Thank you.
Okay. As of now, naatay sa atong Microsoft Teams karon Sir Arman, naatay 214 and then sa live streaming nato naa sa YouTube karon naatay kuan naatay 64.
64 plus
214.
Wala pag galing katunga.
Na kuan 300 plus man ang atong mga kuan teachers.
400 plus.
Mga
No, administrator.
Administrators lagi.
Okay. So, more than one half.
More than one half. Mga 3/4.
Okay. 3/4. Okay, Sir Red, the attendance is more than 3/4. And I think we will proceed to the bank contractor.
Mil, ilahi lang ako ang comment.
Thank you very much, Sir Arman. Then, Ma'am, proceed with the program. Proceed with the MANCOM.
Okay. Thank you, Sir Arman, for the attendance checking. We shall now hear the updates from the School Governance and Operation Division by their Chief, Ma'am Maria Carmela Ablin. Ma'am Maricar, good morning.
Ma'am Ablin.
Good morning. Sige na, share na. Share na. It's more ang slide. Ganito na. Sige.
Ay,
okay. Sige. Okay. So,
wait.
Nakita na? Nakita?
Yes, nakita na.
Okay. So, dili ni Ma'am. Katong pag-birthday. Ang sinugdanan. Okay, good morning everyone and happy Tuesday. Nadunggan?
Madungog.
Okay.
Yes,
So, good morning everyone and happy Tuesday. Reporting live from the Golden Gate Bridge of San Francisco, California, USA. Maria Carmela at your service.
Wow, gabi.
Naamagod ko sa USA. Okay. So, our ability to handle life. Register na ako sa USA. Ako kasakay og eroplano. Our ability to handle life's challenges is a measure of our strength of character. Challenges are meant to be met and overcome. We are now facing a great challenge in our system as we face this COVID-19 pandemic. We must unite together and overcome this problem. Problems are not stop signs. They are just stepping stones. We must continue pressing on. A pleasant morning to one and all. For the Office of the SGOD, yours truly, the unprecedented outbreak of COVID-19, which resulted to the implementation of community quarantines, closure of schools, has greatly affected the education system. Relative to this, for school year 2020-2021, schools shall formally start the conduct of the learning activities on August 24, 2020, while the school year shall end on April 30, 2021. It shall consist of 219 school days, inclusive of days for in-service training or NSET, workshop on the preparation of instructional materials needed in utilizing alternative learning delivery modalities, conduct of mental health and psychosocial support activities, and parents-teachers conference. Teachers shall start rendering service on June 1, 2020. Halls shall formally will depend on the learner's education college level prior to enrolling the ALS program. Private schools and state local universities and colleges are encouraged to school calendar. Those that are capable of providing alternative learning modalities are allowed to decide on their own school opening strategies, consistent with RA Republic Act number 7797, entitled an act to lengthen the school calendar from 200 days to not more than 220 class days, and the guidelines set by the World Health Organization, Department of Health, and the Interagency Task Force on Emerging Infectious Diseases. However, they may not start classes earlier than the first Monday of June, nor later than the last day of August. Said schools should notify in advance the respective regional offices regarding any deviation from the school calendar. In support to Solong Educalidad, schools shall strictly devote the 8 weeks of its academic quarter to teaching and learning activities. The last 2 days of its academic quarter shall be spent for the administration of quarterly assessment. In light of COVID-19 pandemic, schools and community learning centers are authorized to decide on the specific learning modalities which may be deemed appropriate in their context. Additionally, the mid-year break shall be observed to provide learners with off-school learning experiences undertaken either individual or in groups in order to apply learnings in the different subjects in a real-life context. The implementing guidelines on the school year 2020-2021 calendar of activities are provided herein to enable the schools and CLCs to effectively and efficiently implement the school events and activities. Likewise, the guidelines shall allow the regional offices and the school division offices to provide support to schools and CLCs, particularly in the areas of instruction and progress monitoring and evaluation. Schools and CLCs may observe national and local celebrations other than other indicated in enclosure numbers 2 and 3, provided that these are beneficial to the learners. In this regard, ROs may issue a supplemental calendar to reflect their local events. The significance of these celebrations may be integrated in the day's learning activity. To compensate for unplanned suspension of classes, such as natural and man-made calamities, the alternative delivery mode, or ADM, or make-up classes are recommended to be undertaken. Parents and teachers are reminded that the required number of school days shall be considered, especially in holding make-up classes, to offset the days when classes are canceled or suspended. Next is, we have these implementing guidelines on the school calendar and activities for school year 2020-2021. The Department of Education ensures the effective implementation of the K-12 basic education curriculum for every learner to acquire quality, accessible, relevant, and liberating basic education. The implementation of the K-12 curriculum provides opportunity and sufficient time for the learner to acquire and master lifelong learning skills for the 21st century, as well as time for the learning opportunities beyond the classroom for more holistic development, and or to prepare the graduates for higher education, middle skills development, and world of work. Hence, schools and community learning centers are encouraged to adhere to the school calendar to comply with the required number of school days for the optimum attainment of the learning standards, as well as to ensure the observance of national, local, school events and activities or celebrations. The school calendar also reflects the events and monthly celebration observances of the year. The policy aims to provide direction and guidance to schools and CLCs in planning the respective activities relative to curricular operations and other celebrations, observances within the required number of school days. The implementing guidelines of this school calendar shall be applicable to both public and private elementary and secondary schools nationwide. The DepEd hereby issues these guidelines to ensure that the number of school days required for curriculum operations and school-related activities are complied with, and standard school events and celebrations, observances are being conducted during the school year to ensure quality teaching and holistic learning. Then, this is the guidelines. For school year 2020-21, schools shall formally start the conduct of learning activities on August 24, 2020. Well, the end of the school year shall be April 30, 2021. It shall consist of 219 school days, inclusive of days for in-service training, workshop on the preparation of instructional materials needed in utilizing alternative learning delivery modalities, conduct of mental and psychosocial support activities, and parent-teacher conference. Teachers shall start rendering service on June 1, 2020 to prepare contextualized materials, attend training activities on the use of alternative learning delivery modalities, capacitate learners, parents, knowledge resources in managing home-based learning, facilitate remedial, enrichment and advancement lessons, prepare weekly home learning tasks, organize classes considering the learning delivery modality applicable in the context of the learners and others. Schools shall conduct the second round of enrollment from June 1 to June 30, 2020 for learners who failed to enroll during the early registration period. It may be done online via text messaging, email, Google Form, Messenger, etc. Enrollment validation shall be done from July 28 to 31, 2020 to accommodate the sudden changes in learners' population in the locality due to the impact of COVID-19 pandemic. Homeroom activities that include mental health and psychosocial activities, particularly psychosocial first aid for learners, discussions on the characteristics and effects of the pandemic, orientation on precautionary and preventive measures, such as WASH, and other topics related to COVID-19 pandemic shall be conducted on August 24 to 28, 2020. In light of COVID-19 pandemic, schools and CLCs are authorized to decide on the specific learning delivery modalities which may be deemed appropriate in their context, to focus efforts on the adjustments needed in utilizing the multiple alternative delivery modalities, the conduct of curricular and co-curricular activities that involve learners, such as science fairs, showcase of portfolios, trade fairs, school sports, campus journalism, festival of talents, job fairs, career orientation, and other similar activities are cancelled, except for those that can be conducted through online platform. Efforts to provide remediation and enhancement activities shall also be prioritized given the adjustment of learners to the delivery mode being employed. The parent-teacher conference shall be done not earlier than the second Saturday after the examinations for the first 3 academic quarters. It will be used as a venue to appraise the parents in the performance of their children and ensure their involvement in school activities. The school, through the teacher, shall have the responsibility to determine how the PTC be undertaken. For parents without access for online conference and where to face-to-face is allowed, social distancing must be strictly observed. A scanned copy of the report card may just be uploaded online or may be distributed to parents where feasible. A general assembly of stakeholders shall be conducted by all schools at the beginning of the school year to orient stakeholders on the vision, mission, and core values of DepEd, as well as curriculum, learning delivery, co-curricular programs, and auxiliary services that support learners' development, and other continuous improvement initiatives, and to generate proposals. In addition, mid-year, for October and year-end April, the General Assembly shall also be held to present the school report card and consult the Assembly on how to better achieve the vision, goals, and objectives. Schools shall decide on the mechanism on how they undertake the activity, example, the teleconferencing, face-to-face, etc. Deworming of children's school shall be conducted in months of July 2020 and January 2021 in areas where the physical presence of the learners is not possible. It may be done at home in coordination with the barangay health workers. Career guidance activities shall be conducted between September 2020 and January 2021 to guide grades 9 and 10 learners in making informed choices on their preferred senior high school track using modalities applicable in the learner's situation. Where phase 2 modality is utilized, there shall only be a maximum of 15 learners in each class in compliance with the social distancing measures set by the Department of Health. College and middle level skills fair, job fair, business, senior high school summits, and entrepreneurships expo and similar activities shall be canceled. All public gatherings shall be organized following guidelines and protocols set by the IATF. The Christmas break shall begin on Saturday, December 19, 2020. Classes shall resume on Monday, January 4, 2021. To ensure quality of learning, classroom assessment, namely formative and summative assessment, shall be conducted by the teachers to track and measure learners' progress and adjust instruction accordingly. Please off inyong microphone. They shall be done in paper-based, offline, or online assessment format, whichever is appropriate in the context and needs of the learners, to enable them to participate fully in the assessment process and be assessed fairly. Learners must be made aware of their responsibility to engage actively in the learning proofs and participate according to the requirements in its learning area. The academic quarter shall have 8 weeks of teaching learning activities. The last 2 days of its academic quarter shall be spent for the administration of quarterly assessment. All national level, the Bureau of Education Assessment, or BEA, shall administer the National Career Assessment Examination to assess the aptitude and interests of learners and provide them with relevant information on their skills, abilities, and readiness for academic and non-academic courses. The Early Language Literacy and Numeracy Assessment shall be conducted to measure the literacy skills of the learners in their respective mother tongues, Filipino and English. The exit assessments, such as the National Achievement Test, shall also be administered for grade 6, 10, and 12 to determine if learners are meeting the learning standards set forth in the K-12 Basic Education Program. The accreditation and equivalency test shall also be administered to measure the competencies of those who have not finished either formal elementary or secondary education. Remedial, advancement, and enrichment classes during summer shall begin on Monday, May 3, 2021, and end on Friday, June 11, 2021. Deliberation of awards and recognition may be conducted 2 weeks before the graduation or moving up ceremonies by the School Awards Committee for the following: A. Learners who will receive recognition and awards, and learners who are candidates for graduation. Accomplishment of year-end financial clearance of learners is strictly prohibited in accordance with the department's no collection policy. In preparation for the opening of classes for the coming school year 2021-2022, the schools shall conduct the following activities: early registration for incoming kindergarten grades 1, 7, and 11 learners, as well as locating, identifying, and registering the special education learner. Out-of-school children and out-of-school youth from the last Saturday of January to the last Friday of February, as stipulated in DepEd Order Number 3, Series of 2018. Brigada Eskwela is to be announced. The Bureau of Learning Delivery, the Curriculum Learning Management Division, the Curriculum Implementation Division, and the School Governance Operations Division shall monitor the compliance of schools with the provision of these guidelines. Queries on these guidelines shall be addressed to the Office of the Director for BLD via email address bld.od@deped.gov.ph, or at telephone numbers 8637-4346 and 8637-4347. Effectivity, this policy shall take effect immediately upon publication in the DepEd website. So, we have the class days and the school days. For June, we have 21 school days. For July, we have 23 school days. For August, we have 5 class days and we have 14 school days. September, 22 class days. October, 22 class days. November, 19 class days. December, 13 class days. January, 20 class days. February, 18 class days. March, 23. April, 18. We have 160 class days plus 59 school days, a total of 219. For June 2020, we have 21 school days. For June 1, start of teachers to render service for school year 2020-2021. June 12, Independence Day, it's a regular holiday. June 23, Department of Education, founding anniversary, special administration of Philippine Educational Placement Test. And June 1 to 30 is second round of enrollment. For July, we will have 23 school days. July 1 to 31, deworming of school children. July 28 to 31, enrollment validation. For August 2020, we have 14 school days and 5 class days. August 24 to 28, mental health and psychosocial activities. August 21, Ninoy Aquino Day, conduct of career assessment of grade 9 students. August 31, National Heroes Day. September 2020 is 22 class days. October 2020, we have 22 class days. October 5 is World Teachers Day. October 21 to 22, first quarter assessment. November 2020 is 19 class days and 1 school day. November 1, All Souls Day. It's a special non-working holiday. November 2, All Saints Day, additional special non-working holiday. November 7, Parent-Teacher Conference. November 27, Araw ng Pagbasa. November 30, Bonifacio Day, it's a regular holiday. December 2020 is 13 class days. December 8, Feast of the Immaculate Conception of Mary, special non-working day. December 17 to 18, second quarter assessment. December 19, start of Christmas break. December 30, Result Day, it's another regular holiday. January 2021, 20 class days from 1 school day. January 4, resumption of classes. January 9, Parent-Teacher Conference. Third week of January is NCAE. Fourth week of January is administration of NAT for grade 12. January 30 is start of early registration. February 2021, 18 class days. First week is PEPT. February 9, Parent-Teacher Conference. February 12, the Chinese New Year, is special non-working holiday. First to second week of February is SPG, SSG election. February 24 to 26, third quarter examination. February 25, it's a People Power Anniversary, special non-working holiday. March 2020, we have 15 class days plus 1 school day. March 13, Parent-Teacher Conference, administration of NAT for grade 6 and grade 10, 1 week before the final exams. Early Language Literacy and Numeracy Assessment, or ELNA, 2 weeks before the final exam. April 21, 2021, 11 class days and 4 school days. April 1, Monday, Thursday, it's a regular holiday. April 2, Good Friday, regular holiday. April 22 and 23, fourth quarter examination, is a final examination for grade 6, 10, and 12. April 9, the Day of Valor, regular holiday. April 28 to 29, fourth quarter examinations, final examination for grades 1 to 5 and 7 to 11. April 30, recognition or moving up or graduation ceremonies. Third week of April is administration of A&E test. April 30, last day of the school year, Parent-Teacher Conference, and SPC Info online. May 2021, May 1, Labor Day, it's a regular holiday. May 3, start of summer classes. Palarong pambansa where possible is tentative. The Brigada Eskwela o Plan Bala Eskwela is tentative. For June 2021, June 11, end of summer classes. So, we will proceed now. That's all for the calendar of activities for the next school year. We will have the SGOD concern and updates. For special programs and projects section under Dr. Arlene Manginsay and Ma'am Joy Mogot and Ma'am Lunila Buhawi, we have the God Pops for school year 2020-2021. It's a division memorandum number 207 series of 2020. Renovation of genderized comfort rooms, repair of hand washing facilities, and the restoration of school guidance office, clinic where psychosocial and other anti-COVID related activities can be done. Then, as of May 19, 2020, there were 393 coaches in the division comply. The DepEd OWA Strand National Directory for Coaches. Completion of data will be until May 30, 2020. Schools whose coaches didn't register in the above directory yet are advised to comply before the deadline. Then, still under the special programs and projects section, we have this for youth formation program. Online learning activities on the promotion of child protection amidst COVID-19 for elementary and secondary learners. We have this online storytelling for elementary, online kwentuhan, the RRM's buklatan. Date is May to August 2020, every Tuesday, 4 to 5:30 p.m. We have these online arts-based activities for secondary learners. We have the OKKK, Tambayan, online kahusayan para sa karapatan ng kabataan. Date, May to August 2020, every Thursday, 4 to 5:30 p.m. To participate in FB Live, visit https://www.facebook.com/departmentofelducation.ph. So we will proceed to planning and research section under Sir Bridget Abaloyo and Ma'am Francisca Mugot. The comparative data on the approved research proposal. For calendar year 2017, we have 2. For calendar year 2018, we have 10. Calendar year 2019, we have 17. Calendar year 2020, we have 41. Then the status of enhanced school improvement plan. For elementary, number of SF submitted, 291 schools. Number of approved is enhanced school improvement plan is 268 schools for elementary. For secondary, number of SF submitted is 71 schools. Number of approved SF is 66 schools. Enrollment of learners. All school heads are directed to use the link in enrolling their learners for the school year 2020-2021. We have this link, http://its.deped.ldn.com/da/learningmodalities.php. We have the monitoring and evaluation section under Ma'am Ivy Humawan and Dr. Lady Ann Cabahog. For Region 1, operating without permit. For Kaoswagan, we have Inodaran Primary School for inspection. So, nana sila documents for inspection na lang. Maigo, we have Inuma, no documents submitted. Munay, for Munay, we have Punong Primary School for inspection. Lindungan for inspection. Sundig Imunay Primary School for inspection. Lingkuan Primary School for inspection. Bakayawan Primary School is for inspection. Then another for Munay is Maganding PS. No documents submitted, and Madaya in Munay Primary School is for inspection. We have Taguluan, Payong Dalama Elementary School, no documents submitted. Okay, so for Kapatagan West, that is Region 2. Kapatagan West is Sitio Slide or Kidalos Primary School, Buena Vista Primary School, no documents submitted. For Kulambugan, we have Mamantar Pascan Primary School or Lumbak, previously Lumbak. Now, for on-site inspection, For Nunungan, we have Rara Primary School, Mangon Primary School, Lupitan Primary School, Bangko Primary School, Ribocon Primary School, no documents submitted. For Salvador, we have Mindalano Primary School for on-site inspection. Inasagan Primary School, no documents submitted. Is in the West. For Kapukaw Primary School for on-site inspection. Bangko PS and Dalamat PS is no documents submitted. For Tangkal, Lingkuan Primary School and Lamausa Primary School is for on-site inspection. So, for level 2, we have this is school-based management update under Dr. Lady Ann Cabahog. We will have level 2, sustained level 2, potential for level 3, and sustained level 3 of practices. For tentative result, is a tentative result for school year 2019-2020. Potential for level 2, we have 50 schools. Kadayunan Elementary School, under Ma'am Subayda Ali, Obalo ES, Napo, under Bilin Nakasabog, Oblinamon, Robocon ES, under Ma'am Faye Morabueno, Oblinamon, Sultan Palaw Ali Elementary School, under Dr. Nor Amelie Sangakala of Taguluan, Lininding ES, Nor Aini Lumundot of Taguluan, Binoni Elementary School, Sir Elber Gonisto of Bacolod, Minaulon Elementary School under Ma'am Christina Inao of Bacolod, Riverside Elementary School under Ma'am Sara Mapandi of Kulambugan, Kulambugan Central Elementary School under Sir Nonato Codisar of Kulambugan, Pilingkingan Elementary School under Dr. Mamilawan Iskali of Tangkal. We have Berwar Integrated School under Ma'am Mofaida Mangandingan of Tangkal. Candice Elementary School under Ma'am Marivic Bangsuwa of Tubod East. Baris Primary School under Ma'am Eleanor Capuli of Tubod East. Malingaw Central Elementary School under Ma'am Edna Chan of Tubod East. Pinpin Elementary School under Ma'am Erlinda Ibol of Tubod East. Chofila Quibranza National High School, Imelda Hirali is the principal of Tubod East. Kakay Rinabor Elementary School with Ma'am Ann Otik of Tubod West. Felisa Ban Memorial Elementary School of Sir Socorro Pigalan, Tubod West. Licapaw Elementary School, Maria Trilin Quizon of Tubod East. And Sir Yumata Elementary School, Winda Palang of Tubod West. Then Magsaysay Central Elementary School, Zanaida Umar of Magsaysay, Tambakon Elementary School, Rolando Azarcon of Magsaysay, Talambo Elementary School, Gisrel de Lizerna of Magsaysay. We have Salong Elementary School, Velma Bakaling of Baroy, Fausto Albia Memorial Elementary School, Hazel de Guzman, Baroy, Mananaw Elementary School, Francisco Vedra of Baroy, Matampay Ilayam Mafe Masias of Lala North, Tunaan Elementary School, Juanito Ballesteros of Lala North, F.M. Posadas Elementary School, Carol Balwet of Lala North, F. Bolante Memorial Elementary School, Elaine Alisna of Lala North. Then, San Manuel Elementary School, Jonathan Hanov of Lala North, Matampay Bukana Elementary School, Judith Rabaca of Lala North, Magpataw Elementary School, Jocelyn Espanueva of Lala North. Then, for Lala South, we have Abaga Elementary School, Josephine Malaubang, Simpak Elementary School, Antonieta Epe, Maraling Central Elementary School, Mary Grace Yap, Saavedra Elementary School, Josephine Ignacio. For Kapatagan, we will have 62 Maghanoy Seniors, Central Elementary School, Rinaldo Arcillas, Tagitik Integrated School, Boy Nafi Basilio, Tipolo Elementary School, Girly Salomon. Then, we have Anacorita Tongkoro Villar, Bonorio Cabigas Jr. of Kapatagan East, Dungguan Elementary School, Ronnie Dominguez, Margos Elementary School, Shelo Calamba. Then, Raimundo Barinan PS, Zoraida QU, Kapatagan West, Sultanaga Dimapuro, Central Elementary School, Rona Nakwa of Sultanaga Dimapuro, Maguindanao IS, Rosario Ramo, Sigayan Elementary School, Muhammad Elias Mamantok, Bangaan Elementary School, Sapura Undak, and Payong Elementary School, Lawanon Muhammad. We have Felipe Lumanta Senior Memorial Elementary School, Charlene Aying of Magsaysay. Then, Mumungan Elementary School, Dinalibot of Balioy West. Then we have Taguluan, Kabasaran Elementary School, Sali Makiin, Dimayon Elementary School, sa Hanida Makiin. For Bacolod, we have Rufino Santos Senior Memorial School, Gisette Lumusad, Liangan East Elementary School, Aida Alquilita, Liangan East Elementary School, Claribel, no, this is Esperanza Elementary School, Claribel Crisol, Pagayawan IS, Venus Palangan, Bacolod Central, Sigrid Espinosa, Babalaya Elementary School, Magnolia Doron, Kahayag Integrated School, Norberto Frias. Then, Atanasio Logroño IS of Maigo, Jocelyn Fernan, Labu IPS, Justo Amudia Jr., still in Maigo, Claro Emricto, Soledad Cabardo of Maigo. We have Manga IS, Norvel Alangilan of Kulambugan, Dalama Integrated School, Rosabilia Arnado, Kulambugan, Dalama Integrated School of Tubod East, Teofila Morales Senior Memorial Elementary School, Remedios Velez of Tubod East, Pedro Boca Memorial Elementary School, Marilyn Tamala, Pigkalangan IS, Helen Torres, Tubod Central Elementary School, Amelita Bagol, and Abukay Kankamu ES of Magsaysay, Jaime Yurong. We have Sheikh Omar ES, Evangeline Tawan-Tawan of Magsaysay, and Dato Bibit Dalog, Redeem A. Patarla Sale of Magsaysay. We have Baroy Central, Raquel Cabosas of Baroy. We have Lala North, Sario Roda ES, Glenn Cabatuan, Esteban M. Inodio Memorial Elementary School, Jansen Tabano. Then Pedro Biliwanag Memorial School, Lorna V. Barazona of Lala South. Lala Proper Integrated School, Marilo Apat of Lala. Then for Kapatagan East, Kapatagan National High School, Rodolfo Villarosa, Malinas ES, Lendy Joy Paradero, and Don Juan Diaz Memorial Elementary School, Marites Cabigas. Then, we have Butadon ES, Renato Ramil of Kapatagan East, Coyo IS, Saminora Ami o SND, Balili Central Elementary School, under Gideon Oblina from Kapatagan. So, potential for Level 3, we have 4 schools, Kahayagan ES, Rogelio Itol of Kapatagan, Maigo Central, Felda Cuivas of Maigo, Lala National High School under Dr. Carolina Clarito of Lala, LNNCHS, Sopriano Maglagit of Baroy. Then Sustain Level 3, we have 3 schools, Linamon Central Elementary School, Hasmin Marohom of Linamon, Dalama Central Integrated School, Ellen de Guzman of Baroy, Kapatagan Central Elementary School, Grace M. Deloya of Kapatagan. For Human Resource Development section under Ma'am Jennifer Intong and Giovanni Pangasian, kindly disregard all files released and or downloaded before May 4, 2020. Please find these links for your reference, all RPMS related materials. http://deped.in/RPMS PPST SY 2019-2020. Still, the IPCRF for proficient and highly proficient teachers, we have this http://deped.in/IPCRF in code ENCODE 2019-2020. This link contains the latest prescribed file. Link who have updated RPMS manual, http://deped.in/RPMS manual ver 2019. For proficient and highly proficient RPMS tools, http://deped.in/RPMS Y1 tools 2019. Link for IPCRF submission, https://bit.ly/IPCRF system submit. Access the link by using DepEd email. Submit to this link, http://deped.in-LDN proof development. Top 3 priority needs for professional development of teachers based on the consolidated 2018-2019 IPCRF data collection system. Deadline, May 30, 2020. Submit to this link, http://deped.in-ldn proof development. Top 3 priority needs for professional development of school heads based on the 2018-2019 IOPCRF. Deadline May 30, 2020. For Education Facilities section, under Engineer Norjana Makasimpan, Engineer Amer, and Engineer Alay. Ongoing validation of priority schools for the construction or repair of school clinics and wash facilities as per Division Memo number 199, Series of 2020. First batch deadline of submission of plans and specifications. Program of works to Central Office will be on June 15, 2020. A. Total list of schools without school clinics, that is 253 schools. B. Total list of schools with no water source, that is 65 schools. C. Total list of schools with water source, that is 302 schools. Total list of schools with non-functional or for group hand washing facility, 81 schools. List of school with functional group hand washing facility, 190 schools. Under procurement projects, Basic Education Facilities Fund, project calendar year 2020. Waiting for the issuance of memorandum if we can proceed or not with the procurement. A. Repair of classroom under CY 2020 BEFF early procurement. Resolution to award submitted to DepEd Central with authority to procure no saro yet. Minaulon Elementary School 4 classroom, Aropino Santos Memorial Elementary School 5 classroom, it's in Bacolod, Lanao del Norte. Rumpagan ES for Bacolod, Lanao del Norte 7 classroom. Pindulunan Primary School 2 classroom, Baroy LDN and Libertad Elementary School 2 classroom of Kulambugan, Lanao del Norte. Atanasio Logroño Elementary School 5 classroom, and Layangan West 6 classroom of Maigo, Lanao del Norte. Malingaw Central Elementary School 10 classroom, and Kakay Number Elementary School 5 classrooms of Tubod, Lanao del Norte. We have Maranding Central Elementary School 1 multi-purpose building. Total of 46 classrooms and 1 multi-purpose building. Repair of classroom for conversion of dental clinic lot 1 and 7 with SARO with issued notice of award for contract signing pending due to the implemented enhanced and general community quarantine. Repair of classrooms for conversion to dental clinics at Kapatagan Central Elementary School, 6 to Maghanay Senior Central Elementary School, Balili Central Elementary School, Kapatagan, Lanao del Norte, and Maranding Central Elementary School of Abaga Central Elementary School, and Lanipaw Central Elementary School of Lanao del Norte. We have disrepair of classrooms for conversion to dental clinics at Pantaw Ragat Central Elementary School, Pantaw Ragat, Lanao del Norte. We have total of 7 conversion to dental clinic, repair of classroom for conversion to dental clinic lot 3, negotiated procurement with SARO, subject for submission and opening of bids on June 5, 2020. Repair of classroom for conversion to medical, dental clinic at Magsaysay Central Elementary School, Nunungan Central Elementary School, Salvador Central Elementary School, and Sapad Central Elementary, Lanao del Norte. Total of 4 conversion to dental clinic. Repair of classroom under CY 2020 BFF Lot 6, rebid, early procurement with DepEd authority to procure, no SARO yet. Subject for submission and opening of bids on June 5, 2020. Repair of classroom at Lanao del Norte Provincial Science and Technology High School, Tubod, Lanao del Norte. Total of 14 classrooms. Electrification projects. Procurement was pending due to lack of plans and specification approved by the Department Central Office. With authority to procure from DepEd Central Office, no SARO yet. Binunoy de Muluga National High School, Lanao del Norte Provincial Science and Technology High School, Jigo H. Patigayon NHS, and Maigo National High School. Total of 4 secondary schools. New construction of school buildings under BEFF CY 2020, calendar year 2020, to be implemented by the DPWH. Pigkarangan Integrated School, 6 classroom, Carusa Integrated School, 6 classroom, Kalobe, 4 classroom. Total of 16 classrooms, renovation of Gabaldon Building under BEFF calendar year 2020, to be implemented by Regional Office. Samburon Integrated School, 7 classroom, Linamon Central Elementary School, 3 classroom, a total of 10 classrooms. projects for inspection. Repair of classroom for conversion to dental clinic. Lot 2, repair of classroom for conversion to dental clinic at Tambo Elementary School, Munay National High School, Puuna Piaga po Central Elementary School, Maria Cristina Elementary School, and Baloi Central Elementary School, all of Lanao del Norte. Lot 4, repair of classroom for conversion to dental clinic at Baroy Central Elementary School, Dalama CES, Malingaw CES, and Tubod CES, all from Lanao del Norte. Lot 5, repair of classroom for conversion to dental clinic at Kauswagan Central Elementary School, Linamon CES, Maigo CES, and Pantar CES. Then Lot 6, repair of classroom for conversion to dental clinics at Bacolod Central Elementary School, Kulambugan CES, Banisilon CES, a total of 16 schools with conversion to dental clinic project. Repair of classroom, Lot 1, repair of classrooms for Bacolod Central Elementary School, 10 classroom, Bacolod, Lanao del Norte under CY 2019 BEFF. Lot number 5, repair of classroom at CMR, 11 classroom, Maigo, Lanao del Norte under CY 2019 BEFF. Total of 2 schools with 21 repair of classrooms. Supply and delivery of school furniture, a total of 61 schools. Restoration of Gabaldon. We have Balagatasa ES of Maigo, Maigo Central Elementary School, Lala Proper Integrated School, Abaga Central Elementary School. We have total of 4 schools. Electrification, Pantauragat Agro-Industrial High School, Matunggaw National High School, Pantar National High School, Baloi National High School, a total of 4 schools. Then we proceed to Health and Nutrition section under Dr. Melvin Inerio. Based from record, 30% of the total number of schools in the division of Lanao del Norte has no water supply. School heads are directed through DepEd order for the construction and repair of group hand washing facilities in school. List of schools used as isolation of or quarantine area with provincial DILG certification only. Antonio Lim, ES, San Isidro Upper, Matampay Ilaya, Sayo Roda, Donggoan ES, Esteban Inodio, Abaga ES, Magpataw, Dio Tinaza, Simpak, Lala Proper Integrated School, Unidas, Diogsang ES, Gumagamot ES, Generoso Lapasaran ES, Abedra ES, Pinuyak ES, Lanipaw Central Elementary School, El Salvador ES, Francisco Volante ES, Darumawang Ilaya ES, Lala National High School, San Manuel ES, FM Pusadas, Pedro Biliwanag Elementary School. Schools used as isolation or quarantine area approved by the regional office. Simpak Elementary School, Sarioruda Elementary School, Donggoan Elementary School, and Matampay Ilaya Elementary School. List of school used as isolation or quarantine area with PUMs. Simpak ES, Lala Proper, Lanipaw Central, Pedro Biliwanag Memorial Elementary School, Antonio Lim, San Manuel Elementary School, Matampay Ilaya Elementary School, Francisco Volante Elementary School, Bansarville National High School. For social mobilization and networking section under Dr. Rosmila Cosain, Daniel De Luna, and Pindaton Ampay. We have disjoint conduct of simultaneous Brigada Eskwela and Oplan Balik Eskwela on June 1 and August 29, 2020 with the theme, Pagpapanatili ng Bayanihan tungo sa kalidad na edukasyon para sa kabataan. Then, the Brigada Eskwela and Oplan Balik Eskwela, the annual activities of DepEd to prepare for the school opening will be reconfigured to fully assist the preparation of stakeholders in the rollout of the BELCP, Brigada Eskwela and Oplan Balik Eskwela will be undertaken from June 1, 2020 to August 29, 2020. Then we have this national kick-off will be hosted by Region 6 on June 1, 2020. Regional kick-off and the division off. After the regional, then the division kick-off. No more Brigada Eskwela contest. Only Brigada Eskwela best implementing schools. Then if ROs and SDOs opt to hold their virtual kick-off, it shall be conducted as an online Brigada Eskwela forum, which may be involved the following activities: orientation on the new normal, discussion of the learning continuity plan, investment in education, giving new direction, and engaging partners. One major Brigada Eskwela activity to be adopted by the Regional Office and Schools Division Office. Conduct psychological first aid and PFA training. Discussion of the basic rules and responsibilities of different sectors, including parents, and debriefing of learners, among others. So, monitoring tool for 2020 Brigada Eskwela. DepEd Partnership Database System. School heads shall submit through online using this system. Webinar on ticketing system. School head shall submit through online using this system to be disseminated to the division and school. To Ma'am Kosain, waiting for her OBE webinar ticketing system account to be provided by the DepEd Central Office. This contact will be used by the OBE coordinators. Please contact Ma'am Kosain for this. Then we have this 2020 Upland Balikeskwela OBE under the new normal. The OBE will also strengthen the synergy with the department's Brigada Eskwela initiative under Bayanihan sa Paaralan. Banner for this school year to engage agencies, organizations, and other stakeholders in contributing to educational needs, especially of this critical time. Joint memorandum on the conduct of simultaneous OBE and BE on June 1 to August 29, 2020. We have this interagency task force under Upland Balikeskwela, under the new normal. Department of Health, Department of Interior and Local Government, Department of Transportation, Department of Social Welfare and Development, National Telecommunication Commission, Department of Information and Communications Technology, Metropolitan Waterworks and Sewage System, Philippine National Police, Department of National Defense, National Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Council, Presidential Communication Operations Office. Then, we have this, under still the Upland Balikeskwela, we have this information advocacy efforts, updating official website, FB page, and other social media account on the following. Available line of communications in region and division. DepEd's programs, projects, and activities, FAQs uploaded on the website. New guidelines and policies, especially on enrollment concerns, press releases, statements, and advisories and stories. Then we have this localizing OBE. The local OBE in the regions and division must ensure that concerns in the regions and divisions are properly addressed in their respective areas. Reporting of concerns received, including the action taken, shall be sent daily at 3 p.m. starting June 1 through OBE ticketing system. Then we have this localizing public assistance under Upland Balikeskwela. The OBE Action Center in the region and division shall serve as an information and complaints processing and routing mechanism of the DepEd. Their functions are receive, process, and respond to simple queries, information requests, and grievance. The localizing public assistance in the regional division levels under 2020 Upland Balikeskwela. Assist in the dissemination and clarification of DepEd policies, programs, projects, and processes, particularly those relevant to the opening of classes. Monitor, document, and submit reports on all issues and concerns received daily, including the action taken to the OB Central Office at 3 p.m. daily. So, before I will end my discussion this morning, I will share to you a story. We will have a 3 dads bragging about their children's success, yet a surprise when a 4th dad tells them this one. 4 friends who hadn't seen each other in 30 years reunited at a party. After several drinks, one of the men had to use the restroom. Those who remained talked about their sons. The first guy said, "My son is my pride and joy. He started working at a successful company at the bottom of the barrel. He studied economics and business administration and soon began to climb the corporate ladder, and now he's the president of the company. He became so rich that he gave his best friend a top-of-the-line Mercedes for his birthday." The second guy said, "Darn, that's terrific. My son is also my pride and joy. He started working for a big airline and then went to the flight school and to become a pilot. Eventually, he became a partner in the company where he owns the majority of its assets. He's so rich that he gave his best friend a brand new jet for his birthday." The third man said, well, that's terrific. My son studied in the best universities and become an engineer. Then he started his own construction company and is now a multimillionaire. He also gave away something very nice and expensive to his best friend for his birthday, a 30,000 square foot mansion. The three friends congratulated each other just as the fourth returned from the restroom and asked, what are all the congratulations for? One of the three said, we were talking about the pride we feel for the success of our sons. What about your son? The fourth man replied, my son is a gay and makes a living dancing as a stripper at a nightclub. The three friends said, what a shame, what a disappointment. The fourth man replied, no, I'm not ashamed. He's my son and I love him, and he hasn't done too bad either. His birthday was 2 weeks ago, and he received a beautiful 30,000 square foot mansion, a brand new jet, and a top-of-the-line Mercedes from his three boyfriends. Every day, you have a new chapter to write about your journey of life. As you write that chapter, do it so well such that when others read it, you should still be proud of yourself. Remember that the best people is the one who humbles himself the more his rank increases. Hence, pride makes us artificial, and humility makes us real. Humility is the solid foundation of all virtues. Good morning, everyone! Koko sa sawadi. Maayong buntag sa tanan ug maayong adlaw sa tanan. Live reporting from San Francisco, California, Maria Carmela Arlen, your Chief SGOD. Good morning.
Okay, Car. Thank you. Kumusta mga COVID victims diha?
100
Thank you.
Hospital.
Oh, classes go on. Distance learning program.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Thank you, Car. Shall we now proceed to the for questions, for clarifications? Can you just wrap? Everybody is just encouraged to write down your questions. We'll have open forum later. So, shall we proceed to the next speaker, our OICCED Chief.
Ma'am Ablen, i-off sa ang imong sharing.
Okay, Ma'am Ann. So, thank you, Mama Ricar. Sawadee ka. Listening to the updates from the Curriculum Implementation Division. Let us hear from Chief Mary Arlene Carbonera. Ma'am Chief, give it away.
Ma'am Ablen, i-off sa imong sharing.
Floor, nakashare kang Ma'am Ablin, nakashare ang presentation.
Kajot lang kay nakashare pa ang Ma'am Ablin. Ayog ko, Ma'am Ablin. Ma'am Ablin.
Balik ako na.
Ma'am Ablin, i-off sa imong sharing. Ma'am Ablin, i-off sa imong sharing. Yan. Dagan ni dito yan, bi.
Chief Carbonera, let us maximize the time for
Ma'am,
the share.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning. Wala pa lang ang kang Chief Ablin.
Oo. Floor.
Ma'am, gipadtuan na nako, ma'am.
Dili pa, ma'am.
Slide. Car, ikaw nag-share, anak, Car.
Yan, nasa yan.
Okay.
Tintinan.
Okay na, Ma'am Arlene. Okay na. Ako sa i-off ang kwan ha. Ako sa i-off ang mga mic ha. Ako sa i-off ang mic. Ma'am Arlene lang ang mo tingog. Sige. Thank you. Ma'am Arlene, okay na. Mic ni mo, Ma'am Arlene, naka-off. Makita na, Ma'am Arlene. Pero mong mic naka-mute.
Sir Flor, nawalay tingog.
nakatingog na ka.
Sa screen pa ito.
Nakatingog na ka.
Ning-share da, sir?
Na-share na.
Manhi dito diri.
Wait lang ha. Ako sa i-mute ha. Kayo, sabang kayo.
Naka-share na.
Palihog ko sa mga mic ninyo. I-off.
Babaw lang.
Sugar.
Marlene, ang imuha lang mo i-on be. Okay na Marlene, ang imuha lang mo i-on. Mic ni mo Marlene i-on. Okay na Marlene.
Lord, dili mo ko.
Sama?
Lihok.
Ha? Makita na namo diri Marlene. Lihok na.
Click lang, ma'am.
Ivy, murag ang imuhang mic siguro Ivy. Makita na.
Sir Floor, okay na?
Kita na. Ipa-off lang ng mic uban diha bi.
Man.
Ang imuhang Marlene, okay na ka. Ipa-off lang ng uban
May
diha.
makita.
Ang imuha na, okay na Marlene.
Start na.
Yung mag-video, ma'am.
My respect to our school's Division Superintendent, Dr. Edelberto L. Oplinaria, and also to our Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Mary Ann M. Aliera, Administrative Officer, Sir Armand Pasok, SDO Chief, Maricar Ablin, together with her is the GOD personnel, CID personnel who are with me today. We have here Dr. Earl, Dr. Lovedes Etreya, Dr. Maba, Dr. Bicoy, Dr. Borong. We have also here Ma'am Ivy Tion, and all CID personnel who are in work-home arrangement right now. And to all school heads who are in attendance in this MANCOM online, good morning. No? Mapiya kapipita sa ating mga Maranao.
Good morning.
Sisters and brothers, good morning. So to all school heads, both elementary and secondary, once again, good morning. Throughout the universe, COVID-19 continues to spread its fury that annihilate or destroy every human being, rich and poor, young and old, elites and masses. The number of cases surged every country, yet no definite solution has ever made to combat the invisible enemy. How soon can we flatten the curve is a question that until now is never answered. In a television address aired late Monday night and published May 26, 2020, that was 12:22 a.m. through JMA News live stream, classes will remain suspended in the country until a vaccine against COVID-19 is made available, President Rodrigo Duterte has said. However, we in the Department of Education leaves no stone unturned in planning for the continuity of the curriculum and for the safety of all its learners, teachers, and staff amidst any public health emergencies. As our school's division superintendent said earlier, preparation must continue amid the current situation. Therefore, to ensure the continuity of learning, Alternative delivery models are lined up and anchored on the suggested delivery options like face-to-face, distance learning, blended learning, homeschooling, and actually apprenticeship was included before, but this time it's no longer included. But we here in Lanao del Norte, based on survey and profiling of our learners, we come up to these proposed learning delivery modalities and approaches. So we have here our proposed learning delivery modalities and approaches. We have here learning, there are two kinds of delivery modalities and approaches. We have here the single approach and the blended learning approach. Now in single approach, under the single approach is a face-to-face, a face-to-face, yes, number one is face-to-face. Kung sa una, ang atong klase, dunay 40 to 50 learners in a class, this time, mahimo na gid siyang lesser, no? 15 to 20 or depende sa imuhang number of classes. So, we have to reduce it. And still, in a face-to-face, it is also subject to physical distancing and minimum health standards or health protocols. And this includes wearing of mask, washing hands. That's why we need to have that, sanang tawag ninyo, kanang wash stands. And then we have to have an alcohol, no? Disinfection of the classroom, and of course, important kayo, the social distancing. Then another thing is the home-based with printed learning modules. And number 3, home-based with digital materials. And this home-based with online learning modules. These three home-based are what we call, gitawag ni sila og mga distant learning. Distance learning. Distance learning actually takes place between the teacher and the learners who are geographically remote from each other during instruction. So, when we say home-based with printed learning materials, modules, mo nang atong gidatrabaho karon, our EPSS, no? Walay katulganay in preparing all these things, modules, and with some of our teachers nga gitap nila to help in preparing these different modules. Actually, wala gili sila tulganay, nagdaot na. So, no? So, I hope they could survive in preparing this, but we have no choice, but then we have to prepare all these things. So we have these printed learning materials or modules. It's actually feedback this morning I heard from the one of the APSS. Lisod kayo ang pag-prepare of modules, especially that they are not used to do this, and we are not used to do this before. So, next is the home-based with digital materials. Okay, so this is only applicable also to those who have these mga cell phones, laptops, iPad, tablets, no? So, that's why we have this printed, no? Now, we have also this home-based with online learning modules, okay? So, online, so this is the time that we will be using radio, TV, no? So, and then still, we will be using the internet access. Then we have the letter B, which is the blended learning approach. When we say blended learning approach, blended is a combination of the face-to-face and online distance learning, modular distance learning, and TV, radio, or radio-based instruction. So when we say blended learning approach, sagol-sagol. So dunay pares. Dili pwede, unlike sa single approach. So may pares always. So we have pwedeng parisa na to siya face-to-face paired with modular distance learning. Then we have also face-to-face parisa na to og online distance learning, then face-to-face, then parisan sa TV, radio-based instruction. So these two, first is face-to-face learning modules in CLC, Community Learning Center. If we heard sa mga news from our mga undersecretaries and secretaries, nowadays, since we are facing this new normal, so dili lang kay sa classroom ang atong klase mahitabo. It can be in anywhere, like for example, church, barangay hall, o morning ingon nga community learning center, anywhere, no? Purok ba karon, no? But provided, take note of this, face-to-face will just be will happen only if with the approval also of our IATF, of course, and also of the OH. Di ta basta-bastang makastart with this face-to-face, no, amidst this current situation. We will not take risk. We will not risk the health and the life of our school children. And kita usab, no? So therefore, it's always in our, let's put it always in our mind that everything that we will do in this current situation, we should always follow the mandate of the IATF and also of the DOH. So we have here home base using TV or radio. This still is under the distance learning. So these are the learning delivery modalities and approaches that our division is suggesting to be used, no? So actually, the different modalities that we will be using, that you will be using, depende na sa inyo ha, because you know better kung unsa ang mas maayong gamiton sa inyong klase. That's why maybe when we will be implementing this soon, when if God permits, we will be expecting that there will still be more adjustments. Naapay mga adjustments nga mahitabo. So, okay. So, next is, ako na lang ikuaning niyang pakita because I have prepared also this different slides. Ako lang run through ding uban nga slides para makita. Actually, it started with, sa central office started with 5 learning modules. Okay, so we have here, balik sa ito. So, ako lang ipakita sa inyo, this one, that this will also mahitabo, no? The proposed classroom seat arrangement. But, kamo, pwede sad mong muhimog inyuhang kaugalingong classroom seat arrangement. But this is only, pakita ko lang ni, that this is the proposed classroom seat arrangement. The left one is modified standard DepEd 1 meter distance. We have this table and chair. They are using this table and chair, no? So, kung sa una, duha ka buok o tulo ang mugamit anang naang usa ka lingkuranan, usa ka table, this time isa na lang gyud. In the other side, we have the modified standard DepEd 1 meter distance. They are using the armchair. So, mo na siya, no, ang atong bantayan. Okay? Next. So, actually, kaganina nag-research, nakabasa po ko early this morning that I found out nga kanikang Yusik Alain Pasqua also introduces this from many modalities. They came up to this 4 na lang: face-to-face, distance learning, blended learning, and homeschooling. But actually, kaning homeschooling, laglisod kaayo taaning niya because this is, it was, Manila lang ang naggamit ani, I think, because they can afford, especially mga artista, they can afford this tutor, to hire tutors, no? So, in fact, gingon din nga policy is under review. Okay? So, before I end, may I read to you this, let me read to you what our DepEd Secretary Leonor Briones said last May 11, 2020 during the press conference. If you teach anxiety, if you teach fear, if you teach insecurity, and you are so fearful that you cannot move anymore, let's just wait for this thing to blow over. But we don't know when this thing will blow over. So in the meantime, you cannot have 9 months of idle children being restrained in their homes, making them stay at home and having no classes, no learning at all, because we are afraid we have to work around that fear. Thank you. But before I end, paminawon sa nato ning ato ang let's fight. Let's fight for this COVID-19. Fight song, fight tanan. Okay? So once again, good morning. Keep safe and God bless.
Ma'am Arlene, thank you very much, Ma'am Arlene. Thank you. Thank you for sharing not only the plans of the division on the modalities and approaches of learning delivery, but also for sharing the plans of the central office. While the central office is having plan for all of us, in our division, based on our situation, we also have plans. But these are not fixed. Let me inform everyone that all of these plans, all of these modalities are not yet fixed, because these are still subject to changes depending upon our situation 2 months from now. And while waiting for Earl, because Earl Gonzalo will be the next speaker, let me plug in and immediately answer the question. There is here a question. When is the cut-off? This is relevant to the topic of Chief Ablin. When is the cut-off date for the online access of enrollment of learners? This is from Christine Cabuinas. Thank you, Ma'am Christine. I asked Chief Ablin, and the answer is there is no fixed deadline yet. Thank you for that question. We'll wait for the issuance of the central office to tell us when is the fixed deadline for the encoding of our enrollees. To date, there is no fixed date for cut-off yet. So back to Ma'am Arlene. Thank you very much. And
after Dr. Earl, Ma'am, Dr. Earl will present his topic. Dr. Imborong also will give updates about how far have we gone in preparing our modules and about LRs.
Okay. So back to you, Christine.
Dili na email. Account lang na sa Office 365.
Okay, this
Dili na sa
time
email.
we shall hear the updates from Ma'am Connie Imborong.
Okay naman na.
Ma'am Connie.
Sige.
Dili di ako tin.
Ay, igutom na, sir. Sorry, sir. Okay, so this time is the updates from Dr. Earl Villagonzalo. Sir Earl.
Before I'll start, Sir Flor, can I ask help because I could not share my presentation?
You click the share button, Sir Earl, then I will control.
Maybe
Dili gid siya ka share. Ito na kang Ma'am Arlene.
Anong dili
Naka-save na
maka-share,
ako.
Sir Earl?
While waiting for Dr. Villagonzalo, let me read to you what I posted in our chat box. To all participants, please write your questions relevant to the topics discussed in this MANCOM in our chat box.
Okay, Sir Earl, are you ready?
Dili pa.
Can we proceed lang sa kang Ma'am Connie Imborong, Ma'am Ann?
Tin? Hello, Tin.
Yes, ma'am. Can
Dili
we
pa
proceed?
ma-ready ang slide ni Doc Earl. Pwede si Doc Emborong lang sa.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Okay, so everybody, let us lend our ears to the
Okay.
presentation of Ma'am Connie Imborong. Ma'am Connie?
Yes, good morning sa tanan. Sir Flor, mag-share screen ko.
Yes, you do share screen, Ma'am Connie, and I'll help you.
Dili man, wala makuhan. Di ko allowed.
Hi.
Ano man eh?
Oh, dili na ang arrow, dili ko ka-click sa arrow.
Ma'am Ann?
Sir Flor.
Siya, pabasa sa anin si
Oh, ang
Pavlin.
ikon ba arrow, dili Dili.
Ma'am Ann, some of the participants cannot write in the chat box because they are not part of the organization.
Ipa-mute man, ipa-mute. Flor.
Okay, everybody, time check. It's already 11:37 a.m. We will wait for Ma'am Connie's technical glitch. Alright, Ma'am Connie, okay na?
Gitawagan pa na ko si Sir Flortin. Kadali ha.
Okay, okay.
Kay only organizer can share screen.
Connie, okay na ka, okay na ka. I-try lang.
Dito na lang, ay na lang dire. Tawagin na lang, tawagin. Tawagin na lang. Patawagin ni Bridget ha. Taas kayo ihang. Okay. Siya tabang.
Shall we go back to Sir Earl? Sir Earl, okay na imong presentation?
Earl, i-accept ang...
Dili pa, Ma'am Tin.
Earl, unsay magigamit nga account?
Dili ka attach.
Earl, unsay account imong gigamit?
Let me just announce that after the CID updates,
Earl, unsang account imong gigamit?
after the CID updates, this will be followed by the
Then,
OSPS update.
then,
Okay na ka, Kon?
Okay na, Ma'am Connie. Yes, ma'am.
pa-share ka rin ako.
Oh, okay na.
Oh,
Makita?
nana kay Connie Imboro. Imurang name. CE.
Wala.
Sige,
Ikuan lang na.
share daw, ma'am.
Wala, nakashare.
Wala pa, wala pa.
Wala, ma'am.
Nag-share
Di ka makita.
Lock lang yun. Lock screen.
Wala yapon?
Ikuan lang, Kon. Ang signal na Kon. Oh, nana.
Okay na, Ma'am Connie.
Wala
Nana.
yapon share.
Nana. Nana, Kon.
Ma'am Connie, nana, Ma'am Connie, but only the
Nana?
Nana.
display.
Natin.
Oo, kanang golden, ano ni siya? Background, then na
ABCD. Makita na.
Yeah. Na, ma'am.
Kana, kita na? LRMDS updates?
Yes, ma'am. Okay.
Okay, shall I continue na?
Okay, so let us hear.
Okay. Good morning once again, especially to our Sports Division Superintendent. Loading. Okay. Sige, good morning once again. May buntis sa tanan, my high respect to our Schools Division Superintendent. I-mute na yung
Good morning, Con.
Schools Superintendent Dr. L. Opolin. Good morning, Schools Division Superintendent Madam Mary Ann. Good morning, sir. Madam Mary Ann Aliera, and to our chiefs, our OIC CID Chief, Dr. Ma'am Mary Ardin Carbonera, and Maricar Abdin. To my colleagues, may buntag sa tanan, I hope we are all well today. At this time, allow me to present to you some updates in the learning resource section. So what have we done so far? First, we were able to finalize the directory on learning resource personnel and forwarded this to the regional office for the composition of the DepEd on the available learning resources in the division. Next, we finalized the open high school modules for senior high school learners and submitted these modules to the region already. Next, we prepared a 3-year proposed instructional materials development plan and submitted this to our beloved schools division superintendent for approval. And then 20% of our big books in the library hub were already stamped, and 100% of these were already collated. Next, we also monitored the utilization of the learning platforms provided by the central office when this pandemic happened, such as DepEd Commons and LR Portal. We also disseminated to our EPSS the copies of the most essential learning competencies. Actually, the first issue was the first version is called Essential Learning Competencies, and then trimmed Essential Competencies, and then Most Essential Learning Competencies. But with the advice of our regional director, he disagreed the use of this trimmed Essential Learning Competencies because these competencies still needs to be unpacked. So we go back to the first version, the Most Essential Learning Competencies. Then we also coordinated with the EPSS and provided them with the templates to be used in the harvesting of available LRs per competency. Then we created an instruction video on how to search images that are free of copyright issue to help teachers in developing of the modules. Then we address concerned online through Messenger, email, Facebook, etc. We distributed to the EPSS the teaching and learning resources downloaded from the DepEd portal and other sites like Vivan Publishing House. Then we provided TA in module and ebook development through the conduct of webinars and orientations. So these are the webinars conducted by this office. Last on May 6, 2020, this was attended by 415 teachers, all are English teachers. And then on May 7, 2020, 450 teachers attended the said online training. And then another on May 8, 2020 with 827 teachers. And then last May 12, we had an online orientation on ebook development with the CID personnel. And this was live streamed through via Facebook and YouTube, and we had 1,173 viewers. And then last May 13, another training was conducted, and this was attended by, again, by the CID personnel, the APSs, the EPSA, the PSDSs, the ICT coordinators, the LR lead coordinators, school heads, and teacher writers, no teacher administrators, and this a total of 2,300 persons. But then, since this training was recorded and was published online via YouTube, the repeat view reached 13,581. And then the next day, that was the second day of our training, 2,426
Ben.
persons, participants
Alay, luto niyo, Ben.
attended
Sige, luto niyo.
the training, and then repeat.
Ito na, i-off.
Sir Norbel, i-off na ako sir kuan.
Okay.
I-off na imo
Luto.
kuan. Mic.
And the repeat. Igod ako sa and the, sorry for the cut. And the repeat view reached 10,179. Last May 18, another training that, and during this time we had a open forum for our teacher writers, and this was attended by 1,813 participants. And then the repeat view in YouTube reached 6,235 views. Then with the pandemic that we were facing, a lot of changes happened in the educational system in the country, and that includes the number of learning competencies that will be taught to our learners. No, like for example, in science, for grade 3, 33 learning competencies, it was trimmed down to 28. Grade 4, 41 to 29. In grade 5, 31 to 27. In grade 6, 21 to 18. In grade 45 to 3. Grade 8, 48 to 43. In grade 9, 39 to 31. And 30 to 26 for grade 10. For mathematics, from 66 learning competencies in grade 1, it trimmed down into 38 competencies. In grade 2, 93 to 54. Grade 3, 80 to 56. Grade 4, 86 to 67. Grade 5, 107 to 75. Grade 6, 89 to 62. Grade 7, 64 to 53. Grade 8, 57 to 52. Grade 9, 48 to 46. Grade 10, 50 to 40. And for general mathematics, 63 to 54. And 74 to 51 for statistics and probability. For English, we have number of learning competencies in the curriculum guide, the original number, that is 80 for grade 1, and it was trimmed down to 31, no? 31. And then 327 for grade 2 to 138. For grade 3, 478. For grade 4, 372. For grade 5, 571 to 114. For grade 6, 653 to 93. For grade 7, 567 to 158. For grade 8, 631 to 137. For grade 9, 558 to 118. And for grade 10, 385 to 111. For Aralin Panlipunan, from 65 for grade 1, it's up to 33. For grade 2, it's 35 to 30. For grade 3, it's 48, remain for grade 3, it's the same. Grade 4, 42 to 32. For grade 5, 36 to 31. For grade 6, it's still the same. For grade 7, it's 81 to 43. For grade 8, 43 to 32. For grade 9, 80 to 51. And for grade 10, it's 61 to 30. Filipino, We have from 189 learning competencies, it trimmed down to 119 for grade 1. For grade 2, it's 280 to 175. For grade 3, it's 273 to 179. For grade 4, 335 to 216. It's 312 to 161. For grade 6, it's 274 to 178. For grade 7, it's 170 to 118. Then 150 to 146 for grade 8. And then 180 to 147 to grade 9. Then 198 to 195 to grade 10. And 63 to 37 7 for grade 2. For kindergarten, from 243 learning competencies in the curriculum guide, it was trimmed down to 78. For MTBMLE, for grade 1, from 203, it trimmed down to 71. And then for grade 2, it's 166 to 39. And then for grade 3, it's 237 to 26. For edukasyon sa pagpapakatao, for grade 1, it's from 22, it's trimmed down to 20. For grade 2, 23 to 21. For grade 3, 22 to 17. For grade 4, 15 to 13. For grade 5, 31 to 25. For grade 6, 11 to 10. For grade 7, 62 to 49. For grade 8, 64 to 49. For grade 9, 64 to 54. And 64 to 51 for grade 10. For grade 10. Next, for MAPE, for music, from 35 in grade 1, from 35 learning competencies, it trimmed down to 31. From 46 to 39, 42 to 31, 34 to 31. For grade 4, for grade 5, 32 to 28. Grade 6, 30 to 23. Grade 7, 37 to 27. Grade 8, 32 to 24. Grade 9, 31 to 28. And grade 10, 30 to 22. Same thing happened to arts and PE and health. The number of learning competencies were reduced also. Like for arts in grade 1, 37 to 28. Grade 2, 35 to 22. 35 to 32, 40 to 30. 32 to 34, 39 on the daghan sa grade 5, grade 6. And grade 7, nagamay 41 to 40, 43 to 41, 49 to 47, 46 to 42. For PE, it's 28 to 20 for grade 1, 23 to 18 for grade 2, 27 to 15 for grade 3, 44 to 21 for grade 4, 44 to 19 for grade 5, and then 44 to 23 for grade 6. For grade 7, it's 40 to 18, 44 to 24 for grade 8. For grade 9, it's 33 to 19 and 30 to 12 for grade 10. For health, we have 30 to 28 for grade 1, 23 to 22 for grade 2, 41 to 36 for grade 3, 28 to 23 for grade 4, 34 to 32 for grade 5, 36 to 28 for grade 6, 42 to 37 for grade 7, 43 to 37 for grade 8, 32 to 29 for grade 9, and 22 to 20 for grade 10. And then for EPP, we have here for grade 4, the agri-fishery arts. No, we have 34, it trimmed down to 23. For home economics, 31 to 24. For industrial arts, 26 to 18. Information and communication technology, 22 to 7. And then for grade 5, 35 to 22 for AFA, 53 to 41 for HE, IA, 24, same, 22 to 23 to ICT, nagdagdag lang ng isa. And then for grade 6, 49 to 37 for AFA, HE, 32 to 24, IA, 32 to 25, 16 to 13 for ICT. For grade 7 to 8, for caregiving, nakuha ng isa ka learning competency. For aquaculture, 2 competencies were removed or were merged to the other competency. For electrical installation and maintenance, from 34, it reduces to 22. For food processing, 49 to 45. For auto servicing, automotive servicing, 27 to 24. Beauty care, 20 to 16. Carpentry, 33 to 26. Cookery, 31 to 21. domestic refrigeration and aircon 31 to 24, dressmaking 33 to 20, EIM 34 to 22, front office servicing 40 to 13, handicraft 21 to 15, illustration 37 to 31, masonry 34 to 31, plumbing 31 to 26, small 25 to 20, and technical drafting 40 to 38. For grades 9 to 12, attraction theme parks 200 from 261 it reduces to 94. For front office servicing, from 82 it reduces to 47. For housekeeping, from 67 it reduces to 48. For aquaculture, from 172 it trims down to 23. For automotive servicing, from 455 it reduces to 188. For carpentry, from 303, it reduces to 47. For food processing, from 263, it reduces to 139. Illustration, 80 to 69. Masonry, 112 to 105. Plumbing, 107 to 60. Ismao, 232 to 98, rather. Technical drafting, 104 to 66. And cookery, 76 to 58. These learning competencies were, we conducted an inventory spearheaded by our inventory on available learning resources that can be found in the Commons LR portal and other websites. No, and this activity was spearheaded by our education program supervisors with their members of the team. So for Araling Panipunan, so this is the updates of after the inventory. For Araling Panipunan, there no available LR found in the portal and DepEd Commons, but there are available LRs that are found in the other sites like SlideShare, YouTube, Academia, and Prezi. And then we also have available modules in Misusa and Project East. For English, no LRs found in the portal and DepEd Commons, but there are available LRs found in the following sites like education.com, YouTube, study.com, Teacher Starter, Prezi, SlideShare, Literacy Ideas, Teachers Pay Teachers, Reading Rockets, YouTube, ideaeducation.org, ideaeducation.org. And then we also have available modules and detailed lesson plan. For ESP or Edukasyon sa Pagpapakatao, we have 6 available LRs found in the portal, but no available LR found in the DepEd Commons. And then for the following sites, SlideShare, YouTube, Coursehero, and Brainy.ph, we have available LRs that can be used for ESP grade 6. By the way, for the information of everyone, the Division of Lanao was assigned to conduct an inventory of available LRs for grade 6 first quarter only. Okay? So, again, we also have available modules, Misusa, and detailed lesson plans. Then for Filipino, we have 1 available LR found in the portal, no from DepEd Commons, but there are available LRs found in the following sites like Pluma Natin, WordPress, SlideShare, Coursehero, Prezi, and YouTube. For mathematics, we have 35 available LRs found in the portal, 16 in the DepEd Commons, and there are other available LRs found in the following sites like Khan Academy, Math.com, K5Learning.com, MathAce, MathGoodies, Prodigy Game, SlideShare, YouTube, and Basic Mathematics. We also have available modules, Misosa modules, and DLP. For music, arts, and PE, no available LRs found in the portal and DepEd Commons, but they have available LRs found in the following sites like YouTube for the music, and then it has a reference book entitled Mapping in Action 6. And then for arts, the following sites, we can find available LRs in the following sites like YouTube, flyschool.com, blog.udemy.com, bloghubspot.com, designhill.com. For PE, no available LRs found in the portal and DepEd Commons, but there are available LRs found in YouTube. And then they have a reference books entitled The 21st Century Mapping in Action. Health, no available LRs found in the portal and DepEd Commons, but there are available LRs found in YouTube. For science, most of the LRs found in science, most of the LRs available are found in LR portal, and there are 14 available LRs that can be found in the portal, no, in DepEd Commons, and then there are also available LRs found in YouTube. For TLE, 10 available LRs are found in the portal, 13 in the DepEd Commons. We have also a detailed lesson plan. So, as what I have mentioned earlier, we also monitor the utilization of the learning platforms offered by the Central Office, and one of these is the DepEd Commons. So, for the past 3 months, we have these total numbers of DepEd Commons users per category as to learners, teachers, and school heads. The blue line represents the learners users. So in March, we have 2,690 learner users, and it increases to 5,437 in April. And for this month, it reaches 6,401. But still, we need to intensify the advocacy on the utilization of the DepEd Commons, because if we're going to compare this in the total number of the enrollment, it's still equivalent to 6 to 7%. No, pero wala pa nato nakuha katong na mga learners with gadgets, kaya ato po napagkuha ang percentage niya. And then for the teacher users, we have 1,704 in March, 2,620 in April, and it increases to 2,718 in May. And then for school heads, we don't have users in March, but we have 162 in April, and May 187. Maybe because the DepEd Commons was introduced by us in the last week of March. Mao siguro ni. And then if you're going to look at the DepEd common users by municipality, so ako lang i-flash sa screen. Dili na ako basahon, no? Anyway, I was able to give the data sa katong kinatibuk-an na. Okay? So, these are the data from March, April, and May by municipality. And aside from monitoring the users, the utilization of the DepEd Commons, we also monitored the number of registered personnel in the LR portal. So, the data that we presented during the first DMEA, the total number of registered personnel was 4,573. It increases to 5,538 in the second DMEA, third DMEA, 5,834. And last March 10, during the fourth DMEA, our total number of registered personnel was 5,992, and again, it's still increasing. It increases to 6,403 as of this moment. Next is total number of downloaded LRs from the LR portal. So, last 4th DMEA, last March 10, 2020, the total number of downloaded LRs from the LR portal was 65,771. And then as of May 25, 2020, the total number of our downloaded LRs from the portal is 146,708 with a variance of 80,937. And we have the top 10 schools with most number of downloaded LRs from the LR portal. We have Batangan Elementary School of Matungao. They have 11 registered personnel, and the total number of downloaded LRs is 20,047. We also have the Lama Central Elementary School of Baroy with 21 registered personnel. The total number of downloaded LRs is 6,837. We also have Mabatao Elementary School of Salvador with 12 registered personnel with 6,261 total number of downloads. Then next is Dato Bibit Dalong Elementary School of Magsaysay with 12 registered personnel and 5,467 downloads. Pantar National High School of Pantar with 54 number of registered personnel and 4,806 downloaded LRs. Lala National High School of Lala Central, 182 is the registered number of registered personnel, and then the total number of downloads is 4,046. For Carusa IS of Kapatagan East, 13 registered personnel and 3,214 total number of downloads. Balili Central of Kapatagan West 18 number of registered personnel and 2,748 total number of downloads. Magsaysay Central with 24 number of registered personnel and 2,351 total number of downloads. And Lindungan Elementary School of Baroy with 9 registered personnel and 2,289 total number of downloads. So, we have top 10 most number of downloads, but we also have schools with no downloaded LRs. And I'd like to present this by district. No, like for example, for Inbalo EES, we have four schools with no downloaded LRs. Like we have Ulango, Pindulunan, Maliwanag, and Patpangkat. And then for Balu E West, we have one. That is Dato Pascan Primary School. Kapatagan West, we have La Libertad. For Kauswagan, we have 3. Baraason, Kayuntor, and Tugar. For Kalambugan, we have 2. Pantaon and Banga Integrated School. And then for Lala, we have Lala North, we have 1. If Posadas. For Lala South, San Manuel. For Maigo, Maliwanag Primary School. For Matunggaw, Bubong Radapan. 3 from Munay, and these are Balabakon, Balintad, and Matampay. For Nunungan, we have 2, Kaludan, Pantar. And then for Pantaw Ragat, we have 2 schools, and these are Bubungan Radapan, Pantaw Marog. And then for Pantar, we have 5 schools, and these are Bubong Primary School, Libarusan Primary School, Pantar West, Punod ES, Tawanan PS, Tawanan PS, yes. And then 2 from Punapiagapo, and these are Cormatan and Pantaon. For Salvador, we have 3, Barandia, Mamaanon, and Mamangum IS. For SND, we have 4, and these are Bagaan, Danggulaan, Sigayan, and Pikalawag IS. And then 1 from Taguluan, and that is Tampol Integrated School, and 1 from Tubod East, and that is Santo Niño Primary School. Next is, I'd like to present also the number of received teacher-made learning resources for evaluation by learning area and by case stage. The red color represents the case stage, the case stage in which the learning area is intended for. So red color stands for or represents for stands for the first case stage, and that is kinder to grade 3. The green color case stage 2, and that is intended for that is refers to grades 4 to 6. And then the gray color, it's grade 7 to 10. Dark color, it's grades 11 to grade 12. And then the light blue represent the supplementary learning resources, meaning this material can be used by any grade level and any other and any learning any grade level. So for us, we receive one learning resource, and the K competency and the learning competency is intended for the first K stage. For Alive, we receive 4, and all of these are supplementary learning resources. For MTBMLE, we received 24, 17 of these are supplementary learning resources, and 7 of these are intended for, of course, the first case stage, the kinder to grade 3. For Araling Palipunan, we received 5. 2 of these are supplementary learning resources. 1 is intended for the second case stage, which is grades 4 to grade 6 learners, and then 2 are intended for the first case stage. For English, we received 10. 4 of these are supplementary learning resources. 1 is intended for grades 4 to 6, and 5 are intended for kinder to grade 3. And then for Filipino, we received 23. 14 are supplementary learning resources. 1 is intended for grade 7 to 10, and 8 are intended for kinder to grade 3. For math, we received 24. Yes, 24. 5 are supplementary learning resources. 9 are intended for grades 7 to 10. 2 are intended for grades 4 to 6. And 8 are intended for kinder to grade 3. For science, we received 10. 1 is intended for grades 7 to 10, and 9 are intended for grades 4 to 6. For EPPTLE, we received 1, and that is intended for grades 4 to 6. And MAPE, we received 3. 1 is intended for 1 is our supplementary learning resources. 1 is intended for grades 4 to 6, and 1 is intended for another 1 is intended for kinder to grade 3. For ESP, we receive 8. 3 are supplementary learning resources, 2 are intended for grades 4 to 6, and 3 are intended for kinder to grade 3. While TBL, we received 3 and it's intended for grades 11 to 12. So if we're going to locate where does each of these learning resource come from, allow me to present to you the distribution of these learning resources by district. So out of 115, one of these was developed by a teacher in Bacolod, 5 from Balui, 2 from Baroy, 1 from Kauswagan, Kulambugan, 3, nothing from Linamon, 1 from Maigo, 4 from Matungao, Pantar, 1 from Taguluan, 7 from Tubod, 13 from Kapatagan, 9 from Lala, 11 from Magsaysay, 1 from Munay, 11 from Pantauragat, 2 from Salvador, 4 from Sapad, 7 from Tangkal, and 3 from, and then we have 29 in which we cannot identify the district because there's no district indicated in the learning resource. Okay, then next is what happened to these 115 received learning resources. For us, we
Hello?
received the yellow, sir.
Morning.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Morning.
Yes, sir.
Con.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Please return back to the previous slide.
Yes, sir. Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
I'm still waiting. There are districts that were not able to submit LRs.
Sir, hello, sir.
There are districts who were not able to submit LRs. Mark 0.
Yes, sir. Before ni siya sa, sir, before siya sa katong quarantine nga time. Mao ni ang mga data nato before sa quarantine nga time.
So, Linamon 0. Linamon 0, Pantar 0. Puna Piaga po 0.
Yes, sir.
0.
But in the later part of the PowerPoint, sir, nanay Pantar isa, sir, nana po sa Balui West 14 ka buok. Kaya mag-update man ko after po sa quarantine nga time, sir.
Okay. I will be waiting. Thank you.
Okay, sir. Salamat, sir. Thank you kayo. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. So, this is now the updates. This is now the updates. Okay, this is now the update, the status of the received teacher-made LRs after the evaluation. For us, ang yellow nga bar, it represents the total number of received LRs. The white bar represents pass, no, the total number of LRs that passed the evaluation in the division level. And then ang light blue, this represents to LRs that were returned to the teacher developer because these LRs still needs revision. So for us, we received 1 and this was being returned to the teacher developer because it still needs revision. For MTBMLE, we received 23. 14 of these already passed the division level of evaluation, the quality assurance, but 9 of these were returned to the teacher developer for revision. For Alive, we received 4, and all of these were returned to the teacher developer for revision. For Araling Palipunan, we received 5. 2 of these already passed the division level evaluation, but 3 of these were still returned to the teacher developer for revision. Then for English, we received 10. 5 of these already passed the division level quality assurance, but 5 of these were returned to the teacher developer for revision. For Filipino, we received 23. 7 of these 23 already passed the division level evaluation, but 16 were still returned to the teacher developer for enhancement or revision. For mathematics, we received 24. 13 of these already passed the evaluation, but 11 of these were returned to the teacher developer for improvement or enhancement or revision. For science, we received 10. 6 of these already passed the division level evaluation, but 4 of these were still returned to the teacher developer for revision. For EPP, we received 1. And then this was returned to the teacher developer for revision. For MAPE, we received 3. 2 of these were already passed the evaluation in the division level, but 1 was returned to the teacher for revision. For ESP, we received 8. 3 of these, 10 siya, 10. 3 of these already passed the evaluation and 7 were returned to the teacher developer for revision. Then for TBL, we have 3, 2 already passed, and 1 was returned to the teacher for revision. And then next slides, so the total number of division quality assured ALRs by learning area, as of before the quarantine, we have 54. 5 from English, 6 science, 13 from math, 7 Filipino, 2 Arapan, 14 MTB, 2 MAPE, none for APP, 3 for ESP, TBL, 2. So after the when quarantine, when lockdown was implemented, we still encourage our teachers to submit LRs, and we still continue the evaluation through online. So this is the data, no, the number of learning resource locally developed by our teachers bisan pa nag-lockdown. So for us, we receive 1. For Alive, we receive 1. For Araling Palipunan, we receive 2. For ESP, we receive 1. For English, we receive 1. For Filipino, we have 5. For MAPE, we receive 1. For Math, we have 2. For MTB, MLE, we have 19. For Science, we have 1. For a total number of 34. And then, if we're going to locate this by district, one from Bacolod, 14. Highest pointer ang Baloi West. Now, I'd like to acknowledge Ma'am Naima Tamano kay number 1 developer si Ma'am Naima Tamano. So, 14 from Baloi West, 1 from Baroy, 1 from Kapatagan Central, 1 from Kauswagan, 1 from Kulambugan, 1 from Nalanorte, 2 from Maigo, 1 from Matungao, 2 from Pantaragat, 1 from Pantar, 1 from Sapan, 1 from SND, 1 from Taguluan, and 4 from CID personnel. If you notice, wala na kapariha ang total number. It's because that there is one LR that we received that is applicable to 2 learning areas. No, pwede siya sa Araling Palipunan at the same time sa edukasyon sa pagpapakatao. So, what happened now to these 33 received LRs during the quarantine period, sa lockdown period? 4 of these LRs already passed the division level. And we would like to thank our education program supervisors who chaired the evaluation, especially in the content. No, Ma'am Ying daw. And then, 23 LRs ongoing pa ang evaluation, and then 6 LRs already evaluated and were returned to the teacher developer because these LRs still need revisions. So our next steps are the following. First, validation of the harvested LRs to check accessibility. Second, evaluation of developed self-learning modules in coordination with the quality assurance team composed of the EPSS, PSDSS, and select school heads. Uploading of the available LRs to the CLMD website. Provision of offline LRs to schools with no downloaded LRs from the LR portal. Katong akong i-present ganiha. And then, harvesting of available LRs for grades 6 most essential learning competencies, and we are assigned in third quarter. Then, conduct a training on converting printed LRs to interactive materials, converting PowerPoint to videos, development of ebooks, etc. Follow-up concern teacher developers regarding the submission of revised LRs. So that is my the updates of LRMDS, and I'd like to thank my partners, no, Miss Man Saire and Miss Joy Camigin. Thank you. Daghang salamat sa tanan. Thank you.
Hello, Connie.
Yes, sir. Good morning, sir.
Those teachers who submitted the LRs, once the LRs are quality assured, it will pass your quality assurance evaluation nimo. Let us please inform me officially because we have to recognize those teachers.
Yes, thank you very much, sir. Salamat kay sir. Salamat, sir.
Those are the teachers who are deserving to be
Thank
promoted
you.
as master teachers. Hello, Connie. Okay.
Kapag yan, sir, na Shopee, sir.
those are the teachers, those teachers who submitted the LR sa imo. I believe those teachers are deserving to be promoted as master teachers. Sige, Ma'am Ann. Back to you, Ma'am Ann.
Wow, salamat, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Sir, salamat.
Thank you very much, sir.
Ay,
Okay.
Kon, salamat ko. Nakaginhawa pa ba ka? I'm just so alarmed of the 111 considering the I'm just so alarmed of the only one per district considering the number of teachers and the number of subjects and the number of grade levels in a district. So from kinder up to grade 12, then 8 subjects from grade 7 up to 10, 8 subjects from I think 4 up to 6, and there's only one LR. So the data is one thing. We'd like to encourage all school heads to encourage your teachers to write learning materials. Pretty sure they have those materials at hand. All they need is our inspiration. So let us inspire them.
Ma'am Ann.
Yes, sir.
Ma'am Ann. The LRMDS before I came to Lanao, was it functioning in full throttle before I came?
Still functioning, sir. Only that Connie has problem with writers. Hello, Con? Con?
Hello, ma'am. Hello, ma'am.
Have you heard the question of Sir Eddie? Is LR still functioning even before the coming of Sir Eddie?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Si Sir Eddie, ano questions, Con?
What? Con, why is it that there are only a few submitted the
yes, sir.
RL? Kuni?
Hindi na ko madungog lagi ay. Yes, sir. Hello, sir.
Why is
Yes,
it
sir.
that only a few are submitting the LRs?
Common problem that we receive, sir, is a problem on illustration. Kay we only have a limited number of illustrators in the division. That is why, sir.
So that's the problem.
That is why, sir,
there are no illustrators, so that's why the teachers did not share any LR.
Now we have pool of illustrators, sir, but then these illustrators have full loads in the teaching loads. Mo nang dili kay sila makahatag og panahon sa pag-draw.
So there
that is why, sir, ang atong sir, atong yes, sir.
So if that is the problem, was there implementation done before as to the mechanics how a teacher can prepare the LRs with the support of illustrators? Was there no mechanics? Was there no mechanics? Was there no mechanics done before?
Na, sir.
Okay.
Pero,
but the teacher still did not try.
And then, yes, sir. So that is why, sir, in the karon bitaw sa nagpa-develop tag modules sa atong mga teachers, and then still the problem nag-exist gyapon kanang sa illustration. That is why in our side we develop an instructional video teaching our teaching our teachers how to check images that are available in the internet that are free to use. Moy atong gihatag nga intervention, sir, para makatabang sa atong mga teachers. Pero sa pagkaroon, sir, we have from 37 illustrators, it increases to 81 illustrators, sir.
That's 81 illustrators, no? Then only a few teachers submitted art. That's the total population of teachers in Lanao is, I think, 5,000 plus. 5,000 plus?
Oh.
Okay.
Yes,
5,000 plus. So that's the problem we have in Lanao. Okay? Sige. Let's continue preparing the LRs. Then that's my instruction to you, ha? we will recognize
Yes, sir.
formally those teachers who submitted the LRs, and under my administration, I have to tell everyone, all EPSs and PhDs listening, a master teacher is a master. Master.
Yes,
So,
sir.
a master teacher should know how to prepare LRs. Okay? So, if you would like to become a master teacher and you don't know how to prepare LRs, I think you have still much to learn to become a good teacher.
Yes, sir.
So all EPSs and PSTSs encourage your teachers to prepare LRs and submit that for quality assurance to LRMDS. Okay? Then also, beginning today, under my administration, that LR preparation is a part of the selection and procedure nato na mamaan. Naman na appeal na kanang naman na sa master teacher. Mamaan, can you
Sir, instructional materials written, published, and basta na, sir. Nana siya points.
that
Published
should
and
be
used, division-wide, district-wide, region-wide, nationwide. There are levels.
that should be a criteria that we should look into for those who are aspiring to become master teachers in Lanao. Okay?
Thank you very much, sir. Salamat, sir.
Together, please help me work for the betterment of Lanao del Norte. Help me in this because if we will not level up, we will always be Lanao Gyapta. Na ato ni trabaho tanan ha, let us help one another. Na sige, pagkan mamaan maniudto sa mo.
Maniuto sa ta, sir. Let's have a break. What? 1 hour atong break, sir.
Okay, ma'am.
Sige.
Lunch break muna.
To the speakers, to the shares, thank you. Let's have
Thank
a
you,
1
ma'am.
hour
Salamat.
break. The time is 12:27, so let us be on time. At 1:27, we shall start the afternoon session. Meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ma'am Ann. So,
Lunch break.
continue our session. Sir Earl, our speaker this afternoon. Thank you and happy lunch.
Thank you po. Lunch break.
Thank you, Ma'am Connie. Doc Connie, thank you.
Have a record, Flor, ha? We'll check. Yes, Flor. So we'll have the checking of attendance in the morning as we begin this afternoon and as we end this afternoon. We'll try to find out whether all are actually in up to the end of this MANCOM.
Okay.
Sige, sir. Okay na, sir. Okay na, sir. Ma'am Ann, can I start?
Okay, everyone. At this point, to discuss with us the project INTICE or Enhancing Teachers' Instructional Competence and Engagement, help me welcome Dr. Earl Gonzalo. Oh, Sir Earl.
A pleasant morning to everyone. Most especially to afternoon, sorry. Sorry po. A pleasant morning to Sir Eddie, our schools division superintendent, to Ma'am Ann Aliera, our assistant schools division, Dr. Marie Carablin, and then Marilyn Carbonera.
So, ba na yung call sim sa pa? Ano ni siya? Sa hambali yung ano kong pangitaon. Ano man yung bulo?
Wala ko, Sir Earl.
No.
Stop, sir. Then, otro.
Okay.
Okay, there is a little glitch on Sir Earl's presentation.
And to my fellow supervisors, to all the school heads who are in attendance, once again, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. So I will be presenting the divisions as Project INTICE. INTICE actually is an acronym which stands for Enhancing Teachers' Instructional Competence and Engagement. I think everybody is already familiar with the word mentoring. But before that, let me show you the session outline. So first, I will be discussing the background of the teacher mentoring program. Next will be about Project INTICE, particularly on the background and rationale, the theoretical progress monitoring and evaluation, project background and implementation process, and implementation arrangements. Then I will also talk about the foreseen challenges and opportunities that we could get out of the mentoring program. So, as I said earlier, everybody is familiar with this, with the term mentoring, and mentoring program for teachers in the Department of Education started with the issuance of DepEd Memorandum number 232, Series 2003, issued by the former DepEd Secretary Edelberto D. Sus, in answer to the directive of former President Gloria Macapagal Arroyo to take urgent measures to improve the teaching of English in all schools. So the the mentor training program also aims to build a core group of mentors in the public school system who will help in developing the capability of teachers to improve their English language skills and competence. So since then, the mentoring program was implemented in the public schools, this time with emphasis not only in the teaching of English, but all other learning areas with focus on how to improve the teaching learning areas with the mentor sharing best practices worth emulating by the mentee. Also, there was even the mentor program for school heads, all for the sole focus of improving classroom instruction using mentoring as a strategy. So that's the purpose. So as I have said earlier, so mentoring program is not new to us because it has been introduced to us by the Department of Education since the year 2003. So furthermore, various studies conducted in the past all pointed out the benefits of mentoring. So for example, we have Johnson and Berkeland 2003, page 608, and I quote, they actually concluded after conducting the study that our work suggests that schools would do better to rely on one-to-one mentoring and instead develops that promote the frequent exchange of information and ideas among novices and veteran teachers. Also, Hamlin et al. 2006 also stressed that effective managers and managerial leaders are those who embed effective coaching and mentoring into the heart of their management practice. So in this case, it is very important to embrace mentoring and coaching program in our department and embed it in our instructional supervision, considering the fact that we are facing a lot of challenges today. For example, the low performance of our students in the National Achievement Test, as well as the low performance in the quarterly examination of the students, which fall below the standard, which is 75% in all learning areas. And also, we are also facing a big challenge on the big number of non-readers and frustration level readers in our division. So I believe the mentoring and coaching program is one of the possible the problem that I mentioned earlier. Sorry po, magkawala-wala akong signal kay ang wala-wala ang presentation kay ang signal. Okay, please bear with me. Okay, so let's talk about the project Entice. So let me give you just a short description of the project. Project Entice is actually an intervention that aims to enhance teachers' instructional competence and engagement. We are very much aware instructional competence plays a very important role in the delivery and in the giving of a quality education to our learners. So that's basically the reason why the focus of this project is on the enhancement of teachers' instructional competence and engagement. Also, Project Entice operates on the premise that mentoring and coaching help build positive and concrete change in individuals and boost the transfer of knowledge from the coach or mentor to the individual. So that's the brief background of Project Entice. Of course, Project Entice was not just developed out of nothing out of nowhere, but it is also based on a certain model, an existing model, which we call the GROW model, formulated by okay. So GROW actually okay, so GROW actually is an acronym. GROW, the G for the GROW stands for goal. So in every activity or in every program or project that we are going to undertake, so it is very important for us to formulate our goal. What do we want to achieve now if we are going to undertake this particular program? So next is reality. So reality talks about the current situation. So what is the present condition or current situation that we are facing right now? So we need to understand that in order to proceed to the next letter, which is O, which stands for option. No? So for this particular part, it helps the coachee and mentee explore what options are available for achieving the goals. And then the W for the GROW model is stands for will. So at this stage, the coachee mentee needs to identify the best options to achieve his or her goals. And of course, nawala akong presentation. Naaman sa ako, sir. What shall I do? Kaya sir, kita na sir? I-share og balik.
Hinay ang signal.
Kaya sir?
Wala, gihapon. Nana, balik.
Okay. So again, GROW stands for goal, reality, option, and will. So it is in this model where project entice is anchored. And then what you're seeing now is also the implementation process framework. So in formulating the implementation process framework, I am using the IPO model. So I stands for input, P for process, and then O for output. So input, for the input, we have the list of teachers with low level of instructional competence and engagement, and then teachers' issues and challenges. So this will be the basis of making the project entice implementation process start. And then of course the process, we have the implementation process, and then the output, this is what we want to achieve, which is the number of teachers with improved level of instructional competence and engagement. Okay, so this is the most critical part, which is the implementation process. Duration process, actually there are 5 stages. So but before I will talk about the 5 stages of the implementation process, let me highlight first the main focus of the project. So the main focus of the project is on content and pedagogical knowledge and the RPMS CO. Okay, so content and pedagogical knowledge and RPMS COT indicators, the main focus of the mentoring and coaching program. So let me talk about the first stage, which is issues and challenges identification. So prior to crafting any intervention, needs analysis shall be done to determine issues and challenges faced by the teachers. The determination of such issues and challenges shall be done through one-on-one interview, focus groups, and key informant interview, as you can see on the screen. So during the conduct of these processes, it is very important to consider the confidentiality of the information obtained. Please take note of that. Also, if the proceeding shall be recorded, consent from the teachers needs to be obtained. So the interview and focus group shall be facilitated by the school head or the head teacher and shall focus on issues and challenges pertaining to the one that I mentioned earlier, pertaining to content and pedagogical knowledge, as well as the RPMS COT indicators. No? So if a supervisor is present, he or she may join the discussion. So in the event that the school head or head teacher is not available, the PSDS or the education program supervisor may be requested to facilitate the activity. So it should also be noted that the activity should consist of a maximum of 8 participants and a minimum of 4. And then after that, thematic classification of the issues and challenges shall be done. So that's for the issues and challenges identification. So next part is the prioritization of issues and challenges. Of course, when we do focus group discussion and one-on-one interview, there are a lot of issues that may come up, and then really we cannot address all those issues. But of course, it's better if we could address all the issues. But more often than not, if there are a lot of issues that will surface, we can no longer address all of them. So we have to do prioritization of issues and challenges. So in the event that there are many issues and challenges that will arise, prioritization. So prioritization means identifying issues and challenges that need to be addressed immediately based on importance and urgency. So Pareto analysis also, I believe everybody is familiar with, because we use it during the presentation in the DMEA. So Pareto analysis may be used in doing the prioritization process. Okay, so that's the second stage. So the third stage is also very important, which is the providing inputs and solution to the issues and challenges. So after undergoing the prioritization process, inputs and solutions to the issues and challenges shall be done. So this is where the mentoring and coaching processes come in. So the discussion in this process shall be two-way. So please always remember that when we do the process, it should be two-way. So therefore, the inputs and solutions should come from the facilitators and participants. So guide questions may be asked to facilitate the extraction of information until the responsive solution is obtained. Also, the group may invite resource speakers from other schools or from the supervisors to discuss matters involving teaching and learning process, most especially if it pertains to content, pedagogies, lesson planning, items found in the COT indicators, and other related matters. Okay. So the fourth stage is the teaching simulation. Okay. So after addressing all the issues and challenges, teaching simulation shall be done. This phase is the application of what have been discussed in the third stage. During the teaching simulation, the simulator shall undergo the 3 phases: pre-observation, observation, and post-observation phases. So the RPMS tools shall be used in the simulation. So after the simulation, constructive comments and suggestions shall be given by the observers. And the observers in this activity shall be the PSDS or APS if available, and then school head, master teacher. School heads from the other schools may also be invited to act as observer. So after the processing of the observer, the other teachers who are in attendance may be allowed to give their comments and suggestions. So this phase is also done to boost teachers' confidence. Okay, so the last stage is the field application stage, which is also the so-called actual observation. So after completing the simulation phase, actual class observation shall be done. This is actually to determine whether what has been learned is applied in the real class instruction. So that, again, the teacher shall undergo the 3 phases of observation: the pre, the observation proper, the post-observation phases using RPMS tools. After this the first cycle shall commence and the cycle continues. Okay, so after doing the implementation process, of course, for every program, we have to do progress monitoring and evaluation. Otherwise, the program implementation will be useless. Okay, so what to monitor? Okay, so we need to monitor the issues and challenges encountered in the implementation. Of course, after determining the issues and challenges encountered, so we could determine the technical assistance needed to them. And then, let's monitor also if there's improvement of the instructional competence and engagement. So after the complete implementation process. And then who will monitor? So we have education program supervisors, public schools district supervisors, and school heads. So what to prepare or do? So the public schools district supervisors as well as the school heads are advised to make their monitoring and evaluation plan. Okay, this is a must. No, monitoring and evaluation plan, and of course, conduct of monthly meeting to be participated by the EPS, PSDSS, and school heads. It should be periodic meeting so that we could assess also the flow of the implementation and what needs to be adjusted in order to have an effective and efficient implementation of the said program. Of course, we also are able to foresee some challenges and opportunities out of the implementation of this project. So the implementation of this teacher mentoring plan is expected to undergo challenges which may be varied in nature and subject to the prevailing culture of the Division of Lanao del Norte. Also, the challenges is great when it comes to the existing data of teachers' teaching performance. The only data available in the field at present is the record of teachers observed and given assistance, or that's what we call TOGA. And this data, there is no direct description on the issues and challenges met by the teacher during the entire teaching and learning discourse, but just the verbatim records of the school head or the supervisor observing the teacher the entire teaching and learning process. So the technical assistance given by the school head or supervisor to the teacher is based only on the post-conference to be conducted after the actual teaching learning discourse. So the technical assistance is based on what happened during the entire lesson, which is generated during the processing done by asking questions to the teacher. So a great deal of time, this is actually the challenge, a great deal of time and effort would be required for the supervisors to scour over the past records of teaching performance of teachers before they may possibly generate a list of teachers with low level of instructional competence and engagement. So hindi naman natin ma-judge na low level ang instructional competence nila by just merely observing them once. So that's the challenge. So another challenge also that poses on the program implementation is how to generate issues and concerns from the teachers' teaching practices to be the subject of the mentoring process. At most shall be by way of the felt need of the teacher based on focus group discussions, one-on-one interview, and key informant interview. This is a task that will require expert cognizance on the part of the mentor. Kailangan kasi when we do FG, one-on-one interview, and KII, so kailangan those persons who will do the activity should also be skillful in the conduct of those activities. Otherwise, the results that we could get from the teachers would be compromised. So another challenge that possibly be encountered in the implementation of the mentoring plan is how to translate into doable issues and concerns the result of the focus group discussions, one-on-one interview, and key informant interview. So the translation of the issues and concerns into doable issues and concerns should be carefully crafted to provide a wider perspective for the mentor to process and in return be able to address it for the mentee to learn and eventually emulate subsequently. Of course, there are a lot of opportunities that we see out of the implementation of this program. So the mentoring program will provide great opportunities for the improvement to the Division of Lanao del Norte in terms of directly identifying the real problems occurring during actual teaching learning discourse in the classroom. So there are greater chances for the teachers' issues and concerns in teaching to be formally threshed out during the FGD one-on-one interview and KII. Peer experience, teachers' difficulty in teaching is shrouded with confusion on what is the best teaching strategy to use in a particular lesson. The best person to help a teacher along this line is none other than an experienced teacher whose teaching experience over the years has provided the best perspective to choose the best teaching strategy appropriate to a particular lesson. So further opportunities that are open to be discovered and exploited for the betterment of teaching delivery is the implementation of the K-12 curriculum, wherein the theory of constructivism should be taken into consideration in every teaching learning exercise. I firmly believe that in the observance of the theory of constructivism, opportunities for a fruitful mentor-mentee endeavor can be discovered. So those are the challenges and opportunities that we see that might come out during the implementation of the project. I think I'm done. Thank you very much, and good afternoon once again.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Earl? Earl?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Ma'am Ann.
Congratulations for giving back to life the mentoring and coaching, because this has been with us for already how many years, and it seems as if this time probably it has died to its natural death, and we really would like to bring this program back, and this time it is an enhanced program for mentoring and coaching with our superintendent. It's very timely in this time of pandemic, mentoring and coaching. We're not thinking of mentoring and coaching by having the teachers sit together as 6 to 4 in a group or 5 depending upon their concerns. But this time, we can do another way of mentoring and coaching. Could that be possible in this pandemic without having face-to-face interaction?
Yes, ma'am. Actually, I think it's the stages are still doable when we do online, when we use online platform like MS Teams. I actually reviewed the processes, and I think it's not an issue if we shift from face to face to online delivery of the processes involved.
Yes, we have issues and concerns presented during the DMEA and the ARMEA, and the prevailing issues are on learners in the frustration level, the learners in the non-reading level, and the poor numeracy and the poor literacy of our division. So if we will be able to implement this mentoring and coaching side by side with the writing of learning modules, the implementation of the modules written, then pretty sure the performance of our learners will increase. And thank you for the presentation, Earl.
Yes, ma'am. Actually, ma'am, many of those very good insights are coming from Sir Eddie, especially on the background of the teacher mentoring program, as well as seeing the challenges and opportunities that we could possibly encounter during the implementation of the project.
Yes, and I'm happy to hear you saying a while ago that let us determine the issues first before we give the right solution. What are the issues? Of course, the pressing issues. We are going to start from there. Let's go back to the basic. Poor reading and poor literacy and poor numeracy. If we could solve these two issues, then pretty sure our learners will enjoy learning, will keep on learning until they will graduate from the basic education. Ana lang, let's go back to the basic. But the most important thing is for all of us to know scoping of the right problem for the right solution, then monitoring and evaluation after. So that we will have periodic review of our program and then we could make adjustments. So these are the essential parts of the implementation of a program.
Very nice, Ma'am Ma'am Ann. Very nice input, Ma'am Ann. Then, thank you very much, Earl. It's a nice presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Very good. Congratulations. Then, Ma'am Ann, congratulations also for a deep analysis of the presentation. You are correct, Ma'am Ann, that we need to go back to the basics, especially in the main problem that we are facing in Lanao. One of which is, as you have mentioned, the reading problem. Correct, Ma'am Ann. That's actually one problem that we need to solve in Lanao del Norte. Okay? Then, that's one problem that we have to start solving even if our opening of classes is now placed in a, shall we say, not so clear schedule given the latest pronouncement of our president. But regardless if when can we open the classes, we have to prepare ourselves, especially our teachers also and our school heads, that even if we will open the classes under the new normal, when we talk about non-normal, we should always take into account the principle of social distancing, meaning it will now not prohibit, but limit, no? I think limit is the term. It will now limit the physical, face-to-face interaction of school heads between school heads and teachers between teachers, so much so that the main concern that we will be facing in our instructional supervision with EPSS and PSDSS, and also including us officials, is how to continuously provide instructional assistance to our teachers. That instructional assistance is really needed by the teachers, and the next question is how to provide it. That can be done through mentoring. Okay? That's why I requested her to prepare a presentation for mentoring, because that's the only practical and most doable way in which the instructional assistance can be given to our teachers. Now, considering that our school heads cannot be with our teachers every now and then because of social distancing, so I think we shall channel our instructional assistance to our teachers via mentoring using the grow theory presented by her. I think that's a simple, practical, and doable way how instructional concerns, teaching learning concerns, problems encountered by teachers will be threshed out between the teacher and a veteran teacher, so that they will be able to test out those problems and eventually find probable solutions. Okay, that's the only thing that we can do for the meantime, given the new normal that we will be experiencing come opening of classes. Okay, and also I would like to emphasize to all our EPSS and PSDSS and our school heads that Project Entice is a component also of Project Imelda, the project that will be using this school year and for the coming years, because we want to improve our teaching learning delivery in Lanao. Also, I'm happy that Ma'am Ann brought up the idea on the problem of reading. Another good discussion for the Project Entice in using the GROW model is the issues and concerns on reading. Okay? For the information of our school heads and EPSS and PSDSS with our personnel from SGOD, we made mention also, we discussed with Ma'am Ann Alira the other week when I was there, that we also determined some problems together with EPS, IBA, you don't know, That one problem about reading is some teachers, I am not saying all, but some teachers cannot pronounce very well anymore. Why? Probably na lang basin. Usay magkatigulang na ta ba mga wala itong mga ngipon usahay po or nga ba tayo gabation sa itong lawas, nga agwitter na uban o nga isaban na itong gabation sa itong lawas, so much so that physically we are impaired to perform our function. So, Ma'am Ann brought up to me the idea that it is in the production of word, kanang pag-pronounce ba, that our teachers need assistance. They need assistance. Kay luoy kapagaw na the whole day, nga tudlo, then dili kayo ma-pronounce. So tabangan nato sila on that way, no? In fact, it was Ma'am Ann who said, ang pag-pronounce yun, sir, yes, correct. Kanang pag-produce sa sound, that's one problem that contributes to our non-reading of our learners. Okay? So, ato ng sulbaron. In fact, I have laid down some programs and activities how to assess our teachers. The approach that we'll be using under Project Imelda is not to let our teachers look for the solution, but we should help our teachers solve the problem. We have to give assistance. Okay? Gone are the days that we will leave the teacher to solve their own problem and let's wait afterwards what will happen on their solution. We should assess our teachers how to solve that, specifically on the problems of reading. Okay? Ato nang tabangan, kay luoy po atong teachers, anak. Okay? Then, so reading. Then, after the reading, with the use of essential learning competencies also, that is the focus of our coaching, mentoring and coaching. So I think, given the sufficient idea given to us by our next step, is how to, I think, the orientation on how to demonstrate the focus group discussion, on how to determine the issues and concerns, no? So issues and concerns, that will be the subject of our mentoring program. Then how can in the Project Imelda, Iba, ESDS Alera, and Ma'am, the two chief, no, Ma'am Arlene and Ma'am Maricar, we listed some structures how to implement the project. One of which is the creation of, I think, what's the name, Iba? Learning circles ba to, Iba? Iba, Idon? Learning circles ba to, atong grupo?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Okay.
I will have management teams, and then we will also have management teams, small management teams, and then we will also have teaching circles and learning circles, sir.
Okay. That learning circles, teaching teams, incorporate that with the mentoring program under Project NTIs. Okay? Kaya na mo singit
yes,
Iba katong group model
yes,
ni
sir.
Then that will be their formula how to go on with that learning circle name mo, ha?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. So you and shall now formulate our orientation how to go on with that mentoring program, Project Entice, together with your small circle learning, team teaching. What's the term? Learning circles.
Management team, sir. Learning circles. Yes, sir.
Incorporate that in Project Entice because that's how I look at it. Project Entice is a working project with that learning circle of yours. Okay?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Spread ninyo na okay, para mag-orientation din ta. That's the only okay na? Because that's the only mechanics by which we can continuously provide instructional supervision in the field minus the physical interaction. Dili naman tayo magsiguban-uban sa itong teacher. Di na po tayo sige katubang sa itong schoolhead. Much more with our schoolheads cannot be with our teachers always given the social distancing principle. So diha na lang dito nga mechanism mo provide og assistance sa teacher. And we can do that successfully, I believe, if he will be oriented and Iba. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
because all catching ng mentoring program na to kay while it discuss on content and pedagogy, also with that management circle, still ang atong school heads can be mentored also by other school heads as regards to the problem in instructional supervision and even in managing schools. Okay, so congratulations to both of you. The presentation is well presented, and again, don't forget the two of you. You'll now start crafting our orientation module on this. Kay orientation na nato sila. How to go on with this? Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. Ma'am Ann, back to you.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Salamat, Earl. Sir, thank you for the initiative. We'll now move on to the Office of the Schools Division Superintendent. Let's have concerns on finance. Is Emily Padayhag Inday? Do you have concerns for information of the field?
Information lang, ma'am.
Information, action, there are, compliance, whatever.
Ay, kuan lang katong sa amendatory. Mga principals mo ni diri, ma'am, no? Okay. Good afternoon, sir of Plenaria. Good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon, everybody. So I would like to
Sa imong face, ay.
Ma'am?
Sa imong face.
Di makita, ma'am. Kaya taas kay kung kuan, ma'am. Computer. Hello? Ito kong presentation, sir.
Nakita ko sa imo, day. Gimingaw na sila sa imo.
Kadjut lang, ma'am, ha. Kaya ako yung sa akong cellphone. Mag-iko, ma'am. Good, ma'am.
Okay. Ano na?
Ha? Ulo na na.
Ano?
Tara, nakita na to.
Kita na ka.
Basta ko dapit. Reminders lang sa mga principal na we have to enter and 2020
Presentation of recent
December man mga edition na dito. Sige, share na lang to, sir. Asa mo i-share? Dili ko pa baluman. Malaki. Wala, sir, oy. Mga kuan man ni mga video. La sorry kayo ha kay wala ko ka ready. Wala ko balo nga na kuan dai mag-present. To sir floor. Duhang may share. Sa imo ang kuan teams.
Apa na niya?
Sige, sir. Wala na ba, sir? Mga kuan man, mga okay. So, budget section updates. Kung ano ba na, sir? Ako ba nang gipang hide, sir? Kaya taas na kayo na siya detailed. Sige, next. Sige, sir. Kaya ako na yung magkuhan. Pili. Hindi mo makuhan. So before I will proceed with my reminder, so I will be sharing to you our budget utilization for the first quarter. So for the PS, our utilization for the first quarter is 33%, and then for the MO is only 3%. So bakit siya maliit? Maliit siya dahil hindi tayo nakapag-download ng MOE downloading sa schools dahil yung mga account nila hindi pa sila nakapag-open. And then for the capital outlay, for the continuing appropriations, so continuing appropriations are appropriations from last year which is carried forward this year. So ito yung mga hindi natin naubos last year. So for the MOE, we have 22% utilization, and then for the capital outlay is 47%. That is for the continuing appropriation. Ito yung trend ng PS utilization natin. So tumaas siya ng March dahil yung April natin ng sweldo is nakabayad tayo sa March, kaya ganun siya kataas. And then for MOE, so tumaas siya pagka February, pagdating ng March, bumaba siya kasi dito at this time, nag-start na yung enhanced quarantine. Hindi nakapag-submit ng mga claims yung schools. And then for capital outlay, February yung tumaas siya sa February dahil dito parang na maraming contract na na-accomplish dito na month. Pagdating ng March, wala tayong contract na na-accomplish sa mga infra natin. So ito yung overall natin utilization by allotment class for January. When 78 lang yung natin sa PS. Then for February is at 178. For February, sa January, yung PS is 159 million. Yung MOE, ang liit lang niya, 0.78 in thousand to. This February is yung PS natin 188 million, then sa March 370 million. February MOE 6.721, and then pagka March 3.58 na lang siya. So capital outlay ng February is 4.97. So ito yung MOE ng schools, no? Utilization. For the elementary, we only utilized 1.25% of our total allotment for elementary. And then for junior high school is 0.69%. This is for the first quarter only. And then for the senior high school is 0.22%. So ito yung nakapag-pull down ng utilization natin for MOE. So from ranking ng regional office, we ranked at the last dahil na-pull down ng MOE natin. Na-pull down sa MOE at capital outlay natin na utilization. So So this is our overall budget utilization for the first quarter in pie graph. So PS is 29.64%. Yung MOE natin hindi na talaga makikita yung hati niya sa pie dahil ang liit niya 0.43% only, hindi umabot ng 1. Yung capital outlay natin is 20 something rin. So, ganun siya. Yung unutilized natin as of March 2020 is 69.72%. Status of payables, so sa ating salaries, paid tayo January to May. So sa June, mag-wait pa tayo ng mga instructions sa central office at saka sa regional office kung kailan natin i-download yung salary ng June. So major bonus, paid sa month sa May. Asatids, so nabayaran na natin yung January hanggang March. April, May, mayroon pa itong clarification kung ano ba sila, entitled ba sila dito sa April and May since wala walang klase na nagaganap. Then for clothing, paid siya last April. PBB 2018, paid ngayong buwan. And then, for the loans refunds, so January, February up to March is remitted to the remitting agency. Then April is refunded already and May is refunded already. So for the updates and reminders, so I would like to inform everybody that there will be no processing of request for monetization since DBM will not accept funding request for monetization. So walang mag-monetize dahil yung pera daw nila is na-pool sa sa COVID na Then second reminder is amendment of other government plan. Yes, sir.
I-explain to Mayo, walay monetization kay ang budget.
Sir, walay budget for monetization sa DBM na. Kay na gigamit sa COVID, sir. Gigamit daw sa COVID ang kuan. Wala sila PDF na fund.
Na-appeal sa kuan? Katong sa Bahulo, katong bayanihan?
Oh, siguro, sir. Dito kuan pod.
Dito nabira.
Kay naamay katong some other divisions like Camiguin and kuan kay nag-submit sila earlier last katong wala pay kuan sir wala pay COVID. Pero ang dugay man gud nila i-process giuli kay dili na daw mga kuan accommodate sa kuan.
So tabla.
Wala nagkuan na pud sila nga dili sa daw sila magdawat og request for monetization.
So dakong chance wa mo jud tay laing rason ang Bahulo ra jud na, di ba? Okay, school heads, please take note you should understand. Ang budget na to sa atong monetization kinsa atong gusto mag-monetize, stop sa taron kay wa pay budget according to DBM, kay na-pull out ba sa COVID-19 fund. Na kana unsag litong balaod kuan sa gobyerno anang sa COVID, that's the Bayanihan Act. Bayanihan Act of 2020 na kailangan makasabot man na kuan di ta magbugot-bot. That's because what sila yung rason kana yung Bayanihan Act kay gitabang sa COVID man siguro mao man na. Inday no?
Yes sir. Then another thing also in relation with that kuan kanang sa mga funds bitaw sa DBM, dili ta pud sila mo fund gani sa ato ang terminal leave benefits optional and compulsory. So ang atong request forwarded to regional office na kay dito na kuhaon siya sa fund sa regional office before man gud kay sa dito ta sa DBM. ang allotment niya is gikuha sa PGF sa DBM karon, transfer na ta sa kuan sa region ang atong request. Issuehan ta sa region og sub-arrow, and then if ma-issue na sa ato ang sub-arrow, ato na po nang i-request sa DBM ang cash niya. Pero ang allotment, i-deduct siya sa regional funds nga kuan, agency personnel benefit nila.
Uy, na very good day kayo mo nang gisulti. Old school heads ha, EPSs at PSDSs, we should fully understand that in the event teachers will ask us about the terminal benefits, i-inform na to ha, na unlike before, that the claims will be addressed direct to DBM, this time dito na sa region. Kaya ang region na mo issue sa ato of SARO, Sub-Allotment Release Order. Na meaning, Inday, needed yun Inday nga before mo retire si teacher, sundon niya ang schedule sa ato submission of document, no?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So please take note, everybody. In the event teacher will retire, ang schedule sa submissions document ha, Warnie, take note na ba si Warnie? Warnie?
Copy, sir. Copy. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Oh, please take note ito.
Yes, sir. Copy, sir.
Okay. One. So, yung ginagawa ng schedule ay dinalay sa DBM to claim. Then, guys,
In connection sa terminal leave nato no nga kuan request kanang regional office is requesting us to submit the SAL-in na bumalik yung request natin dahil kulang siya ng SAL-in
kung sa ganyan nga requirement tayo para sa
terminal leave, sir.
Warn, take note ana Warn. Warn. Take note ana Warn.
Copy, sir. Copy, sir.
So sa terminal leave nato, mangayo lang tag pasensya sa mga nag-request nga wala unlike before, no, pag moabot sa amuang end, pila lang siya ka weeks kanang ma-issuehan na dayon nato og funds chike diri sa division office kay karon man good is muagi pa siya regional office will issue sa sub-arrow, and then if nana sa atong sub-arrow mag-request na punta sa DBM, unlike before nga SARO and NCA dungan siya og release sa ato mataod-taod ang atong release sa terminal leave. And then second reminder is the amendment of annual procurement plan. So since na-change man ang activities no this school year due to COVID-19, so dapat po ato pong i-change ang ato ang APP since there will be no procurement no nga mahitabo at unless wala ta naka-amend sa atong APP wala siya na-approve. So, ang isa na ito nga gi-consider ani is katong sa programming sa delivery mode, no? Kay lahi na ato ang kuan karon kanang isa na siya. Delivery mode sa ato ang teaching. So, ang supplies and materials, i-consider nato siya ang load, DepEd Order 004 nga na change po siya from 300 to 1,000 sa principal starting March, and then assistant principal before wala tay nag-allocate sa assistant principal pero naamang good siya sa DepEd order. So kinsa tong na mga assistant principal, they are entitled also for load allowance of 800.
Okay, I hope all school heads take note na school heads ha. School heads, take note mo na ha. Kanang load allowance according to budget officer. Kanya, ang atong annual procurement plan i-revise today, no?
Yes, sir. I-amend nila, sir.
So, mag-orientation na po na day unsa tong programs nga o delivery nga kuan Pwede kay ma-change ba delivery mode ba itong istoryahan ka?
Oh, depende sa unsay kuan nila sir, mga activities na. Dayon nga kuan.
Okay, Mamarikar.
Kuan.
Mamarikar. Mamarikar.
Yes. Yes, sir.
You discussed with Ma'am Arlene and SDS Alira, Ma'am Ann. We have now to redefine the programs and projects including sa CID. Ma'am Arlene, CID. Ma'am Arlene. Ma'am
Yes,
Arlene
sir.
Carbonera.
Yes, sir.
Oh, you discussed with Ma'am Maricar and Anna. You redefine the programs karon labi na tong i-submit ko na to para sa ECF gani nga mga programs sa mga APSS.
Yes, sir.
Redefine na nato to kay unlike before nga pwede ta manawag magtapok na dili pa na pwede ron. Sundo naman nato ang social distancing. So, we have to redefine the way we deliver our trainings, programs and activities. Pero statement sa itong budget officer, i-revise ang atong annual improvement plan. Kung natay training, ang content sa training is but the delivery, like sa una ha, akong sample. Sa una, pag mag-training si EPS, canvas tayo, o canvas sa asana, sa venue, supply, nya karon kay di pa man na pwede day no? Day?
Oh, yes sir.
Oh, di pa pwede. So wala na tay procurement pa og venue and conron. Food, kay question naman po tao mag-provide tag food unya to sila sa kapalay ang teacher. Pero come June, July, di pa ta pwede day nga mag-training na mo, patay sure?
Anyway, sir, if ever na improvement sa to ang situation karon sa COVID, sir, pwede na maka-amend, sir.
Amend po ta. Okay. So for the meantime, our APP shall be revised according to COVID-19 situation nga social distancing pa ta. Meaning, ang training na to online. So ang expenses dito, dili na ito sama sa normal nga situation. But then, in the event mo normal ang situation according to Inday, ma-revise na punta nga basing makabalik na punta sa usual way nga adto ta sa training video, canvas ta pagkaon o unsa pa tong materials nga atong gikinanglan, maubalik na punta dito. But that is if situation will normalize or should it be the new normal, diha na ta. Pero as of now, as required, i-revise ang atong annual procurement plan based on the mode which is allowable under the current situation. Meaning kung mag-conduct og training sa EPS, online sa yun atong training, so if yun pwede nga ang atong budget sa training, na puntay food and venue diha. Or, day, allowed ba sila nga, kuanday, allowed sila nga provide ta og load siguro tayo para sa
internet sir?
Oo.
Pero man internet kay wala man siya kanang guidelines good as of na siya limitation bitaw sir sa internet.
Panalitan pag training ta dayon niya ipa-online si teacher cellphone ang gamit ang load niya.
Hindi siguro na siya ma-reimburse sir, mag-allocate na lang sila daan dira sa ilang EPP sir for kuan. Dako na lang siguro nila ang ilang internet sa pagkakaroon kay mao man gud siya gamit kaayo.
Sige. Day, you discuss with Floor Day, pilay probable to magasto sa internet connection every training. Kay aron mag-schedule ta with the school heads day, another meeting with the school heads and EPSs, HDSs, as regard to how to go on with training and the probable allowable expenses. Under COVID-19 situation ha? Okay, para makasabot sila unsa pag-prepare ang EPP. So, I would advise pag tayo mag-discuss ni Floor, anak, then, sara ang content ni allowable, karon ang expenses food budget sa kada training, maghanap na mari-channel niya. Instead food, so, mahatag na teacher, cellphone siguro, out sa ba na. Internet node, sabay tawag anak? Internet node ba na? Data Floor? Okay.
Before this situation sir sa COVID sir, nag-allocate na ang katong mga walay walay mga kanang internet bitaw nga kanang nag-subscribe jud sila like PLDT ana sir. Nag-internet o nag-allow og 1,000 sir per school.
Okay.
So sa karon siguro nga need kay siya, pwede siguro na to og kuan dagdagan siya.
Unsa man per school head or per teacher jud?
Per teacher.
O unsa man day kung mo training si teacher day, pintagaan yun na tuglod siguro kay para
Lagi.
data kan upload data.
Ug magpatawag tag training sir.
Kuan man, maura may ilang budget floor sa MOE nila floor pero ang the point ni Inday floor ba, dili na sama sa una ako palit atong usual nga paliton kay di pa man ito magamit ron. Oh, so instead palit kag kartolina dito ta sa load.
Oh. Kuan siguro sir kanang nakoy suggestion sir ba? Everything siguro sir like si Sir Flor nagpatawag siya og kaning online meeting. I-appeal na siguro sa kanang memo sir nga katong mga participants entitled sila og pila may maurot na load ana po kada meeting.
Oh,
aron maka-reimburse sila sa school ay official jud bitaw nga good sir nga allowed sila ana mo pa-reimburse.
Correct. Floor, pila man compute ninyo na ni Inday Flor ha? Oh, kay final orientation today with all students, EPSs and businesses o program implementers sa SGOD unsaon na nato pag-uon pilay expenses allowable.
Yes sir. Like ang SGOD magpatawag og online. So kinsa to yung mga participants entitled sila adto nga load nga stipulate sa memorandum.
Correct. So, ang ato lang dahil pilay atong allowable nga amount, mapo na ato i-determine kay kailan parehas ko tatanan.
Lagi sir.
Oh, ha? Kaya dito mag-question sa POA. Okay? So, all school head, atong IPP, atong yung revision ha, kay di ba na, pwede mo, di ba mo lang kuwag, namalit kag diploma, namalit kag kartulina ron, but paper, pa na. So, ato sana i-revise, mag-orientation sa Jota with the budget officer and our ITO kung saan ang allowable expenses. Mo-schedule na din mo next week, Day.
Sige, sir.
O, pag frame up sa muni floor, anak. Okay?
Sir, good afternoon, sir.
Hello, Ma'am Marlene.
Sir, this is Dr. Carbonera, sir.
Okay, ma'am, go ahead.
How about the EPSS and the PSDS, sir? Since may 2,000 allowance na sila, sir, and then since dili naman sila maka-travel, how about if i-convert nato sa internet allowance, sir?
Okay, very good question. Inday, palihog ko bag Inday.
Okay, sir. Kuan man tagid, sir, nakalimot lang ko, sir, ba atong few weeks ago makikistorya ta ko nimo about ana niya, sir. Nga sa atong WFP namin gid sila allocation sa ilang
Grabe.
May allocation sa ila ang monitoring allowance.
Okay.
Since monitoring allowance nato, ga-monitor man sigyapon sila pero dili na siya katong travel.
Yeah. So,
internet na lang po siguro ila, sir, sa ilang pag-monitor katong mga na-entitled bitaw sa monitoring allowance.
Okay, sige. Basta allowable, okay ko. Ma'am Car, sa SGOD po Inday.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay, ma'am. Ang SGOD personnel po Inday.
Naapod to sila allowed sa monitoring, sir, nga naka-budget na gid siya for monthly, sir.
Okay. So far, ang SGOD, ga-field man yun ni sila, like, pag silang engineer, madto man yun sa field. Evaluate sa SPM.
Evaluation na Engineer Jana na, sir. Mag-start na gali karon si Engineer Alain. Naadyan sila monitoring karon.
Okay.
Monitoring, maatagid sila sa field. Ay, tanong sila sa engineer o sa mga engineer, sir, kay actual man na ila, sir, kay dili magud siya pareha sa mga EPS or kuan nga naagid sila yung mga schedule ba ang engineer magud pag need gid nila mo adto
tanaw gid ang building, nilang building kay na may clearance from the governor.
Actual travel na sila, sir.
Okay. So compared to CID versus SGOD, ang SGOD actual gyud na sila. Fulfilled yun na sila?
sir. Katong mga
Sila.
kuan bitaw, katong mga magkuan og kaning sa infra bitaw, sir.
Oh, actual na sila kay di ang pwedeng isanaw nila mabalikan dito. So, ang SGOD ilang ma'am car, actual yun ang ilahang travel. Dayon, ang ilan lang matag na to sa internet kana rang mag-training sila or mag-orientation sila. Kato na siguro.
Oh, na naman na monthly food sir. Dito na lang putwao na to. Kay di man siya ma-utilize pod.
Okay, okay. Ma'am Car, mauna na ito arrangement sa SGOD, Ma'am Car.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Compared to Ma'am Arlene, okay to yung Ma'am Arlene, ikaw na nato na kay Arotron ang IPP sa CID. Okay?
Okay,
Ma'am
thank you,
Arlene?
sir.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Ma'am Inday.
Yes, ma'am.
Ang SGO dahil, talagsa naman ang ato dahil no, pero kabudget ninyo, mag-petition ba mo with tour, yan na po tamatag ng allowance sa pang-internet sa to school head.
Yes, sir.
Okay, sige.
Pwede mo sir katong naman training total, sir.
Comeback dahil, kay naputol-putol ka dahil.
Kuan bitaw sir sa training proposal o mag-training karon. Bisan pag online kay mag-imo sa training proposal, sir. And then
kay free so puta gatag tag-load
kaya lang dayon dito food. Instead na ato mga food o kato na lang dayon mga internet ang ato ang gastuhan.
kanara pare ato magastuhan sa participant ug sa lecturer.
Mudaan ni abot naman ang issue karon. Kada nangutan na lagi sila. Hira ka jud ka nagkuan pa ko.
Okay.
Proceed ako.
Sir, permission to speak.
Hello, kinsa ni?
Permission to speak. Mrs. India, sir.
Oh, sige Ma'am Rose. Kinsa
Sir, I'll just inquire from Ma'am Padayhag if there is a deadline for the revision of our EPP, mandatory EPP, because I have already made the mandatory EPP. Wala ko kabalo asa na ko ipasa. Is there any link? Is there any
Inday?
Scan copy na lang siguro siya, ma'am, with your signature. Ayaw tong
Okay, I will give the opportunity to answer to Inday.
scan copy na lang ang isubmit sa maghatag na lang ko sa LDN budget o kuan, ma'am, email nga dito mo maka-email sa inyong mga kuan, mga ano siya, mandatory.
Okay, ma'am. Is there any deadline for that, Ma'am Inday?
Inisyalan pa na ba na siya sa kuan, ma'am, inisyalan pa siya sa inyong bookkeeper kay dapat kabalo siya, iya man ang i-check daan.
Among bookkeeper, Ma'am Inday, sa kauswagan is from Tubod man. So, I think pwede ra siya makaana sa division office kung mapahatag na namo sa inyo.
Pwede ra po, ma'am. Then mo after po nito kuan kanang scan with your signature na.
Yes. Pwede electronic signature na lang, ma'am, para dito na mag-scan.
Electronic?
Yeah.
Ma'am Rose?
Yes, sir.
Pirmahe yun na, Ma'am Rose. Yeah, scan man. Ay, ipascan. Pirmahe yun na.
Yes, sir. Copy, sir. Thank you so much.
Also, let's pirmahan yun na nimo. Ay, scan.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Sige, ma'am.
So, okay. So, isa na ko ka-concern po kaning atong request sa NCA sa ASATIDS. Kay we have a problem with our request because DBM requested us to submit the certification of work from home of the teachers. So, nagbayad tayo January, March is mayroong alam nila na later part sa March is hindi na talaga pumunta yung mga teachers dun sa school. So, need natin mag-submit sa kanila ng certification of work from home. So, sino yung andito ba si Ma'am Coordinator ng ASATIDS?
Saripado. Yes, sir. Ma'am Saripada, naa pa si Ma'am Saripada, Sir Flor? Ma'am Sam? I-check ko no.
Yung certification of obligation sa amin na yan, yung certification of no downloaded funds from the RO, kami na yung gagawa. Yung problema na lang is yung certification of work from home of the teachers.
Kato na siya, Day, kato na siyang later part na sa March.
Yes, ma'am. We're January 23 man tayo nagkuan no kay
Kuan.
Ana,
March nag-start ang atong work from home.
kay limited according karon so ang ila pong ihatag nato is katulad kuan kanang do na atay paro dili nila i-release tanan.
Okay.
I-hold
Hindi lang ako si Ma'am Saripada, ako na lang mag-istorya sa iya.
I-hold ko, ma'am.
Yes, Day.
If pwede kuan karon nga week.
Okay. Okay.
So, that's all the budget section updates.
Thank you, Day.
You are very important. Eddie, ako siya appeal mo ka pirmi ba sa Mancom because your part is very important. That will give us a signal that we are really going to fast track the amendment of our APP considering that June is coming and we only have, if we are going to consider utilization of our budget, our target is by October, all amount afforded to every project or every particular shall be spent by October, so by November, everything will be cleared. Nalay gamay, mga sukli naman lang ko na atong panggamiton for November and December. So by December, clear na dahil ta for budget utilization. So thank you, Day. Ingka di ka ready, kompleto man lagi ka o kuan, slide presentation.
Karaan, ma'am ba? Ako na lang
Ma'am.
Nga. Salamat, Day.
Hello, ma'am. Hello, Day. Esa, Day. Hello, Day.
Hello, sir.
Day, nainangutanan ako, Day. Na-disconcern sa ng opisina. Doon ay gusto mo ba yung monetization? Still set for application for monetization.
Hello, sir. Dili pa mo dapat
Hello.
Hello, Sir Arman.
So i-broadcast na siya kay amin yung asking. Hindi ba siya? So wala karon. I-inform na sa field para bilis sila sige pangutana.
Yes, sir.
Okay na nga wala sila no application for monetization this year.
Wala pa siya. Wala, sir.
Sa ito pa, inform ang tawang field na no application for monetization this year.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
And then, mag-drop kag memo anak, Day. Ma-inform ang field kaya anong magbagot-bot. Ma'am Ann, facilitate kami po na Ma'am Ann.
Yes, sir. I'll let Inday make that memorandum right now, sir.
Thank you.
Ma'am Ann.
Ma'am Marlene.
Ay, ma'am, since naaman di ay ato ang mga school principals who are members of the composite team, alive composite team, so maybe sila na lang pod ang musulti sa ilang mga asatids to prepare katong mga
katong sa work from home, ma'am?
Yes, work from home.
Division office will issue the certification, ma'am, signed by SDS. So, i-certify siya as a whole, hindi isa-isa.
Okay. Pero they need to submit the requirements.
Tayo yung gagawa, ma'am. Coordinator siguro siya.
Hello.
Tayo yung gagawa.
Hello, Ma'am Inday.
Ma'am Saripada. Naana.
Ay, Ma'am Saripada.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon.
Kindly prepare certification, ma'am. We are requested by DBM to submit certification of work from home of that asatids.
Ma'am, they already have submitted their work from home through their composite team.
As a whole siya, ma'am. I-certify lang na yung asatids is mayroon silang ginagawa sa bahay. Nag-work from home sila.
Okay. Kasi I require them to submit their work from home. Nag-submit naman sila through
Hindi,
their composite.
tayo yung gagawa.
So, in other words, okay.
Bali, hindi siya isa-isa.
Okay, so, hello, Ma'am Inday. Hindi isa-isa. Isa lang sa the whole division.
I-certify mo lang na sila nag-work from home.
Okay. Regarding naman sa honorarium nila, April and May, yun, kasama na yan.
According to, kasi nag-inquire din sila sa sa region kung meron ba talagang allowance yung yung asatids May and April. Ang sinabi ng DBM kung makapag daw tayo ng proof na mayroon silang ginagawa April and May, so pwede nilang mabayaran, ma'am.
Mayroon silang ginagawa. In fact, we are ready to submit the instructional materials they made during this summer.
Okay. I-certify mo lang yan, ma'am.
They need to submit in the division office.
Ikaw yung mag-certify, ma'am, na
Hello, Day.
Okay.
Day, si Warnie ni Day. Day. Bahay ng sa asatids ba? Hanggang ang program sa nakuha ko ni mo? Ganyan ko Day. Hello, Day. Madungog ba? Regarding sa asatids na ngayon nakuha na ni ma'am Saripada o contract. Kaya kuha na sa contract nakabutang kung until when sila. So, if ang April o May di na-cover sa contract, so wala na tayo issue to discuss regarding sa iyang services or honorarium sa April o May. So, need na to ang contract kaya mo na ito ang basihan.
For now na lang si Tuto. Hello.
Saman?
Saman.
Ma'am Saman?
Yes, sir. Regarding naman
nila, Ma'am
Saman. Yes, sir.
Ang kontrata sa mga asatids, importante ito, ma-determine na ito until when sila.
Yes, sir. That's 1 year, 12 months. Nakalagay yan sa contract of service.
So 1 year straight.
Yes, sir. 1 year, sir.
When is the month to start?
January.
Okay, it will end on?
Cover naman yun, sir, kasi yung pera, yung sub-araw na dinownload sa atin is good for 12 months.
Ma'am, yung kontrata, yung pinag-usapan natin. Yung kontrata ninyo, nagsimula ng January, it will end on? Anong buwan?
It will end on December, but then, yung April na honorarium nila, requested yan, sir, kaya nabigyan sila. Requested yan to request by the asatids to the central office that will be entitled for. Yes, sir.
It's not a question sa April ng May. Yung tanong ni Warnie, yung kontrata ng asatids, kailan nagsimula at kailan matapos?
Tingnan lang natin, sir.
Hindi mo pa memorize yung kontrata nila?
Yes, sir.
Kasi importante
yun. Naman sa load, sir.
Importante yun. Kasi it will tell us yung work arrangement nila is pwede bang bayaran natin? Okay, tingnan mo ha, Inday.
Yes, sir.
Tanaw ito kontrata sa Tuesday ha?
Yes, sir.
Katong gi-advise ni Sir Warnie nimo, it's a good advice kay klaro po na dito mapikir po sa kuha.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Sir.
Sir.
Ilang contract na rin nga copy, sir, nag-borrow ko isa.
Sige ba?
Nabutang diri, sir, kay for and in consideration of this contract, the division shall pay 6,000 per month for 10 months From January to December. For 10 months from January to December.
Meaning,
Wala.
10 months,
April,
January to December,
May.
April o May, bakasyon yun sila. Kaya yung magklase.
Yes, 10 months lang ko diri, sir.
Oh.
Sir,
So, we will
sir,
now
excuse
define
me. Sir?
kung April o May, April ba?
Sir?
Ma'am Saman?
Sir? Sir, SDS?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, I inquired from the regional officer if they are entitled to that April and May honorarium. Then according to the regional allied coordinator, kung mayroon silang ginagawa for April and May, they are entitled kasi downloaded na.
Sino si Regional Live Coordinator?
Yes, sir. Kasi
Sino?
yan din ang ginagawa nila sa ibang division.
Sino si Regional Alive Coordinator?
Sir Rosita Iburan, sir.
Okay, okay. Inday. Inday.
Yes, sir.
Coordinate na kay Ma'am Iburan kay anak day.
Okay, sir.
Ha, then.
Kung mayroon daw silang ginagawa na they are entitled.
Okay. Basta, i-connect day ha, kay Ron Mapa na to day.
Oh. So sa DepEd na side, DBM ng side, regarding sa request natin sa funds, kung makacertify daw tayo na mayroon silang ginagawa, pwede nilang bigyan. Yun yung ano.
Okay.
Hello, Ma'am Inday. That's why I require them. Kasi titingnan ko din yung INs nila.
Yung certification, that is secondary to the contract. If the contract is still outstanding. Meaning, alive pa yung contract ba? So, yan ang tingnan natin na angle. You can consult.
10 months now, from January to December.
Pero 10 months man lang yung nasa contract.
Lumaw na ron. Na, you consult Iburan Anaday and also Attorney Mayra ha. Inday.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Proceed, Maman.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Ma'am Inday, Ma'am Saman. Thank you, Ma'am Arlene. Now, let's proceed for the other concern of OSDS, Office of the Schools Division Superintendent. Shall we call in AO Arman Pasok for reminders, information? Sir Arman?
Nadungog ako, ma'am?
Yes.
Hello. Okay. I supposed to give instruction, information about the filing the leave of absence. I believe that there was already a memorandum issued and signed by the Schools Division Superintendent. I have only one concern, ma'am. This is pertains to the application for emergency loan. For those who want to avail the emergency loan, just email to Casser's office LDN.com. Hello? Nadunggan ko, wala.
Yes, sir.
Okay, okay. I-email lang sa Casser's DepEd.com ang ilang application sa emergency loan. So far, there are already 400 applicants for emergency loan as of today. 400 applicants. So, kinsa itong gustong mo-avail sa emergency loan, email to cassersdeped.com. Mara na akong ihatag na information. Thank you.
Yes, Sir Arman. Kay busy ba kayo atong kuan permi morning, kada adlaw. Busy ang atong machine. O computer. Hello.
Hello.
Sige. No more, Sir Arman. No more.
Hello, ma'am. No more, ma'am. No more.
So that's for emergency loan of GSIS. The GSIS na, Sir Arman.
Yes, ma'am, sa GSIS. Okay, ma'am.
Sa Provident, wala ka information? Provident loan.
Wala pa application for Provident in the sense wala pa roy collection. Hello, ma'am.
Sige. Yes, so thank you, Sir
Application for
Arman.
Provident loan will resume on July. Provident application for loan application will resume on July.
Yes, Sir Arman, loud and clear. Sir Ed, nakipangutana, Sir Ed.
Wala, ma'am. Nagkala ko, ma'am. Minaw ko.
Wala.
Proceed, ma'am. Proceed.
Hi. Si Warnie, naka-information warn. Sir Adria,
Yes, ma'am.
inform.
Regarding lang sa mga applications, ma'am, sa mga personnel actions like kanang mga intent to transfer na kinahanglan i-endorse yun sa principal kay daghang mga documents na maabot sa office na isa ra ka page din application lang murag na bypass ang mga principals. So if mayon mo sa bagay na-endorse mo naman
Warning.
Yes, sir.
Kung na-receive ni mo nga wala endorsement, ato nang return without action.
Action.
Return at without action kaya rin paninglan na nag-apply siya.
Yes, sir. So, ako lang i-remind ng mga college na kuan. Endorse lang yun. Pwede na may receive karon as of kuan. I-email lang sa MOA. Kaya mo po na siyang i-receive. Basta na lang yung endorsement.
Okay. Schedule pag-determine anang mga applicants sa for transfer ato na schedulean kung saan nyo na i-kuan with SDS ha. Okay, proceed.
No more warn.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, ma'am. Ma'am Ann, can I ask question to Sir White? Hello?
Yes, ma'am. Proceed.
Okay. So, I'm maternity leave from Punapiaga po. And then, her concern is there a need for her to have the clearance as we used to do? Since we are still on COVID-19.
Yes, ma'am. Indispensable ang atong clearance, ma'am. The requirements na sa civil service. Once na mulapas og 30 days ang leave, regardless of unsa nga nature, need gid siya ang clearance. But for this time, na aming mga endorsement, gina-approve lang gyapon ni sir ang kanang mga leave, but there is an endorsement issued by the office na ipa-comply sila within a period, na sila period na gitagaan, bali grace period na ilang i-comply ang clearance.
Okay. So, sir, since we do not have our ADA yet, kaya wala pa nag-rank for the ADA, most likely ang pregnant karon nga teacher is on bed rest siya, so hindi siya pwede sa clearance.
Ma'am, ang atong gi-required is only clearance so any party. Kung may mapamalihog ang concerned teacher on maternity leave, pwede siya makapamalihog siyang husband, siyang manghod, or siyang mapag-umangkon to process the division clearance. So okay ra, basta ma-comply lang.
Okay, sir. Understood, sir. Thank you, Sir Warren.
Welcome, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Maman, proceed, Maman.
So, hello, sir. Yes, sir. For those who have questions, you can just print out in code and that will be shown in our chat box and that will be answered later after all speakers are done. Sige. So let me proceed, sir. This is now my... Is Cherry Beth having concerns? Beth? Most especially that we are not able to do ocular inspection of our property.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have concern, information for our school heads?
Yes, ma'am. Ang ako lang, ma'am, kay since wala mi nakakandak og kanang physical nga inventory, naami gi-inform na mo ang among mga custodian sa Facebook nga magkuan sila sa ROCs and online inventory bitaw, ma'am. Amo naman ni siyang na-discuss atong training namo atong December, then lately lang atong mga March man siguro to. Amo pong na-inform through sa amo ang group nga i-update nila ang katong ROCs online inventory kay amo siyang gi-monitor po. Then magpatabang lang ko, ma'am, sa kaning mga district bitaw kay per monitoring namo na mga districts nga kuan isa ra school nga naka-entry. Pwede na ko kuan, ma'am, i-announce.
Gana, Beth.
Kuan naman, ma'am, mga unom lang, patabang lang po ko sa district supervisor.
Yes, so that they will know. So probably they have gotten to comply.
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead, Beth. Go ahead. Basahan na.
Sa Balui is
O i-appeal o basa ang ngalan sa district supervisor o school head.
Kuan ra ba ako lang gilista ang kuan, sir. Naman no, diri po daghan mong gugay ni ako na lang gisamari.
Sige, sunod na. Putangi ngalan sa school head, ha?
Okay.
Putangi presentation na picture school head. Sunod.
Importante na makaya ng facilities na.
Sige.
Kuan kaning sa dili pa man gyud complete ang tanan nga kuan school sa per district, pero na kuan lang kuaning sa mga districts nga isa ra gyud or wala naka-entry. For example, ang Balui is murag isa ra ka school ang naka-entry. And then Munay wala pa gyud naka-entry. Dayon Nunungan isa ra ka school, ang Puuna Piaga po duha ka school, ang SND Central wala pa gyud. Ang SND East, duha. Ang SND West, duha. So far, kana lang ang mga districts, ma'am, ang kanang gamay pa ang nag-entry. Pero di man pud siguro nato puto sila mapugos kay kuan pa man gud to kanang quarantine pa man. Pero maghangyo lang ko nga karong June siguro pwede na natong ma-update na pod kay magbalik naman ang mga teachers sa school. Pero amo ni siya gi-monitor from time to time.
Okay, i-prepare ang list ana kanang nag-comply o kanawa mag-comply bit. Ni-appeal ang sa school bit, ha?
Yes, sir. Naman ko listing dire.
Sige kay kuan kay ako makita ko na kung pagbalik niya.
Isyuhan siguro nato na sila memo, sir, no? Ang nag-comply.
Akong plano, mangayon ay ko picture ana sa ngalan o kanang dakway sa school head kay ako ipapublish sa kuan Manila Bulletin.
Really naman noon, ma'am, na naman diri ako.
Katawa lang mo diya. Pamagulay ka ngapon. Katawa lang ta.
Actually, kaya man ang buhaton, sir, because they are not staying actually in their school. They can do that work outside school. They can
Pero
just bring the data and encode.
Lagi, correct. Ako plano lagi na, muagi man ko kuan, muagi man ko kagayan, IBCBN, ano may IBCBN, no? GMA na pa, GMA na ron.
Talagang bumbo agong, sir.
Ako ba man good man kay?
I-comply lang ko na nato, mga school heads, ha, katong naminaw. I-comply lang ko na nato, ha, kaya ato mo ng trabaho. Katawa lang po mo magigayaga ko, ha, kaya tayong mahimuan ni ron.
Importante mo kay na bet like book inventory. How many books are still useful and how many learners are coming so that the principals, teachers could plan, manguhaan ng kulang ng libro kang tuig ka. If that could be
kuan, ma'am, kanang nakasabot man po ko, ma'am, kanihangyo sila nga ang libro wala nag-COVID man god, wala pa gyud nila na ang napa sa mga bata ba. Wala pa
na uli.
Wala pa kay pag time anto wala pa man toy kuan god kanang end sa klase ba. Nag-declare naman nga kuan. So wala mga custodian, wala pa gyud nakauli pero naman po'y uban dili lang man pud books good, na may mga science and math equipment, may mga kato mga discipline.
Science and math equipment kay basig ning lakaw na na.
O ka ng mga DCT
Sabay
po.
tao ang school.
O ka ng mga kuan ma'am, computer, DCP.
Ay, ora bay tao ang school pila nakakuan. Kung sa ECQ. Ipet.
Oo, kay... Basin ma'am, karon June, inag-duty na nila. Matiwas na po nila ma'am. Kaya uban man gud daw, maglisod sila tabok ba? Ato bitang ding kuan pa. Maura na ako ma'am, wala akong concern sa supply, ang online inventory.
Sige, friendly reminder for those who are not able to comply. And I now have my piece. Ako na nga time, Sir Ed.
Go ahead, ma'am. Go ahead.
Sir Floor. Floor.
Ito, Ma'am Ann. Pwede sa
Hello.
kung sige ma'am, inday ma'am.
Oo, sa Manday.
Regarding sa katugitang daghan magong query diri about sa opening of bank account sa mga school heads, ma'am. Wala pa man good na lift ang katong order sa central office nga naay moratorium sa opening of bank, so dili pa gyud ta ka open sa katong wala naka-open.
Sir, atong mga manangita kang sir, mag-inquire ka ta central office because it's almost June.
Wala po ma'am, kana akong i-PM sa amo ang group chat later. Bank accounts.
Kabak na ibe, kaya na-choppy ka dahil.
Daghan magong query about sa opening of bank accounts, sir, ba?
Okay.
And then, namagod tayo na nahunong siya tungod atong DepEd order nga moratorium sa opening sa bank accounts.
Okay.
And wala pa siya na lift ang kuan katong DepEd order.
So, mao din na problema, Ma'am Ann. Wa pa na left tong prohibition, Ma'am Ann?
Pero ako, later siguro, sir, ako ang i-PM dito sa group chat si Yusek answer regarding anak niya kay mahamper po atong operation ba?
Okay, palihog ko dahil ha.
Yes, sir. Nato yung mga principal nag-ask, pero daghan mo ito, hindi na naman isang tubag.
Correct.
Yes.
Thank you.
Lord.
Ano floor? Floor?
Ay, actually, pwede ko mo istorya about anak kanang sa ang ilang mga employee, sir, since wala tayo downloading sa ilang school, ikuhat na to is kita ang nagbayad dito sa division office. And then, hindi man po masabit sa mga claims, sir. And then sa ato and skeletal mo ta, like for example, nagsabit sa mga verify ko man sa accounting ang ilaang mga claims, i-check pa dito kung insakto ba ang mga papel. So if okay na siya, i-forward nila sa budget for the preparation of activity request. Hanglan man ko nato na siya itulot na po. Kasi makuha na sa magpagama ng activity request, ipasa pa na siya nato dito sa monitoring and evaluation for the verification ni Ma'am Ivy Humawan. Then nag-skeletal manguta like karon namin nga man ni AR. So dili pa siya ma-approve pud ni Ma'am Ivy. So maghulat kay wala pa man pud siya. So ug naa si Ma'am Ivy. Balik na.
Dai.
Katuran. Biara dito siya magkaratihan di ko
Kanang taas kayo ang process niya pa. So maayon lang pud mi og kuan sa field no nga kanang murag mataas-taas ang atong processing sa pagkakaroon tungod sa ato ang skeletal nato nga sistema sa kuan ba sa office.
Dai. Nganong iabot mo ng 4 months, Dai?
Dugay man sila nag-submit, sir. Ilong kung giipon na siya.
Tanawa ang dulo sa nagisabit ng kang kuan kanang ka Mr. Guricho.
Kanang kanguritso, pen.
Humana, oy day, humana ang kanguritso, nakakita na kuana. Nakakita humana, permado na gay na.
Oh, na okay na siya. Dayon, if ever na siya sa cashier, madugay po siya kay wala ba si Ma'am Mariam. Yun, ipadala pa ba po na siya dito sa Iligan.
Si Ma'am Mariam, wala mo report?
Wala pa.
Ma'am Ann, tawagin na si Ma'am Mariam, Ma'am Ann, kaya nag-issue naman ko certificate of employment niya.
Yes, sir.
Palihog ko ha.
Yes, sir.
GCQ naman ta, di naman ta enhance. Pwede naman ta makasulod. Palihog ko ha.
Si Mariam daw.
Yes,
sir.
Sir Arman?
Next week pa daw mo report. Pupunta ko rin si Mariam, next week pa daw mo report.
Putol-putol ka, Sir Arman.
Next week pa daw mo report, sir.
Basta tawagin siya.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Kay, pwede na siya ugma mo report niya kay dagan aksyonan. Ma'am Ann.
Okay, sir.
Inangam report siya ugma.
Yes, sir.
So, dugay na to siya ni gawa sa amuang office.
May lang na, ma'am. Ang gikan sa January to March, may ra nila gi-submit.
Ang gikan daw sa January to March nga mga claim sa kuan, May na na-submit sa office.
Okay, kung every month na aksyonan ba na nato dayon?
Lagi, unsaong na COVID man tatanan, pero aksyonan na dyan na. Basta call, kan ma'am ha, Ma'am Ann.
Karon, sir. Yes, sir. Manawag ko kang taon-taon.
Humana ng Banser Bill, humana na dyan na siya.
Humana, Ma'am Car.
Sir, yes sir.
Okay.
Nabasa ko ana, kaya nagay ko'y kopya ana.
Okay, sige. Next question, Flor. Napay isa diha, Flor, sa chat group, Flor. Tanawagan nila sa chat box na to. Napay question niya bahin sa recruitment and selection ba to? Sa teacher 1, tubaga sa na, Ma'am Ann.
Napay question dire sir. Sir, napay question dire ni Mama Fi Mesias. Ako saning tubagon sir, pwede.
Sige. Sige, ma'am. Basa sa question, ma'am.
The question is, our school is used an isolation center from Mama Fi. Dili man may pwede mo adto sa school kay naay PUM. One of the PUM mahuman sa June 4, 2020. Dili pa mi kaadto sa school, Ma'am Ann. I will answer the question, sir.
Oh, tanaw pila ka book classroom na diha.
Ano, sir? We called Chief Talusig of the regional office. According to him, on June 1, 2020, all schools being used as isolation area must be disinfected before June 1, meaning to say May 31? Okay, May 31. So, 2020, all remaining PUMs must be transferred to other facilities before June 1, 2020. Official communication issuance will follow.
Wala pa sila nag-issue ang region.
Pero mo follow na sir, pero mo na daw ni ang ilang directives coming from the regional office.
O sige, i-follow up si Myron, i-issue na kay lisod ug Bernes pa na mo gawas na unsaon na to ng PUM dia, mo inform pa ta sa mayor.
Nakabasa magud ko, so among gi-contact si Sir Myron from the regional office. Mao ni ang amo sir.
Very good, Ma'am Car. Ma'am Ann?
Yes, sir.
Draft a letter addressed to all the mayors, ma'am, katong naggamit sa eskwelahan nga ipabakit na nato ang schools by June 1 kay mobalik na ipa-disinfect nila March 31 ba to, Ma'am Car? March 30, Ma'am Car?
Not later than May 31 siguro, sir.
Yes, sir. Not, May 31 because all schools being used as isolation must be disinfected before June 1. So, bisag 31, okay na siya. Kay June 1.
Wag drop nag letter na, Ma'am Ann, pour na lang kumpirma, inform tanan mayor nga nagamit sa eskwelahan nga i-disinfect na ng eskwelahan March
May 31.
May
31.
30 or 31 and vacated na i-transfer na ilang PUM sa other facilities available diya sa ilang lungsod kay gamiton na sa mga maestra, musulod na mga maestra diya.
Sige, sir. Yes, sir.
If possible, ma-deliver na sulat ugma. Ibutang na lang legal basis ang instruction gikan sa region.
Yes, sir.
Lord. Sige.
P3.
No.
Nay, bingka.
Any other question?
No, I will answer on that floor. I'll answer on that. Not only P3 but all other vacancies. We have many vacancies in the division, natural vacancies. We are devising an online interview and that we are informing everyone, especially the applicants, to sana siya, make an electronic file of your documents so that we will do online interview and that will be scheduled soon. You just wait for issue 1 to be signed by our superintendent.
Okay. Udat pa ma. Isa na to.
Yes, sir.
Napatoy na question floor bahin sa RQA floor? Oh, kabanyag. Okay sa to? Na question?
May question ni Kabuenas, sir.
Oh, paliw ko, ma'am.
Good afternoon po. Inquiry po relative on the result of the screening of teacher applicants for elementary. Thanks. We're done with the screening.
Floor?
For
Yes,
detail.
ready naman, ma'am.
Wala, floor?
Yes, ma'am.
Chief Ablin to answer.
Yes, ma'am. The registry of teacher applicants for elementary is already ready for submission to the office of the ASDS and for the SDS.
Soon we will publish.
Yes.
For rectification.
Thank you, Ma'am Gar.
Just have to wait, please. For junior high school, though there's no question for junior high school and senior high school, we implemented online interview and online demo teaching for those who were not able to do these two criterion during the time when there was no ECQ yet. So for senior high school, there were 6 applicants who were not able to answer calls because they could never be reached. And this time, our problem is only on senior high school, but we cannot wait for the 6 applicants because we really have to finalize.
Okay. Okay. Very good. Sige, proceed, ma'am. Proceed.
Start na ako sa akong topic, sir.
Go, ma'am. Go.
Floor, makita na ako presentation, Floor. Oh, shit. Ako nagdako. Ako SDS. Wala pa ko kakita, Floor. Okay na. Kani? So, good afternoon. Pwede kong mag-control or mag-request control pa ko. Diretso na ko. Trial. Lagi pa enter. Enter lang. Okay. Good afternoon to our schools division superintendent, Sir Eddie. Though you are there, but you are still near. We're still in contact with each other professionally. To all principals, we miss you a lot. We haven't been together for so long, but thanks God for the technology. We are together in this online MANCOM to PSDSS, EPSS, and of course, to our chiefs, the 2 chiefs, is GOD Chief Maria Carmila Ablin and our OIC, si Eddie Chief, Dr. Arlene Carbonera. The main hope of a nation lies in the proper education of its youth, according to Erasmus. I have here a picture of a child walking. The future of this child depends on the kind of education that we are going to deliver to this individual here. And that according to Erasmus, we need really to give proper education for our youth. And therefore, these are the notes taken during our ARMEA, Regional Monitoring Evaluation and Adjustment, conducted last May 19, 2020. Some of these items, some of these notes were shared to us by our regional director. According to him, we shall know how many teachers are aged 60 and above in our school. Please refer to Division Memorandum Number 197, Series 2020, and that relative to that, check also how many are undergoing medical treatment, because these items have something to do with the work week plan for our teachers. The division office issued Memorandum Number 197, Series 2020, specifying the work arrangement. In this memorandum, there are 3 batches. We have batch A, batch B, and batch C. Batch A will work for 3 days, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Batch B, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. And batch C, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. For those who are undergoing medical treatment, they are given 1 day only. Sir Eddie is the superintendent, the management is asking for only 1 day in a week that you will also report, because pretty sure there are also concerns in the office that could not be done also online. So we need to report to the office at least 1 day in a week. Why we need to know how many in our school are aged 60 and above? Because we are going to make adjustments in terms of assignments. Please refer to DepEd Memorandum Number 52, Series 2020, DepEd Order Number 43, Series 2020, and that is in consonance also with Civil Service Commission Memorandum Circular Number 10, Series 2020. This was already implemented since March 19, but our department is having another issuance on this concern relative to our work week plan and relative to the delivery of services during this time of pandemic. So we are going to ensure that work in the government, work in DepEd, in our division will not be paralyzed even if there is a pandemic. So another note is that according to him, there are challenges on learning delivery. One of which is mass production of modules. Up to this time, we are not certain how many learners in kinder, grade 1 up to grade 12 really need the printed modules. And although we have many types of delivery modes, we have 4 single approach and 2 blended approach as shared to us this morning by Chief Carbonera. And therefore, we would like to inform the principals to think ahead while there's still time. How about the office supplies that we need in our schools? How about the ink? How about the equipment? Do we have enough of this for the production of our modules? How about our MOE? Will that be enough for the production of our modules? Then let us also count how many learners could actually avail of learning materials. Because for those who have internet, those who have gadgets, then they will not avail of these printed learning materials. And therefore, we have to make an initial organization of classes. Initial organization of classes based on early enrollment per grade level. There was already a report last January to March, we had early enrollment. And initially, the field was informed that there shall be turnover of enrollees, like for those who are already promoted to grade 2, the record from grade 1 will be taken by the teacher, or this will be endorsed by grade 1 teacher to the grade 2 teacher, so that the receiving teacher will know how many are the initial number of learners in her class. And according to Sir Eddie, instead of making a class program, our initial step is for all of us to make an organized class. So we have to organize our classes from kinder up to grade 6 in elementary, 7 to 10 in junior, and 11 to 12 in senior high school. In the organization of classes, pretty sure you will have your issues in terms of, just like a while ago, there's a question here. How are we going to credit the load of the teacher? Will that be according to the number of learners? In our case, 15 to 20 if we are allowed face-to-face, or will that be based on the number of hours the teacher is delivering the service, or number of loads? So for a teacher, there is no change yet of civil service guideline on the load of teacher, teaching load. We learned even before that a teacher should teach 360 minutes in a day. 360 minutes actual teaching learning plus 2 hours or 120 minutes teaching related activities. But the concern here is we are making changes because of the pandemic. Let's wait for further issuance of our department just in case there are changes on this. But pretty sure this will also be based on the civil service guidelines on the teacher's load. But for now, the teacher's loading is not changed. 360 minutes actual teaching learning, actual contact with the learners, plus 120 minutes other related teaching activities. Another concern, let us account the availability of risograph in our school. Do we have risograph? Do we have enough number of printers, copiers in schools? If we don't have, then it's time to think where to get this. Then we also purchase printing supplies. As advised by RD, just like what is being said just today by our superintendent, we are going to do some revisions or amendment of our SEF priority programs. And this shall be done earlier. And now is the time. After the MANCOM, I hope you have to think tonight and tomorrow act on what you're thinking of. Connect with the LGU on these concerns. For the digital, yes sir.
Officially announced the concern on SEF per municipality to the PSDS as our representative at the local school board.
Yes sir, for the changes.
Yes ma'am. Palihog ko you inform the PSDS to do that.
So, to all PSDSs, since you are the representatives of the whole district in the SEF planning allocation, we encourage you to work on this steadfastly, but of course initially talk with the principals under you for the revision of programs and projects. Then when you are ready this week, we ready this week so that you could present this to our LGU officials for approval. Yes, sir. Can I continue, sir? Sir Ed, okay na to? So once again,
Go ahead, ma'am. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. That's for the concern on the supplies of learning delivery. And how about for the digital learning readiness? Are our learners ready for this? How do we know that our learners are ready? We'll check how many learners in our school are digital learning ready. Initially, we had a Google survey in terms of number of learners with smartphones, number of learners with laptop, desktop, number of learners with internet connection, number of learners without internet connection. But we want you to survey further. Survey in its actual situation. We can do this during the enrollment this coming June 1 up to 30. What shall we do? In the enrollment form, we are going to ask the learners on this data. How many learners in our school are digital learning ready? And make a survey on how many learners have, just like what I have said a while ago, disaggregate the data by grade level. Just like this example, say for example, grade 7. If we have 100 projected learners, of the 100, let's get the accurate data, or if not an accurate data, closest to reality. Number of learners with smartphones. So of the 100, there are 30 with smartphones. Then there are 25 with laptop or desktop and 20 with internet connection. Based on this table, as an example, there are 25 learners without internet connection. This is now the information that would lead us to the right decision on the organization of our classes. Pila ang muadto sa mag-internet online? How many are going to use printed materials? How many are going to use radio? How many are going to use TV? That if we could avail of the services of radio and TV, which initial talks are already going on with the National Telecommunications Commission, with Secretary and the NAR, and the rest of the stakeholders in TV and in radio broadcast.
And
Sir,
let's discuss this with Floor. How are we going to go on with this? Kung si school head ra ba atong pasagdan ani mag-proceed ani nga enrollment or naatay template sa division natong ihatag sa ila?
Ani sir, initially there is a form coming from the regional office to be answered by parents and learners during enrollment. And then using this form, we will let Floor, kaya man siguro ni Floor, he will make a Google form so that the school heads will enter the data in our system.
Kaya, Floor? Okay. Okay. So katong dili online mo enroll unsa gitong mode nato ana?
Ato sila sa learning module.
Dropbox kato bang mag-enroll siya nga?
Yes. Later sir, nako i-share sir.
Datong Dropbox ug unsa gito isa?
Yes sir, Dropbox, online and text.
Text. Oh. So i-present na karon na para mabalo mga skulit.
Yes sir.
Thank you, proceed.
Okay. It's not only that we're going to identify learners who are digital learning ready, but let's also identify from all of our teachers. If we have 10 teachers, how many are digital learning ready? What if learners are digital learning ready and teachers are not? So we are going to determine, say for example, if we have 10 teachers, how many are digital learning ready, how many need training, and how many of our teachers have laptop or desktop, and how many of our teachers have smartphones. So if we survey on this info, if we get on this data from our learners, we shall also get the same to our teachers so that we would be able to match the needs of the learners and the needs of the teachers. So just like I learned, there is one school whose teachers, most of the teachers are 60 up and they don't want to use technology anymore. But the learners are ready for digital learning. So what shall we do as principal? Let's work on this based on our need in our school. And now is the time to think of this and to work on this. This morning, our superintendent shared this, and I tried to capture this from the internet. According to the president, bakuna muna. Duterte rejects August opening of classes. This was last night. I will not allow the opening of classes na magdikit-dikit yung mga bata, says President Rodrigo Duterte. He is right as a father because he's concerned of the health of the children. Our school calendar and activities for school year 2020-2021 was issued last May 11, 2020. And the declaration of the president was verbal last night. There is no signed paper yet. This morning, while on travel, I tried to access a radio station that could be accessed nationwide, and Secretary Rocky was interviewed. According to him, there's no finality yet because we still have almost 3 months to go, and we hope and pray that the pandemic will be flattened. If not flattened, the curve will go down. And because we have different geographical locations and different situations, according to him, the president will finally decide based on the advice of the health experts and the World Health Organization to include the IATF. That's according to Secretary Rocky this morning. And therefore, there's still a hope for us. And of course, we cannot allow marag sakit sa atong buot na mga bata way gibuhat. According to the president, no class, just play. Laro na lang daw ng laro, wala na lang daw klase. Well, anyway, pag naglaro ang bata, magagamit man din niya yung decision making. The child will be learning from the neighborhood. But it's quite different if it's informal learning. So we hope and pray that we could still go on with our calendar of activities. That is why we still have to go on preparing for the August 24 classes. Hope and pray this will still be pursued. That's why we need to prepare extensively. Regarding the clarification on opening of classes, let us inform our teachers, let us inform the field, the community, just in case there are questions that will be asked to us. We are now the speakers for the department. We are for education, so we have to tell that up to now we still bank on DepEd order number 007 series 2020 issued May 11, 2020. This shall remain as a department, as part of the department, and as frontliners of the department. We shall tell the people that this DepEd order shall remain our basis unless superseded by another issuance. And I already said this one in a radio interview with Secretary Ruki this morning. He said we still have around 3 months more to go, and the final decision of the President shall be based on the advice of health experts. So, pray lang ta that COVID will stay away from the Philippines and COVID will die to its natural death. In the decision making that we have in the division office as presented by our CID chief this morning, we consider the availability of laptop per report you gave us in the Google system that our IT officer shared to us 4 weeks ago. Availability of laptop, desktop, smartphones, internet connectivity, but of course the geographical location. At first we were asked, is face-to-face still allowed? The central office, according to RD Bayukot, the central office will not allow us to do face-to-face. But we tried to reason out that there are places where contagion is 0, that there are places where learners are only 10 to 15, and if teachers are staying there, teachers are also in the community, then why wouldn't we offer face-to-face classes? But we still are going to wait for further issuance approval on this. Still, we have to follow health protocols if we are allowed to do face-to-face. Based on the survey conducted, based on your answers during our survey, face-to-face rated first with the most number of learners who opted for face-to-face. That was based on your report submitted to us. As per Regional Memorandum number 206, Series 2020, dated May 22, just last week, Friday, there are actually suggested strategies for enrollment which will cover from June 1 up to 30. Initially, we have the enrollment, but we have to finalize everything by June 1 to 30. Number 1 is Dropbox. What is Dropbox? There is a Dropbox that we will station in a strategic place in a purok or in a barangay. There are enrollment forms that our parents, our learners are going to accomplish. And that Dropbox will just be taken at a period of time. That's the first strategy. And the next strategy for enrollment is text. So if they could not go to our schools, parents and learners will just text. And there is a format that is found in this same regional issuance I uttered a while ago, Regional Memorandum number 206. This will be issued to you and please follow as directed, as suggested also by the regional office. However, if you also have other strategies which you believe is even more effective based on our geographical location, then no one is prevented from doing so, for as long as we will be able to establish enrollment in our school systems. And the third strategy is online form. For those who have their internet, to the school heads, please assign your IT officers to engage in online or to design. I think floor, with the use of this regional memorandum, will be able to devise a system. We'll have a uniform system in the division office for enrollment in online form, so that the enrollment also could be accessed by the division office if it's online. Kaya, Floor? Okay. Take note, per DepEd Memorandum Number 7, Series 2020, DepEd Order, Series 2020, June 1, teachers shall render first day of service to school after their summer vacation. Question, why is it that they're going to report on June 1 when there are no classes yet? They're going to report on June 1 as first day of service after the summer vacation, getting ready for the August 24 classes. So what are we going to do? The principals shall devise a scheme based on what is being shared a while ago on the work arrangement, revision memorandum number 197. Question, ma'am, tanan sila ipanha, if I have 200 teachers, all of them will go to school. How about the issue on social distancing? We still have to relate this information on enrollment of the regional office with the division memorandum number 197 issued already, signed by our superintendent last May 18, 2020. Question, appeal ba ang school, anak ma'am? Basin division lang? Let me read. Per division memorandum, per Department of Education memorandum number 52, it states that DepEd maintains that the status quo on work arrangements for officials, appeal po si Sir Eddie o ako, for officials, teaching, and non-teaching personnel in all its offices. Remember, all its offices, units, and schools. So, appeal ang schools, ani. Meaning to say, we expect that by June 1, there are skeletal forces in the school. If you will follow our scheme in the division office, it's better depending upon the number of your teachers. So, we have 3 batches or 3 groups in the division office. But be sure that there is a work week plan and there is an accomplishment report per week to ensure that each personnel still is working even outside the office. Each personnel shall submit an individual work week accomplishment report. Why there's a need to submit accomplishment report? Because this will be attached in the DTR of our teachers and our DTR also, the division and the DTR of the school heads, to ensure that all systems go, even if we are on our work arrangement, work from home arrangements. Let me continue. We want face-to-face interaction in the classes. Some of us are so concerned. June 1, teachers are going to report to school and the principals are going to report. How about the health protocols? Have you thought of this? In your schools, please get ready for the teachers and for the learners and for the community to come to your schools. Prepare hand washing, water and sanitation facilities. We have some sanitation facilities, but there's no water. We might have hand washing facility, but there's no water. Please devise a plan for this. Face mask. I'm not wearing face mask. Anyway, ako lang og si maglisod po ko istorya ang mga face mask ko. We are only 2 in this office and we are maintaining more than 2 meters social distancing. For the alcohol, be aware. There are rubbing alcohol for sale of different, I do not know kung saan na siya, but be sure it's 70% isopropyl rubbing alcohol. Kay murag na circulate na mga rubbing alcohol na dili ta sure kung 70% isopropyl rubbing alcohol. This time, I tried to check with stores and pharmacies na sila yung mga baligya ng mga rubbing alcohol. And good for that. Another is, good news, we could also buy face masks. Kapalit po ko 1 box aning face mask na napoy available. So, ngita lang ta ana while supplies are still available in the market. Pag maulahit ta, daga na mamalit, wala po tayo mapalit. So, health protocol, ang foot bath, ay kalimot na foot bath using disinfectant. Then, provision, kung pwede, pag problema man ta aning clinic sa atong eskwelahan, di ba? Kung pwede, nagitay clinic anang gidudahan na natong gihilantan man ni gisipon nag-diarrhea, ilain na gina nato kung mag-check ta, di nato iipon sa ubang bata. Sir, yes sir.
Kanang clinic, simbako kung naigilantan unya i-isolate nila, i-refer daw nato na sa atong mga nurses B kung advisable ba or dalhon jud sa doktor dito.
O dalhon man
GOD.
Refer mo na sir. Sige.
Nurses, is GOD, Ma'am Car?
Sir?
Oh, okay. Inquire from our nurses kung naibata si Bako ba na sa eskwelahan unya gilantan, kung pwede ba nga i-isolate nato sa school clinic or danon na sa danon ba sa doktor diretso.
Danon siguro nato nas diretso sa doktor sir para ma-rapid testing na.
Inat ang mga nurses kung pwede ba mabutang og school clinic una.
Okay. Sir, mangutanas ako ha.
Walay nurse na sa Mundol.
Wala siguro na sir. Provision lang na.
While waiting for the answer, Ma'am Car, I would like to make use of this time informing all school heads, PSDSS, EPSS, and all personnel of this division. Come June, we'll be providing assistance to our teachers, school heads, and all.
Hello sir, hello sir. Hello sir.
Oh yes ma'am.
No na in charge nato sa audit na wala pa directive bahin ana. Pa jud daw directive. Bata ko no kung wala daw kuno travel history, ipapauli lang daw na.
So di na to i-hold sa eskwelahan.
Wala daw directive na gihatag sa ila.
So pauli lang sa
travel history ang bata.
So kung maghilan natin, pauli yun sir.
Uli jud kay dita ko pansya kay si Bako unsa na di kabalo atong mga maestrag unsa na.
Okay sir, thermal gun sir, magpalit na po ang eskwelahan.
That is why i-consider na jud ang ilang EPP katong giingon ni Inday nga ang EPP i-reconstruct yun na COVID-19 ay serial. Maubat mo dahil no, Inday? Inday, Inday. Inday Padayhag.
Inday ng buhay ko. Ikaw ay nasaan?
Inday.
Bigla kang
lumayo, nawala. Inday, paliw kog do, tawag
ko
ni
Inday.
Oh. Just, bakilan, diba? Ganun tanong mo, may kayong balik ka.
Nag-xerox o ka dyan sa pika, sir?
Sige, sige. Day, kanang kuan day ba? Kanang, sa tong question, thermal gun, day. Pwede ba
yes,
makapalit na din ang mga skulid og thermal gun, no?
Naana siya dito sa memo po na to, sir. Tanang mga COVID-related.
Kuan na lang, day.
Yes, sir.
I-assess na lang yun nato ng mga skulid na day. Ato na lang yun ang i-procure ng thermal gun siguro. Kaya di
kita mag-procure sa division, sir?
Di, sila ilahang fund, pero ato na lang ng itabangan kay umag kanya-kanya po na palit ng thermal gun na sakahan ang kapaingon.
Oo. Thermal gun sa kuan, sir, sa DBM. Yes, sir.
Mas DBM, no?
Oo, sir.
I-assess lang siguro na nato ba unsay pag-i-studyhin daw kay ang thermal gun di men na common supply.
Isa ka school, sir. Pila ka book thermal gun sa isa ka school.
O pila advice nimo, ma'am? Depende siguro na sa population.
Sir, depende sa population. Si principal mag-decide. Like, kung naa siya 1,000 ka bata, isod po kayo, isa ra yung thermal gun, sir. Mura siya katong pulis nga na hinungdan sa traffic.
O, usa ka adlaw siya. Thermal gun ay mahimo niya.
Oh.
Excuse me,
Dua gid sir,
ma'am.
dua.
Excuse me, sir.
School.
Permission to talk. Query lang, query lang.
Kitsa, who is this?
Si Mr. Mako, sir. Rosario Mako, Lala South, sir.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Sir, query lang about sir ba kana bang nindot to imong plano sir kay kung kami bitay mag-purchase anang mga sir mga thermal sir maglisod mi sir kay tungod anang requirements kana bitang field jeeps sir.
Lagi.
Mao na among problema sir. Oo, that is why mas pabor mi ato imong idea sir.
Sige. Ato nang tabangan mo na mo ana sir kay di mo maglisod. Inday?
Okay sir. Salamat kay sir. Salamat kayo.
Yes sir. Inday?
Sir.
Ato lagi tabangan day kay maglisod itaw ni sila day kay di ba na common supplies day.
Yes, sir.
Pwede naman na emergency purchase, Day.
Pwede na siya ma'am kay COVID-related man.
Tabangan natin na day. Okay? It's important ha kaya ma-prepare na natin day.
Ay, kung siguro sir, maghimo ko Google Sheet, sir. Akong i-send sa ila aron. May bawa na to og pila ko nila ang need per school sa Thermalcan.
Based on their enrollment.
Yes, sir.
Aron ang school head ba mo decide, okay?
Sila mo mag-decide, sir. Ay, ako lang i-inform ang school heads nga amo aning i-deduct sa inyong MOA.
Yes.
Okay.
Pero Day, mag-letter sila, Day.
Or saman, or ato na lang kahang magkuha na lang ta. Walag matag lista lang sila ba? Ngani yun sila anak.
Ikaw na ibahala day sa requirement day.
Yes, sir.
Ikaw na ibahala sa requirement anak. Basta mo na itong plano. Kaya i-assist natin sila.
Sige, sir.
Okay, next is I would like to inform all school heads, all PSDSs, and all EPSs, and all division personnel. We will provide you with face mask, 3 pairs kada teacher ug school heads ug tanan personnel, and 3 pairs of gloves, hand glove, kay para magamit ninyo to protect yourself. Okay? Ako nang ipa-prepare ko na ng pag-procure ana. Kay mo na itong matabang mamaan sa teachers ug sa school heads and all personnel na to.
Yes, sir. Sa June 1 or May 31,
yes,
ma'am.
We will try to make the materials available first week of June. Basta tulo ka mas kay nagkwinta-kwinta mi ni Inday gahapon kung duha ra ka bo kay duha ra ta ko plano kay laban ang isa, puli ang isa, laban ang isa. Nabala kami if kuan pasin og di mauga ba maglaparo niya magulan di mauga naluod ay sa mga piki. So tulo pero kabas among giplanan ni Inday kada teacher o kada students tanan officials and 3 hand gloves.
Hand gloves.
Okay.
Thank you. Hand
gloves.
Thank you.
Continue.
Salamat, sir.
Salamat,
Okay,
sir.
ma'am. Go ahead, ma'am.
Namulihok floor.
Actually, nag-design na po sila, ipa-design ko na sa Mamaricar sa atong ang mask, sa atong design, kay mag-design po ta sa atong division. Tanawan na lang po dayon to niyo, Ma'am Ann, kay arong pag-final na, kay ako na formal.
Yes, sir. Di lang daw pabutangan og logo, sir. Ingon to katong sa army nato, sir.
Okay. Ma'am Car, take note, anak Ma'am Car.
Walang daw ko na ikuan, sir, logo sa DepEd. Butang.
Pero pwede na butang Division of Lanao del Norte.
Dili na pamarkahan, Car.
Lagi, pero pwede na butang Division of Lanao del Norte, ma'am. Wala lang logo.
May lang siguro skilled, Car. Di lang dako kayo, kay kanakaroon dako makang logo na stunga.
Unsa na violation ana ma'am og nay Bangalas Division?
Kay one time katong nag-suggest si ARD de Gracia, sir ba? Nag-suggest siya nga butangan og mailhan like kana indicator nani like example Lanao del Norte. Ningon si RD ay nagingon na dili si Marion Bato din sa Bato. Basta na ingon dili daw pabutangan og mga inaana, sir. Marka.
Kay
wala ka reason, sir.
Why reason o ilar
Kato lang ingon dili pabutangan.
So,
sige ma'am, ipa-redesign ako, ipa-redesign.
Redesign lang, gamay din skilled, pwede naman siguro.
Division of Lanao del Norte ang kilid.
Gamay.
Ma'am Car, Ma'am Ann?
Yes, sir.
Gamay lang.
Kay makatabang mapuna nigbiyahe nila nga di na sitahon kay DepEd.
Oo na sir, kaya madlok sila kung Lanao. Joke. Kadlok sa ako.
Lagi.
Kadlok sa ako. Kulay okay kayong Lanao.
Car, then my plan is i-color code na nato. Lahi ang color sa teacher, lahi sa school head, lahi po sa personnel.
Pwede rasan na sir, mas okay ng color coding.
Okay, para may balaan na to kuan. Asa atong kuan, Ma'am Car?
Yes, sir.
Take note ato, Ma'am Car. Take note ato, Ma'am Car.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So, unsay color sa atong mas maputo ang ako ipa-color sa gloves kay para color coding tanan.
Okay, sir. Sige, sir.
Jadi color mo din.
Oh. Para may bala na to kinsay na merkado unya ting trabaho.
Okay.
Sige bitaw. Okay, proceed Ma'am Ann.
Yes, sir. Clarifications on the checking of school forms. Kaning bago nimong gihatag sa ako, sir. Clarifications on the checking of school forms and LIS class.
Kahit kay nagsulat pa si Ma'am Carolina na ako anak, Ma'am Carol. Pero explainan.
Yes, sir. Ato naman sing replyan ani, sir.
Okay.
One, sir. Online checking is highly encouraged. For emphasis, with or without checking the forms, the sole responsibility and accountability for school records and reports, whether hard or electronic data, including report in the LIS, lies with the school head. Paragraph 5, DepEd Order Number 4, Series 2014. So as school heads, we shall tell our teachers that whatever number is reflected, so be it, for as long as it's the right number, accurate number. Numbers don't lie. This is as per issuance signed by our USEC for Planning, USEC Jesus R. Mateo. This is all about end of school year because we have issues on the checking of forms. Now, this issue will be pressed out as teachers are going to enter this coming June. If this could not be done online, then teachers will have to do this as they come June 1 as first day of school. But for those, I'm sure there are actually those who are done with this. I think very few only are not able to comply with this. And the next is, sir.
Paman, ang ato daw reference day aning paggamit sa mga logo is DepEd Order 31 Series 2019.
Mo ba, sir?
Oh, Ma'am Car? Ma'am Car?
Yes, sir.
DepEd Order 31 Series 2019. Kato bitaw DepEd Service Marks and Visual Identity. Kato daw referan ninyo, ma'am, bahin sa paggamit sa mga logo. Tanaw na ninyo, ma'am.
DepEd 31?
DepEd Order 31 Series of 2019.
Sige, sir.
Okay, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, next slide is all about Sir Ed. We're not yet done with the evaluation of OPCRF, so the committee is thinking of this. That the school heads are going to take pictures of their means of verifications and make an executive summary based on key result areas. When you take pictures, of course, we're going to group these pictures based on KRA so that during online evaluation, just like this, you are going to present to us your executive summary. And with that executive summary, you can also present your MOBs with the pictures you're able to take with all of those documents. We'll do this online evaluation because it's very impossible for us to be doing this face-to-face. An issuance or a memorandum will be issued to the field as soon as this is signed by our schools division superintendent.
Okay.
Okay na, sir?
So, be informed ha, everyone of this information. Advance ni ma'am, this is from the region?
Dili, sir. Ato na ni, sir.
Okay. Pero naman to ikuan ba? Katong gi-issue bitaw ni USEC Maribok ba to o USEC Sibilya ba to nga ang postponement sa period of performance evaluation?
Teachers to, sir.
Sa teacher?
Yes, sir. Sa RPMS, PPST to siya.
Okay. Pero sa kuan, o PCR?
Wala sa OPCR, sir, but we consider that as we implied na OPCR is included because of the pandemic.
Okay,
but this time, we cannot forgo this because there is already an ongoing activity for the compliance of documents for PBB 2019.
Okay.
Okay, nakadawat naman siya sa 2018, sir. Congratulations sa tanan. Naka-receive sa PBB. Happy na sila tanan, sir.
Paita, no? Kita rin wala.
Wala tayo labot, sir, sa division office. And for the ALS, daghan text sa ALS, please, if you have friends who are mobile teachers or facilitators, DALSIS, di lang sa sila mag-alingasawa o sila kadawat sa PBB because per information from Inday budget, the regional office asked that data for 2017-2018 PBB of the ALS, and the document is already submitted to central office as per inquiry we made to the chief accountant of the regional office. So, ingon si Ma'am Neri, na nangutan naman ni sir, kaya ng mga ALS o nakadawat, ang uban nakadawat, ang uban wala, ang other divisions. Because our ALS are incorporated in the division office, na-appeal in town sila sa ato nga walay PBB, manawa po sila kadawat. But the documents are on process. We already sent the data to central regional office, then this were already submitted to central office. Ingon si Ma'am Neri, hulat-hulat lang daw. Okay. Anyway, napamoy kwarta daw atunon pag-abot sa panahon ang mga ALS. So requesting PSDSS because you are also in close contact with ALSIS, and Mr. Barasona, Tintin, Hotba, and Ivy Madronero, please inform our ALS teachers, mobile teachers, facilitators that soon they will also receive their 2017 and 2018 PBB. Patulat lang. And this is the second to the last slide. While we're talking of, according to RD Bayukot, while we're talking of the learning modalities and approaches, are we also asking on the kind of instructional supervision that we will deliver to the field now that we have another modality in the new normal? So, ang question dire, how do we conduct instructional supervision in the new normal? We shall be creative in doing this. This will be in the pipeline. We are going to think of this more in the succeeding days. Okay lang, sir?
Okay.
So take note, this is an assignment to the PSDS, EPSS, and the school heads. Think how best we could do instructional supervision given the new normal.
Okay, you prepare a template on that, ma'am. Then let's formulate it together with the EPSS and PSDSS and the CID and SGOD. Let's plan it out. Okay, you schedule a session for that, ma'am.
Yes, sir. And my last slide is according to MANCOM, education is the passport to the future. For tomorrow belongs to those who prepare for it today. So to all school heads, EPS, PSDSS, our non-teaching personnel in the division office and in the field, to all of us, let's prepare for the future of our children, for tomorrow belongs to those who prepare for it today. Let's prepare for the future of our children, for Lanao del Norte. Thank you. Sir Ed.
Okay. Ma'am Ann, we will write a formal letter to the governor about that concern. And
yes, sir.
Request whatever, would it be in the form of exemption or in what form, because our teachers need to be in the school by June 1, not unless the secretary will change the instruction. So early this time, I hope the letter will be forwarded tomorrow to Governor Di Mapuro, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Exemption for our teachers on that, if possible. If not, then we will request the governor to provide them the fund or whatever means of transportation they could you in going to your school, to their school?
Yes, sir.
Sir, basig ma-left na sa President sa 31 ang EMS community quarantine. Basig
Yes,
yan tantangon. So pwede na siya basta i-left na sa President.
Yeah. Well, I hope that there will be change of instruction by May 31. At any rate, we have to act in advance. We have to write Governor Di Mapuro, ma'am, as regards to that concern, so that we will be assisted how to transport our teachers to their respective assignments, given the restriction on bawal angkas law of our IETF policy.
Yes, sir.
Okay, palayo ko ma'am, i-forward na lang ng letter niya.
Yes, sir. Can we also include the mayors, sir?
The issuance is provincial, di ba? Murag provincial.
Yes, sir. Oh, executive order, sir.
So, si Governor lang atong sulatan ana. Then once there is a reply, we will disseminate it to the mayors.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Floor?
Other questions, Flor? Actually, I am still studying if we will be allowed. But if Inday is listening.
Try mo ilan na, sir.
I have Inday.
Sir,
There's a question kung appeal ba ang mga bata sa face mask.
murag dili sa school kuan sir. Basi dili mo hasig mahurot ang ilang kuan sir. Imo na sila bayad sa kuan. Kurente nila.
Sa ang utilities siguro mabilin day ba?
Yes sir.
Kurente o tubig. Utilities man na, then guardia o watchman na sila. Then all the rest, katong budget sa learning materials, kulangan naman to kung mag-online ka, pero di pa jutasyon po to.
Dagi sir.
So, okay. Momentarily, my answer to the question is, given there is no specific instruction to provide children or learners with that face mask and hand gloves, I'm so sorry, I could not transmit anything because actually, my concern is the safety of our teachers and students and personnel in division. First, the provision of safety net to our children. Yes, this is our responsibility. In regards to the procurement of safety gears for them, we need a specific instruction from the central office or perhaps from the region if we will be allowed to do so. At the moment, my answer is I cannot provide those gears to the children yet, given that they will only be reporting to school come August 24. So we still have 2 months, I think. My concern is to prepare the safety gears for our teachers and personnel and all our employees in DepEd. The children will follow, I think, once policies will be available to allow us. But in the event we will be allowed, then we will procure immediately for our children. Anyway, we still have time, given that August 24 pa man ang klase. Okay. Next question, Flor.
Next question, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am Connie, can we have a complete list of almost essential learning competencies in all subjects for updates and to be shared to our teachers too?
Connie?
Hello, ma'am. Muraging excuse pa kadyot, ma'am. Ma'am. Actually, siya gi-prepare, ma'am. Ma'am?
Yes, this is a work in progress. Let me answer. This is a work in progress. When everything is already set, rest assured that teachers are given that copy.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. No more questions? No more? No more questions? Okay. Given that it's already 4:18, immediately I have to proceed with my piece. Thank you so much, Ma'am Ann, and all the speakers of today's MANCOM. Then, I have only a few things to say in this MANCOM. As reported by ISGO Chief Dr. Maricarty Ablen this morning, there are some schools who did not submit the Enhanced Schools Improvement Plan, ESIP. I understand what will be the reason behind this. I want that the list of school heads who did not submit the ESIP be given to me. Ma'am Car? Ma'am Car?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes.
Please inform the M&A to give me the list of school heads who did not submit. Please indicate the rank, the position.
Yes, sir.
O full-fledged ba na or OIC ba siya?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Also, schools who operate without permit, schools that operate without permit, we have to do full-time, our assistant to do schools. And district supervisors, please be informed also. You should know what are the schools that operate without permit in your respective districts. Okay, then schools used as quarantine and isolation area. Remember, there is the instruction from the secretary that we have to report by June 1 to the schools would mean that there will be no PUIs or PUMs already in our schools. Meaning that disinfection shall be done prior to June 1. Prior to June 1, and the disinfection should proceed and should be done this week. I have requested Assistant Superintendent Alera to prepare a letter for that, and I hope, Ma'am Ann, the letter will be available tomorrow, Ma'am, so to inform our mayors. Ma'am Ann? Ma'am Ann Alera?
Yes, sir.
Prepare the letter, ha? Then we will also furnish a copy of the letter to our provincial governor so that Ma'am Angging will know. Also that we cannot allow the continued stay of our PUIs and PUMs in our schools, given that teachers will already report to schools. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Next is as reported by our OIC CID Chief, Dr. Marilyn Carbonera, Mary Arlen Carbonera, ECF program to our provincial governor if not feasible under the new normal. So atong ECF, EPSS, daghan na ba tag-request sa atong ECF, mapugo sa yung tag-realign ato, ang atong budget ma-realign to, but the project will continue, meaning mag-training gali mo, ang training na turong kay online naman, so focus yung tag-realign atong budget na to, budgetary requirement. Although, I believe we still have much time to consider because who knows na baka by September, October, mag-normalize na tayo, we can still proceed with our activity, no? Then, also, the learning modalities is based on essential learning competencies. I'm glad somebody asked if the division can provide the list of essential learning competencies. And the list be given by Connie. I hope Connie can address the concern before she will go home this afternoon, before we will end our MANCOM. I hope Connie is available already, Ma'am Arlene. Ma'am Arlene Carbonera.
Sir, wala pa man, sir.
Connie, did you call Connie? Have you called Connie?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Then, also, PSDS, I hope PSDS are listening. You should provide leadership in your district as the district instructional leader, ha? O provide ka o instructional leadership there sa imong district. Okay. Then, the provision of masks and gloves will be given. The digital audios and videos, we will try to provide this time to our teachers digital audios and videos in that would be used by them in reading. Kay as we have said, unsa galito ang problema nato sa reading daghan, then ang pag-produce lagi sa sounds dili na ma-produce kayo. Then I am telling you, I discovered this problem not only here in Lanao but also in the previous divisions where I have been through. The problem is on how to produce the correct sounds of letters. Producing the correct sounds of letters is, as you know, all of us are teachers. We have been teachers before we became officials. That is a basic problem for reading. Okay, that's a basic problem for reading. And well, I am not belittling the abilities of our teachers, but the fact is there are teachers who cannot really produce a correct sound. I hope the PSDSS have taken notice that in your occasions of observing classes. PSDSS, nakabantay mo, ana? PSDSS? PSDSS na po ba? PSDSS na mina?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Did you share my observation? Ang pag-produce sa sounds, di na perfect sa teachers uban?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Nood na.
Labi na ka na, luyan na itong mapapangit kay nangaraan at teacher mo, medyo kaya nahulugan pa. No?
Yes, sir. Naanak, sir. Napod, sir.
Okay. You know, that surfaces when we discuss with Ma'am Ann Alera about our problems in reading. And in fact, it was Ma'am Alera who told me that we need sounds to assess our teachers para sa reading. Well, provide the provisions to that, especially now that we'll be practicing, we will be using distance learning. I think those materials are now much needed to, of course, to help our children read, no? And also our teachers also to make sure that their teaching in reading will also be, if possible, perfect, if not perfect, near perfect, by way of using gadgets or equipment this time to help them. Kay luya na ito po ba itong mga teachers, and I take notice of that. Kay I was a teacher also before. So what I mean is, ang atong PSDS to provide leadership in their district as the district instructional leader is, you PSDS should know the reading capabilities of our children. At yung kay data ha, pilay kabasa, pilay dili kabasa. Then be serious in gathering the data sa kanang makabasa o di makabasa. Kaya kung di na ka seryoso mag-gather sa data na mahuman ang tuig, wata kabalo o kinsa po'y angay teacher nga i-assess, kinsa po ang teacher nga kanang natulog yung pabasa kay kung di na to natabangan si teacher lagi, we will end up the school year na maura gihapon kay netabo previous years maura pud ato ron na we have to change our approach this time. Okay? Also, nag-discuss naman tayo ang EPP i-revise, Inday, budget officer, and isa pa itong kauban Inday, with our two chief, and is this Alira, of course, and itong kauban mo, kani Inday. Mag-orientation sa atong EPP, what are the materials available, allowable under the present condition brought about by COVID-19 pandemic. Then, the mode of enrollment is unsa to, na ay Dropbox, na ay text, na po'y online. Now, as regards to online, Floor will prepare i-Google, karon unta na si Manaha yung Floor ha, kay para pag first week sa June Floor, ready na na Floor. So, Google form, then katong Dropbox nga enrollment form, Floor, pareho daw kung drop po anong form ana nga ibilin sa Dropbox, anong pinapan sa parent, then ihulog na po din sa parent sa atong Dropbox. Ang content ato kay ingon na ba to sa Ma'am Anay, i-question ba nga unsa to? Kinsa nay laptop, iPad, unsa ba to? iPhone. Yeah, unsa ba to? Unsa ba to ubang questions para that will serve as the basis of the teacher to organize the classes. Lora, mahimo karon si Manaha Flor, ma-prepare niyo to nga form, Flor. O consult Ma'am Ann Alira ato katong naman to ka Ma'am Alira presentation ang data. Then also to all school heads, organize your classes ina atong teacher come June. Organize na to ang classes into 15. I-try na to into 15. Although I don't know kung 20 masulod ba sa classroom, pero basta ang instruction is 15 to 20 ang pag-organize na to. Okay? Pero based on the demonstration presented by Ma'am Arlene Carbonera this morning, murag 15 naman to sulod sa kada classroom. Murag 15 na to, no?
15, sir. 15 to 20,
Okay,
sir.
15. So organize your classes into that group para mahibalaan na to how many groups or how many classes can we organize. In the event, duha ka klase kada kuan kay pretan 30 to 15 na mo na ito ihapon kay I instructed Ma'am Alera na instead of preparing the class program this time, organize the classes muna to know how many classes will be handled by our teachers. Okay? So the key move is organize ang classes. Mahibalaan ito, pila ka, how many groups of 15 to be handled by a teacher in a given time. Okay? Kay unsang lito sa atong learning modalities, chances are kung mag-blended learning ta, pag mag-blended learning ta, ang the first 15 i-meet ni teacher anang adlaw Monday, the next 15 o ang ikaduha nga 15 mag-modules to at home. Dinay adlaw na pod magbaylo na pod nga i-meet na pod to ni teacher face to face o katong another 15 mag-home na pod, mag-home base. Dako na possibility nga na atong arrangement. While katong naay internet, i-online ni teacher groups of 15 gyapon siguro or pwede na nagdi na groups of 15 siguro kay online man. Pero based on the instruction, kung face-to-face, 15 na jud ang atong klase. 15 to 20 ha. Organize na school head. Na I am instructing the school head seriously. Please organize your classes on those months kay pag mudayon jud ta sa August 24, kabalo jud ka pag magsugod ta sa August 24, ibalo na kay kinsa nga bata mo report nimo sa August 24 kaysa mo report sa 25 o sa sunod adlaw, ibalo na kay unsa nga klase. Kung nagali school head gaiha pa magpahin sa bata sa August 24, unya pag rubing na to, yamawkat pa ng eskwelahan kay aiha pa mag-organize og klase, ako jud kang pa-picture jud ko nimo. Kay congratulate ta jud ka. Congratulate ka kay ikaw ang unang school head nga makapapugos yun akong research ug unsay language akong gamiton niyo makasabot ka sa instruction. Okay? Serious ta ha, kay di ko gusto magkayamukat atong pag-open sa klase ron. While mag-enrollment ta, June, July, planuhan na nadaan, seryoso dito atong data nga gipangayo katong gi-present ni Ma'am Ann Alera. Mo tay basihan nato pag-organize atong klase. Para sa August 24 din nata magkayamukat niya ha. Then don't worry, as I have said, we will provide protective gears to all of you. Ang ako unta, medical mask unta di ako ihatag sa inyo, pero impractical as of now, kay single use ra na, mapangkrap po tatanan, mask ra ato kahimo. So, ang advice ron is katudyon atong washable, then nagpa-design tag mask nga na specific picture nga safety jud mo. Okay? Basta kay ako nang ipakuan kay research pug kanang unsay pinaka the best jud nato nga available karon nga kaya jud natong paliton, di na puta atong tag 500 ang isa, di na pug ato kay maapiki na ta, wala tay kapalit ana. Ato lang is whatever is available nga maka-provide nato protection mo na atong paliton. Ngayon, I will also provide gloves sa inyo kay para pamputa ba na extra protection na to sa atong trabaho. Okay? So far, I am informing each and everyone that despite the announcement of the President last night, our preparation for the school opening come August 24 should continue. Okay, should continue. We will assume that classes will start August 24. Whatever is the condition prevailing on that day, and without new instructions from our secretary, all our minds now should be set for that opening. Okay? So, before I will end up my words, I am giving the time to Dr. Rasmila Kusain for some announcement about Brigada Eskwela. Okay, according to her, na ako na latest instruction about Brigada Eskwela. Let us listen to Dr. Rasmila Kusain. May.
Hello, sir. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone.
Turn on your camera so everybody can see you.
Naka-sleeveless ko, sir.
My
Kaigan.
goodness. Okay. Yeah, proceed.
Yes, sir. So, just this morning, I received a memorandum from regional office. So, this is from Jesus L.R. Mateo, Undersecretary, Planning and Field Operations. Tonisito MC Umali, Undersecretary, Legislative Affairs, External Partnerships and Project Management Service. Invitation to join Brigada Eskwela and Oplan Balik Eskwela National Virtual Kick-Off Program. So, kanila nga part akong basahon na all schools, division superintendents, school heads, teachers, parents, learners, and education stakeholders are encouraged to watch the live streaming of the kick-off program via Facebook Live at DepEd Philippines and DepEd SOCMO Partnership Family. So the DepEd Basic Education Learning Continuity Plan implementation will be presented along with the new framework and plan of action for the Brigada Eskwela and Oplan Balik Eskwela. So our Secretary Leonor Magtolis Briones is our keynote speaker for this momentous event. So dahil ay naka-attach sir nga program, ako na lang ding i-post sa Facebook. So June 1, 9 o'clock, mag-start ang kick-off sa for the first time na nagkahiusa ang Brigada Eskwela o ang Plan Balik Eskwela. That's all, sir. Thank you.
May?
Yes, sir.
I would advise that you prepare a memorandum informing the field about that.
Yes, sir.
Yes, this Alera signed up.
Yes, sir. Tomorrow, sir.
Okay.
Sir, tingit gamay, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Day.
Kanang naamang may query about sa hazard pay sa katubitang mga nag-duty during karong ECQ, sir.
Oh, sige, David. Tubaga, Day. Apil ko na, Day.
So ang pwede ra bayaran is during rasa ECQ kay naamang kanang ang mga teachers daw nga mo sa to na inangutana nga mo report daw yung mga teachers apil ba daw sila bayad sa hazard pay. So dili na kay GCQ naman good ta.
Oh, dili na ECQ.
Oh, ECQ ra taman April 30. Oh,
okay. Loud and clear, Day. Please, school heads, take note of that. Those to be paid for hazard pay are those employees who reported during the ECQ. Nawa naman tayo ECQ, GCQ naman ta. So, wala tayo, dili na ta pwede makaklaim, Okay? Then, no more, Day.
Sir, permission to speak, sir.
Who is this, please?
Sir, permission to speak.
Who is this, please?
Sarama Pandit, sir, of Kulambugan.
Okay, go ahead, ma'am.
Sir, this coming June 1, are the teachers required to wear their uniform? DepEd uniform?
Ma'am Ann Alera, please answer the inquiry, ma'am.
Sir? Yes, sir? Mama
the
Pandi.
Yes,
sir. Per
Ma'am Alera,
experience,
good
sir.
afternoon.
Let me answer per experience because usually per opening of classes, first day of classes, we have required teachers to wear their proper uniform. So the only identifying mark for a teacher is the uniform. There is no provision yet, there is no issuance yet that we could read that they're going to wear uniform on June 1. But since, if you were to ask me personally, mag-wear sila uniform, sir. Wala ko may bata. Ano ba?
Okay. Okay.
Kahit B lang ka, sir, no? Kahit B t-shirt. Ano ba?
I think the answer about okay. We will wait to speak if there will be instruction from the region if we are allowed to wear uniform, not uniform but uniform, given that the learners will report only on August 4. But for the meantime, I am requesting Ma'am Ann Alera. Ma'am, you better inquire the regional office about that, Ma'am Ann.
Yes, sir. Mag-inquire. Yes, sir. I'll inquire, sir, the regional office.
Okay, ma'am. We will give of the reply, ma'am, from the region, ma'am, about your inquiry.
Thank you,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Lagi kay manghinlo pa man guna sila, no?
Lagi, just consider that, ma'am, inform ang region kay aron
Yes, sir.
rasunta nga kuan. Ha?
Okay.
After all, sila bagay manghinlo, di ba na may kuan? Wa po'y brigada lagi, no?
Mga manarapo ba pud na sila sir ay abog-abog.
Oh, lagi. Na-inquire na lang sa region.
Yes sir. Kay kung ako lang po sir, pwede na naman na sila yung mga type B nga mga t-shirt bitaw nga DepEd ang marka. Nabi po ilay nana.
Sige lang, i-inform na to region kay basi murubay si RD aron di ta questionon.
Yes sir, mangutana lang ta sir kay per experience sir, every beginning of the school year, mo issue man jud ang DepEd na mag-wear og proper uniform ang tanang teachers.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Sige sir,
Okay.
yan ka na ako may klase.
Yes. Any more inquiry? Go ahead, Lord.
Some comment.
Okay, thank you, Flor. Okay, I hope the instruction of Flor is very clear to everyone. Ayaw ko na mo dito lib ha, kay aron ma-count pa ni Flor ang imong participation. Na ayaw lag-awat na ako kung mulib ko dito, kay baka-out na ko ni Flor. Okay. Ito, once again, I am giving my special thanks to each and everyone.
After
Specifically
sa
to Superintendent
live streaming,
Ma'am Marian.
comment.
Ma'am Marian Alera, thank you, ma'am. Our SGOD Chief, Dr. Maricarte Ablin, ROIC Chief of DCID, Dr. Mary Arlene Carbonera, all personnel of the division, SDO, our administrative officer, Sir Arman Pasok, then si Warnie Edria, our personnel, Inday, our budget officer, Chiribet, our supply officer, Ma'am Mariam. I hope Ma'am Mariam was able to participate in today's MANCOM. Ma'am Bibi Makapobre, our recourse officer, and all our personnel in the division. Then our EPSS and PSDSS, to all school heads, elementary and secondary of the division of Lanao del Norte. Be informed that the situation is not as normal as we used to experience before. But given that we are public servants, we have no other option but to continue working. Okay? While each one of you may have some, shall we say, second thoughts as regards to the opening of classes, or maybe you are afraid to travel because of the pandemic. But, well, I firmly believe that the government will be informed that the situation is not as normal as we used to experience before of office. But given that, as I could recall in the wordings, is we have to perform our functions without reservation or purpose of evasion. Okay? Gagawin ko ang sa buong makakaya ang aking katungkulan na walang pasubalit at hangaring umiwas. Yun po ang nakasaad sa ating oath of office, and I hope everyone recall those words when you take your oath as officers of the Department of Education, when you file the requirements for your promotion. Nakasaad po yung oath of office na yon. Sana bago ka pumirma, binasa mo yon, maintindihan mo yung anong sinasabi doon. Gagawin ko ang aking katungkulan, mga gawain sa aking katungkulan na walang pasubali o hangaring umiwas. I will perform my functions without purpose of evasion, without reservation or purpose of evasion. That is the exact words of our oath of office. Now is the time that everyone is called to be a real public servant in the face of challenge that we are facing. We have to perform our function because we are public servants. God be with us. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh to our brother and sister Muslims at sa ating lahat. Mabuhay po tayo sa Lanao del Norte hanggang sa sunod po nating Division MANCOM. Maraming salamat.
Sir, excuse me, gamay lang.
Yes, ma'am.
Nagtawag na ko ni Attorney Candice sa region. Ang mas, pwede lang butangag DepEd Lanao del Norte, pero dili lang butangag logo.
Okay.
Ingon siya.
Okay.
Okay, sir.
Then, basa itong DepEd Barks Act na itong provisions at uban.
Oo.
Pain na ito yung mga sakop niya.
Okay.
Taas na ba ito? Sige. Okay. Thank you so much. Magandang hapon. Mabuhay tayong lahat. Bye-bye.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Sir Floor. Pwede na mo out, Sir Floor.
Pwede na mo out.
Thank you.
Bye.
Okay, thank you.
Bless everyone.
Sir Flor, pwede na mo out.
Thank you, sir. Bye-bye.